On March 26th, within the deepest stage of the Eternal Cycle dungeon, Kyuchira Shimizu stands before the winged being, Hymen Albion. He declares that this is how things have come to be for now. Hymen intelligence entity flags his phrasing as suspicious and incomprehensible. Looking weary, Kyuchira states his need for her power and his desire to explain everything. The chronicle then rewinds, turning back time by 1 day. As a result of this temporal shift, the scene changes to 5 p.m. on March 25th. Inside his room at the Shimizu residence, Kyuchira lets out a desperate cry, screaming that it's all too much. His shouting brings his sister to his bedroom door. She opens it and chides him, warning that his yelling will disturb the entire neighborhood. Startled on the floor, Kyuchira looks up at her, stammering an apology as he struggles to find the right words. She looks at him with concern, asking if he was crying. He quickly denies it, clearly flustered. His sister then questions if they've met before, finding his behavior to be some kind of strange joke. Kyuchira can only stare back, utterly bewildered by her question. His eyes widen in sudden, shocking realization. He points a trembling finger at her, blurting out in disbelief if she could possibly be Fumika-san. Taken aback, his sister tells him not to point and questions his sudden formal speech. She warns him that if he continues to act strangely, Big Sis will get angry. He can only manage a formal, stuttered apology. He continues to stare, internally remarking how different she looks, as if they belong to different species. The confusion gives way to a cry of Wani-chan. In response, she smiles warmly, her eyes closing gently as she confirms that yes, she is his beloved big sister. The realization washes over him. He had no idea that Fumika-san was his big sister. He wonders if she had been crying because she thought they didn't look alike. His sister, however, points out that the way their hair parts around their foreheads is actually quite similar. Still flustered, Kyuchira cycles through various formal names for her. Aniki, Nei-san. Blushing, she cuts him off to announce that it's time for dinner. He agrees, still using a formal title, which prompts her to comment on his weird behavior and nicknames. Elsewhere, an unseen person curses Kyuchira, envious of his extremely cute sister. Later, seated at the dinner table with a full meal before him, Kyuchira formally thanks her for the food. He takes a bite, and his face contorts with an expression of intense, almost painful emotion as he experiences the flavor. His sister, seemingly oblivious to his inner turmoil, continued to eat with gusto, chewing contentedly. He breaks the silence, his expression strained, asking his sister, whom he calls Fumika-san, what year it is in the imperial calendar. She finds a question odd, but he deflects, claiming he's simply forgotten. She confirms it is Kuriki 1189. He presses on, confirming her age is 16, which will place her in general education rather than high school. She acknowledges this is true, but questions his sudden formality. He quickly fabricates an excuse, claiming he needs the information for a school assignment about his family structure. His excuse seems to satisfy her, and she connects it to his earlier question about the date. As she continues to eat with undiminished enthusiasm, he internally marvels at her appetite, wondering if she was simply very hungry. He processes the information, deducing that if she is 16, then he must be 14 and in secondary education. The realization stuns him. His sister, flustered by strange behavior, confirms his deduction but asks why he's talking about himself as if he were a stranger. In a moment of panic, he cries out to her. Desperate to change the subject, he showers the food with praise, declaring the soup to be the best. Flattered, she offers him a second helping. He internally notes that he successfully deflected the conversation, his thoughts momentarily distracted by how cute she is before returning to the unsettling fact that the year is indeed 1189. After the meal, he offers to help with the dishes, a gesture that surprises and touches his sister. She affectionately pats his head, telling him how proud she is of his maturity. As she looks at him, her cheerful expression momentarily fades, replaced by a flicker of a deeper emotion. Her expression shifts as a sudden wave of weakness overcomes her, and she clutches her chest. The ominous reality of her curse becomes palpable. He rushes to her side, asking if she is all right. She dismisses his concern, blaming a lingering cold. But he knows better. If his memories are accurate, this is not a simple illness. His realization triggers a torrent of horrific memories. He sees the inevitable future. In 3 years, Fumika Shimizu will be completely consumed by the curse and die. A vision of a skeletal reaper holding her lifeless form flashes through his mind. He remembers that to save his sister, he resorted to a desperate, unnamed act. Snapping back to the present, he grips his sister's shoulders with sudden intensity. The memory of that desperate act, that sin, is what ultimately led to the tragic fate he is now trying to undo. He held his sister's face, his mind racing. He knew this curse built resistance to all treatments as it progressed. But a new thought surfaced. What if, with his current knowledge, he could change that outcome? Looking into her eyes, his resolve hardened. He had made up his mind. He would not accept this fate. He vowed to crush the absurd rules of this world, to defy the true history that sought to tear them apart. He would destroy every last obstacle. That night, a full moon hung in the sky, illuminating the delicate cherry blossoms. Inside his room, Kyuchira stared at his computer monitor, absorbing information. A weather report promised a clear day in Sakurabana. A shopping channel advertised a low-rank spirit contract set for beginner adventurers. Another notice announced that the deadline for the beginner adventurer trial in April was fast approaching. The information confirmed his location. The Shimizu residence was in the Sakurika district, part of the larger dungeon city of Sakurabana. These so-called dungeon cities were built around strange, labyrinthine spaces known as dungeons, places packed with the vital resources that powered their society. Beyond the dungeons, another crucial element defined this world: beings known as spirits. Society was built upon their existence, as people could borrow their power to wield supernatural abilities akin to magic. He, however, had not yet formed a contract with a spirit. His only weapon, for now, was something different. It was a weapon no one else possessed: knowledge of the world and the future. With this knowledge as his guide, he lay in bed, strategizing. If the curse hadn't progressed too far, perhaps spirit power could cure it. He considered finding a curse breaker, someone with the power to lift curses, or obtaining a universal healing potion. He knew of characters who could help in locations where such items could be found, but the problem remained. He had no allies, no connections. His thoughts drifted to his older sister, an angelic and beautiful person who was the reason for all this. But as for finding the help he needed, he currently had no way to contact the right person. Furthermore, the location of the universal healing potion was far too dangerous to venture to alone. He curled up, clutching his feet in frustration at his powerlessness. He remained on the floor, mind racing. Should he rely on spirit powers himself? He knew that 3 years in the future, a version of himself would gain such abilities, but he dismissed that possibility. That future self would be a weak potion scrub. To get the item he needed, he had to become strong now. He pushed himself up, pacing around the room. The real question wasn't whether to seek power, but which spirit to target. He needed a clear objective. Sitting at his desk, he began writing, outlining his criteria. First, a spirit strong enough to obtain a curse-breaking item like the universal healing potion. Second, preferably a spirit powerful enough to heal Fumika-san directly. Third, and most importantly, it had to be something he could realistically obtain even in his current state. He stared at the list, his thoughts sharpening. He was looking for an overpowered, cheat-like spirit that even someone like him could acquire. He decided he didn't care about the humiliation or shady dealings involved. If it would save Fumika's life, he would do anything. A slight smile touched his lips as a realization suddenly struck him. Wait a second, he thought, his focus shifting entirely. The realization washed over him, his expression twisting into one of manic excitement. There's one. He remembered the world 3 years from his original time. An incredible spirit that likely met all his conditions. A memory surfaced of a woman on the brink of death, her body eaten away by a curse, and a plea. Please offer flowers to God. His mind then flashed to a memory of his sister, weak and bedridden. She had told him she couldn't go on by herself anymore, and with those words, she had handed him the key to a certain place. The pieces clicked into place. That key was for an old, abandoned shrine. He now understood that deep within its grounds existed a cheat-class spirit that even he might be able to meet. With the items and the strategy now clear, he knew it was a race against time. Within Kyuchira, a voice screams. It is a memory of someone precious to him. Kind, a good cook, and a bit of a glutton. He sees his sister's smiling face, gently telling him that flattery will only earn him a second helping. The conviction is absolute. He must save her. That resolve clashes with the terror of the present. Facing the colossal automaton, his first instinct is to flee. But he grits his teeth, shouting his defiance. He knows, somehow, that the golem's first move isn't a physical attack, and that he cannot fly to escape. He understands that if he simply charges forward, a conventional crushing blow will follow. He must trust his foreknowledge of its opening move. As if in response to his defiance, the golem unleashes its power. A crushing weight descends upon the hull as it activates the pressure of the crown. He feels the ability's effect, a permanent drain on stored spiritual power. For anyone else, it would be a terrifying technique, stripping them of their honed abilities and magical energy, leaving them helpless. But he realizes with grim irony that he is already a weakling with no spirits to command. The attack is effectively useless against him. This realization gives him an opening. Trusting his memory of the golem's initial attack has bought him precious moments. He grips the dagger in his hand, Levitine. He doesn't need overwhelming power. He just needs to land a single touch with his blade. With a determined shout, he lunges forward, closing the distance between himself and the towering machine. The blade makes contact. Levitine's intrinsic ability, causality severance, activates. Its rule is absolute. Any intelligent life form touched by its edge will be severed. He knows in this moment that if he fails to defeat this foe now, they will be branded as losers forever. He screams, pouring all his will into the strike. He roars that he will win, that they will win, absolutely. His cry echoes with the desperation to save his sister as he drives the blade through the golem's massive leg, severing metal and magic alike. Silence falls. Kyuchira stands on the stairs, breathing heavily as he looks back. In the center of the grand hall, the crippled automaton collapses, its leg cleanly cut away. Dust and motes of light drift through the air around the victor. He stood over his defeated foe, his hands still gripping the hilt of the dagger that had secured his victory. As the golem's severed leg dissolved into particles of light, his attention was drawn upward by a new presence materializing from the dissipating energy. The light coalesced, revealing a winged woman in ornate armor. The primordial final device, Griva Albion, had been activated. Her eyes opened, confirming she had grasped the situation. She then addressed him directly, her voice calm and analytical, asking if he was the one responsible for her activation. She continued her inquiry, noting a fundamental contradiction. She stated that while his body was confirmed to be Shimizu Kyuchira's, with no foreign DNA detected, he spoke as if he were someone else entirely and seemed to possess knowledge of the future. Her question was sharp and direct. "Who are you?" The question sent his mind reeling back to just a few minutes prior, before this confrontation. In his room, he had been reflecting on how it's not an unusual feeling to envy the protagonists of games or novels and the worlds they inhabit. He had mused that he wouldn't have been picky. Being a main character would be a luxury. He would have been fine as a friend, a background character, or even a minor antagonist. But as he considered his actual situation, he realized it was just too cruel a fate. The realization brought a wave of anguish. He screamed in frustration, questioning why, of all the characters he could have become, it had to be Shimizu Kyuchira. The name itself was a curse. Shimizu Kyuchira was a character from the romance simulation RPG, Spirit War Dungeon Magia, the tutorial's maniacal mid-boss, the first major opponent players face. He was the man fated to die in every single route of the game. Back in the present, he confessed his truth to Griva. He wasn't reincarnated or possessed. He was just an ordinary otaku, a fan of games and web novels, who had somehow ended up in the body of this doomed character. He cried out that he didn't want to die, as the winged being listened with an expression of dawning comprehension. He looks up, a bead of sweat on his cheek but a wide, confident grin spreading across his face. Above him, Griva Albion issues a formal warning, classifying his existence as unauthorized access. She then addresses him directly, stating that if she is to trust his story, then he must surely know the strategy to defeat her. She declares her intent to conduct a trial and instructs him to prepare for battle. His expression confirms her suspicion. He knows exactly what's coming. The history of the game, Dungeon Magia, provides context for the character of Kyuchira Shimizu. In this best-selling Japanese RPG series, he was known as the mid-boss encountered during the tutorial. He would suddenly appear before players in their first dungeon, challenging them to battle with bizarre, maniacal cries. His combat style was peculiar. He relentlessly cast status effects like sleep and defense down on the game's protagonist. Even after immobilizing his target, Kyuchira would only throw weak, pathetic punches, completely ignoring the weapon in his hand, all while being attacked by the rest of the party. He would taunt his foes, demanding they kneel before his spirit magic. Though Kyuchira stubbornly repeated this pattern, his attacks were easily blocked, and he was ultimately defeated. Then, out of nowhere, the true boss of that encounter would appear, a skeletal figure that devoured him, ending his life. This event marked the definitive end of Kyuchira Shimizu's role within the main game story. The reason for his attack on the protagonist was never explained in the game, nor was it clarified in any official materials. Among players, he was merely regarded as a joke character, a washed-up tutorial mid-boss. His original thoughts at the time were of pure desperation, a willingness to do it all over again, even if it meant dancing for it, with no regard for his own fate. The world of Great Spirit War, Dungeon Magia, is one where spirits hold immense power. They are divided into 7 classes, ascending from low class to the pinnacle, the true god class. Yet above all others, the strongest are known as the ultimate class. In the original game, the undisputed strongest spirit, even more powerful than the final boss, was the ultimate class being named Griva Albion. This being, Griva Albion, now stands before Kyuchira's very eyes. According to the game's lore, Ultima are incomplete beings who only awaken and become complete by meeting others of their kind. Yet, she stands alone, a class of her own. In other words, she is the hidden final boss. This realization dawns on Kyuchira, and he understands there's only one thing left for him to do. Returning to the present, he stands within a vortex of spiritual energy, hands raised in a placating gesture toward the goddess. He states clearly that he holds no hostility toward her, insisting that he is not her enemy. His defensive posture shatters in an instant. He throws himself to the ground, bowing deeply as he begs her to spare him from this trial. He confesses that her killing intent alone was nearly enough to make him lose control of his bowels, admitting he is just a pathetic loser who couldn't harm a bug and would be instantly defeated in a fight. He continues to grovel, promising that this poop-pants Kyuchira will do anything she asks to prove his loyalty to the goddess. In his desperation, he even offers to gladly lick her boots if it would please her. Griva gazes down at him, her expression unreadable as she begins to draw her blade. Startled, Kyuchira quickly stammers that he was just kidding. She coolly informs him that his answer is both unnecessary and incorrect, causing his eyes to widen in shock. He braces for the fatal blow, but Griva stays her hand. She declares the trial ritual unnecessary, addressing him by his full name, Shimizu Kaiuchira. She explains that his body bears the mark of a chosen one, bloodline of the death. The unfamiliar terms chosen and bloodline leave him utterly confused. He stammers, pleading for her to wait and explain what she means by chosen one. Griva dismisses his plea, stating that his sense of language is disastrous and that she, an intelligent entity, finds it incomprehensible. She elaborates nonetheless, defining a chosen one as an individual from a special bloodline who possesses exclusive access rights to an ultima. Furthermore, she reveals his DNA has been detected to contain traces of death, which is why she recognizes him as a qualified person. He is stunned by such a detailed answer, feeling a strange sense of honor. The realization dawns on him that even after playing Dan Magi's entire life, he had no idea about any of this hidden lore. His reaction prompts Griva to initiate a confirmation process, having detected suspicious behavior. She internally notes that there might be settings she has never seen, and that the fact Kaiuchira and Fumika are siblings is also new information to her. She continues her analysis, deducing that despite his ignorance, he still managed to reach her domain and obtain the dagger. From his clear desire to avoid conflict, she surmises he must possess something else of value, something worth negotiating with. He confirms her suspicions by throwing himself into a deep bow, shouting that she is absolutely right and begging to be heard. Griva finds his affirmation unnecessary, but allows it, instructing him to speak plainly, without formal language, and to use more words for clarity. He stammers out his profuse thanks. In response, Griva clarifies that she would prefer a more casual, informal response, suggesting a simple thanks would be better. He awkwardly agrees to the change in tone. Griva acknowledges his compliance, remarking that this more casual manner of speaking suits him perfectly. With the terms of their discussion set, she formally reintroduces herself as Griva Albion. Kaiuchira immediately pleads for her strength to protect the Shimizu siblings, offering his knowledge and strategies of the world as a bargaining chip. Griva counters with a direct question. What exactly does she stand to gain from making a contract with him? His eyes narrowed with focus, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He began his counteroffer by speaking her name directly, Griva Albion. He then lowered his gaze, his voice dropping slightly as he revealed the core of his understanding, stating that he knew what she truly wanted. Griva's luminous eye fixed upon him, her voice is simple, direct request for him to continue. In response, Kaiuchira's confidence surged. He conceded that his knowledge wasn't absolute, but he possessed precisely what was needed to grant her wish. He laid out his strategic intelligence. First, that Ultima, the hidden boss, exists in an incomplete state. Second, that it achieves greater completion by confronting others like it. And third, that as someone who has cleared the entire game series, he knows the exact locations and summoning conditions for every hidden boss. Despite his outward confidence, a wave of intense pressure washed over him. He realized this high-stakes negotiation was even more harrowing than his battle with the Guardian. The thought of failure was terrifying. Yet, even with that fear, his resolve solidified. He didn't care about his own fate. If it meant saving his sister, if her cure was the outcome, then he would dedicate himself to helping Griva achieve her own goal of completion. He elaborated on the terms of their pact. He would pay the price of the contract by seeking out every single Ultima. In exchange, she would gain the knowledge of a top-tier player and his assistance in meeting the conditions to summon them. This, he declared, was the benefit she would receive for lending him her power, promising to provide every piece of critical information he possessed. From the darkness, her glowing eyes observed him, and a single word confirmed their agreement. Understood. A pact is forged in a space beyond normal perception. A desperate Kaiuchira agrees to pay any price, to meet any condition for assistance. In return, a shadowy power promises him all crucial information about the Ultima, framing it as the benefit of their contract. Kaiuchira accepts the terms. Following this agreement, the intelligent entity, Griva Albion, reports that she has considerable interest in the conditions presented, though she also registers a state of curiosity and doubt. She inwardly expresses her shock, relieved that her composure almost broke but didn't. Turning to the kneeling Kaiuchira, she asks if he has a question for her, while also noting that a new issue has been detected. Before he can respond, she poses a query of her own, demanding to know why he must save Shimizu Fumika. As an image of his gentle sister surfaces in his mind, Griva dismisses his unspoken reason, that he is her brother, as incomprehensible, arguing that a stranger inhabiting Kaiuchira's body would have no such connection. She presses him further, stating that his actions, risking his own life to save Fumika, cannot be defined as logical biological behavior. He counters her logic, explaining that the Shimizu Kaiuchira she knows from this world's history is fated to die foolishly in the near future. He then asks her directly if that fate is unchangeable. His mind races as he considers the possibilities, recalling a critical piece of information from his past life. In the main story of the game, Dan Magi, the Shimizu siblings were destined to die in every single route. This means he realizes that if he can manage to overturn the fate of just one of them, then perhaps his own fate can be changed as well. Griva, seemingly perceiving his thoughts, summarizes his unspoken strategy. She asks if he believes that saving his sister will serve as a guarantee that he can avoid his own death. He confirms her deduction exactly, explaining that by saving Fumika, there is a clear and distinct benefit for himself, reframing his quest as a matter of self-preservation. He then reveals the core of his motivation with a burst of passion. He declares that it is no exaggeration to say that the game Danmaki, set in this world, changed his life. With a triumphant fist pump, he shouts his love for this world, leaving Griva momentarily stunned by his emotional outburst. He continues his impassioned plea, explaining that at a low point in his previous life, the game Danmaki saved him. He declares it the best game he's ever played. For him, being reincarnated into this world, meeting his favorite character, and being treated to her cooking is not a simple matter of gratitude. He feels he cannot forgive himself if he doesn't act now that her life is in danger. Continuing his passionate speech, he describes otaku as a crazy, passionate, and foolish breed who spend absurd amounts of money on merchandise. He questions what could possibly be wrong with betting one's life on a hobby. Griva listens intently, recalling his earlier summary, that he intended to risk his life for a single meal cooked by Fumika Shimizu, a beloved character from his favorite series. She then poses a critical question, her expression serious. She asks if intervening in the world he loves and changing its future isn't, in itself, an act of denying the original work. He clutches his chest, conceding her point, but clarifying that his love for the game's content doesn't mean he fully endorses it. The most significant example, he explains, is the death of his sister, Fumika. While it was a tear-jerking event in the game, he couldn't help but wonder if she could have been saved, a sentiment he now knows someone else shared. He reveals his third reason. The decision to save her isn't his alone. It is also the will of the original owner of this body, Quirce Shimizu. He admits he doesn't know how much of the original Quirce remains, but he is certain that the powerful desire to help his sister does not belong to him alone. He reflects on his own state, admitting that before this, he saw Griva as just an early game gacha character. But when he was paralyzed by fear, a voice inside him roared to save his sister, spurring him to action. He realizes that voice belonged to the original Quirce. Now reborn as Quirce Shimizu, he is determined to make that wish come true. He shouts with conviction that they are now two halves of the same Quirce, making this his problem to solve. He declares he has no intention of accepting this fate and will put his life on the line if it means saving Fumika. With that, he bows deeply before Griva, begging for her strength. Griva looks down at his bowed form. After a moment, she responds with a simple, "Roger that." She states that his resolve and will have been demonstrated. As she speaks, a small, ornate dagger materializes from light in front of a stunned Quirce. She then bows her head slightly in a formal gesture. The intelligence entity, as she calls herself, acknowledges him as a provisional contractor. She concludes by stating that she looks forward to working with him, addressing him as Master. Quirce straightens up, holding the newly acquired dagger, his expression a mixture of shock and awe. Griva maintains her formal posture, the contract between them now sealed. He returned to the Shimizu family living room on the afternoon of March 26th, Imperial Year 1989, with the goddess in tow. His sister, her animal-like ears twitching with curiosity, was the first to speak, addressing him as Kyoko and asking directly about the identity of the girl standing beside him. Before he could properly explain, his sister clasped her hands together in delight, looking towards the heavens and joyfully declaring to their deceased parents that Quirce had finally brought a girlfriend home. Flustered, Quirce immediately shouted that she had it all wrong. As he protested, Griva stared intently at the snacks on the table, internally dismissing the entire concept of a girlfriend as something unscientific and unrealistic. Trying to regain control of the situation, Quirce formally introduced his companion as Miss Heminggliva Albion, asking his sister to simply call her Al. His sister, however, looked back and forth between them, questioning which was more unrealistic, Quirce having a girlfriend or the divine figure from the shrine they worshipped suddenly appearing in their home. Griva then attempted to clarify their bond herself. She explained that, to put it simply, she and Quirce had a temporary master-servant relationship. This explanation horrified Quirce, who realized it was a statement that could only cause further misunderstandings. Her words had the exact effect he feared. His sister's mind immediately jumped to a lewd conclusion, and she blushed furiously, shouting that she would absolutely not allow such a relationship. Quirce frantically tried to reassure her that she was mistaken and that he was still pure, desperately seeking confirmation from a bewildered Griva. Completely unfazed by the chaos, Griva had begun eating the snacks. With her mouth full, she mumbled an apology and asked to be called Al. She then stated that she required fluids and bluntly asked her master if she could gulp down his. This new, poorly phrased request sent his sister into another panic, as she demanded to know what he was planning to make the goddess swallow. Quirce desperately tried to calm her, insisting it was just tea. It would take several more hours to finally convince his sister of the innocent nature of their arrangement. Within the world of the game, Dungeon Magia, there is a story concerning a character named Shimizu Fumika. She is someone the game's protagonist meets during a summer vacation, seen here in a room that resembles a clinic or hospital. The in-game event that features her is ominously titled The Final Moment with You. This event is a scenario focused entirely on the theme of helplessness, depicting the entire arc from her meeting and bonding with the protagonist until she peacefully welcomes her final moments. It is further explained that Fumika is not a capturable heroine, but one of the sub-characters, and her last name remains unknown. As this story is recounted, Inui reveals with a troubled expression that her brother, her dearest family, was recently attacked by spirits. The narrative of the game continues. Due to a curse that eats away at her body, the protagonist's desperate struggles to cure Fumika are all in vain, and she ultimately passes away. Her story concludes with a final request, for someone to offer flowers to the gods in her place, as she is no longer able to. Returning to the present, Inui, having overheard the private discussion, looks hurt. She declares that it feels lonely being left out and asks that her big sister be allowed to join their secret conversation. In response, Albion apologizes for her rudeness and tries to reassure Inui, stating that she and Kyuchira are not in that kind of relationship. Unconvinced, Inui presses on, asking what kind of relationship they do have. Inui is left speechless as Albion explains that Kyuchira is her savior, the benefactor who gave her, a person who had lost her memory, the hope to live on. Kyuchira, flustered, confirms it's true while quietly urging Albion to play along with a suitable story he'll invent. A memory surfaces of a small, confused girl at the shrine grounds, who didn't even know her own name or why she was there. Kyuchira blinks, recalling that first meeting. He listened as Albion continued her tale, which began with her stomach grumbling from hunger as she wandered alone. She explained that Kyuchira had happened to be there, saving her by offering a piece of snack bread. This simple act, she claimed, gave her the will to live. Her story took a dark turn as she recounted how cruel punks appeared. While she was starving, they not only tried to steal her only hope for survival, the sweet bun, but also attempted to kidnap her. In response, Kyuchira tried to stop them. He stood up to the thugs, but being outnumbered, he was quickly overwhelmed. She described how, in that moment, watching her savior being beaten to a pulp ignited a burst of intense anger within her. Fueled by this rage, she unleashed something akin to a wave, single-handedly defeating the punks. Kyuchira could only stare, shocked by her crude power. Bringing her story to the present, Albion explained that she somehow remembered her name after the incident, but no other memories had returned. The roles were reversed. Though beaten, Kyuchira invited her to his home to thank her for the save. As Kyuchira began to ask his sister for permission, he was cut short. Inui, completely overcome with emotion, told Kyuchira he didn't need to say anything more. Sobbing, she declared that she couldn't believe such an intense drama had happened and that, of course, Alchan would come live with them. Later, in a private moment, he expressed his unease to Albion. While grateful that his sister so conveniently believed the story, he admitted that her sheer niceness was worrying. Albion simply told her master not to worry. Her calm hid a deeper truth. Albion reflected internally that the reason Inui was so easily convinced was not kindness, but an ancient contract. The relationship between herself and the Shimatsu bloodline, meaning end of death, was that of the worshipped and the worshipper. She explains that her words are nothing less than a divine command to the Shimatsu bloodline. Kyuchira, sweating, asks what exactly that means. Before she can elaborate, Inui peeks in, asking if they are having another secret conversation. Kyuchira recoils, realizing the terrifying implications of Albion's power. Albion continues, clarifying that she can ask for anything and will be believed, inspiring unconditional fondness in them. She then looks at Kyuchira and assures him that she has no intention of doing anything to the house. He cautiously asks if that power also works on him. Albion promises to act as a faithful servant, so long as her master keeps his promises. Inwardly, Kyuchira panics, wondering if he has unleashed an evil god upon the world. Inui, oblivious, happily welcomes Albion, pleased that their family has grown. Changing the subject, he calls out to his sister, explaining that Albion possesses a mysterious power. He connects it to the ability she used to drive away the thugs he mentioned earlier. As Inui recalls the incident, Kyuchira adds that it's thanks to Albion he is completely unharmed, and that she also seems to have the ability to heal wounds and illnesses. Inui admits she was surprised to see his clothes in such a state when he returned, though she is relieved he had no serious injuries. She pictures the punk he fought, unaware it was actually a massive armored golem. He internally reflects that he only made it back in one piece thanks to his game knowledge and sheer willpower. Turning his attention to Inui, he notes that she has been feeling unwell lately and proposes a suggestion, hoping his wish will come true. Kyuchira suggests they have Albion take a look at her condition. On Avidity Agris, Albion instructs her to close her eyes, warning that it might get bright. A glowing sigil forms on Albion's hand. She is Hymen Albion, the super divine master of time and causality, who manipulates space-time at will. His true plan is revealed. He made a contract with a hidden boss, Albion, to use her power to turn back time, reverting Ainui to the state she was in before the curse took hold. He desperately pleads for it to work, thinking of his one and only family as Albion's power envelopes his sister. He recalls his desperate plea, a memory of him bowing before the winged goddess, offering anything if she would just save his family. His prayer echoes into the present as he clasps his hands, begging for his family to be saved. As the divine light fades, Ainui stumbles, a hand rising to her head in confusion. She looks between Quirce and Albion, bewildered, as tears well up in her eyes. Her confusion melts into joyous relief. She throws her arms around Quirce, exclaiming that her body feels incredibly light and she can breathe without trouble. With a happy sigh, she remarks that even the air is delicious. Quirce stares, dumbfounded, realizing he has finally managed to strike a blow against the cruel fate that had been destined for them. The immense strain of the event leaves him utterly exhausted, and he collapses onto his bed. Moments later, Albion appears at his doorway, addressing him as master. He stirs, asking what's wrong, and she pointedly asks if he is still eating, a dry remark on his recent recovery. To celebrate Ainui's recovery and formally welcome Albion, a small feast was held. The occasion quickly turned into a spirited eating contest between Ainui, whose appetite grows when she feels good, and the divine being now living with them. After the celebration, Quirce sits on the floor before Albion, thanking her profusely once more. With a determined expression, he tells her that it is now his turn to keep his promise. Albion accepts a cup from him, stating that it is proper etiquette for the worship to receive offerings. She then bluntly assesses that his abilities are too lackluster. She muses that since he is just an ordinary person from another world, they could simply find a more capable person to form a contract with. But Quirce interjects, reminding her that such an act would constitute a breach of their agreement. She concedes his point, then explains the conditions of their contract. Her primary goal, she states, is to avert the fate of death that looms over the siblings. However, she clarifies that as things currently stand, she has yet to save either Fumika Shimizu or Quirce Shimizu. Her words are a stark reminder of the true stakes, her expression grave as she delivers the final, sobering truth. I have saved neither of you. Quirce confronts the spirit, his eyes narrowed. He challenges her wording, pointing out that her phrasing implies she hasn't actually saved his sister, just as she hasn't saved him. She confirms his suspicion with a simple, "That's right." The affirmation hits Quirce with the force of a physical blow, his face contorting in shock. He stumbles back, shouting for her to wait. The spirit, however, remains seated and composed, informing him that the contractual obligation imposed on her is still valid for both of them. She then requests that he call her Al. His composure shatters completely. He demands to know why his sister hasn't recovered thanks to her power. Al calmly clarifies that she only stopped the curse placed upon his lady. The terrible distinction hangs in the air as Quirce realizes she did not cure it. He collapses to his knees before her. Al looks down, her expression unreadable, and states that if he were a master well-versed in this world, he would already understand. She continues her explanation, revealing that her primary ability traits are time manipulation and causal alteration. Hearing this, a desperate hope ignites within him. He leans forward, pleading with her to use that power to turn back time and make the curse disappear entirely. His plea is met with a quiet, crushing statement. As Quirce bows his head in defeat, Al explains that the problem is due to the master's lack of skill. The words strike him. His head snaps up, eyes wide with dawning horror as he processes the term she used, spirit level. The fundamental mechanics of this world are laid bare. As the title Spirit War Dungeon Magia suggests, the main characters in its battles are the spirits themselves. A contractor, while borrowing their power, must work to fulfill their respective goals. Al continues her explanation of the world's mechanics, which mirror the game Dungeon Magia. She details how a contractor gains benefits like status boosts and unique skills by leveling up their contracted spirits. By allocating earned points, the spirit's inherent power is released. This entire system of growth is generalized as spirit level. Quirce, still lying down, processes this logic. He confirms that he was able to use Time Stop despite his low-level contract because that specific skill was already unlocked. Al affirms this, clarifying that while she's currently in a state where she can hardly use her power, she can still manage the functions already available to her. She illustrates their current standing, showing them within a limited, pre-unlocked area of power where the Time Stop function can be used without issue. He sits up, clutching his head as the crushing realization hits him. He was far too naive. Al states that to unlock more advanced functions, such as revert, a considerable amount of experience points will be necessary. She elaborates on her own constraints. As the spirit Hymengriva Albion, using her true power to reverse time and alter causality would be simple. However, because she formed a contract with Quirce in his so-called initial state, she lacks the authority to use such abilities. Her influence in this world is directly dependent on his power level, just like in the game. Furthermore, She clarifies that while she has stopped the time that plagues his sister, the curse itself remains. Al then reveals a critical weakness. Her interference in the three-dimensional world is only effective as long as she is connected to him, her contractor. The statement sends a jolt of shock through Quirce. The horrifying implication dawns on him. He thinks of his sister, who is feeling better for now, and asks if the curse could resurface depending on his own fate. He realizes with stark terror that if he, the master, dies, the curse will once again plague his sister. He grabs his head, absolutely refusing to accept this new reality. Al calmly asks what he will do. The answer forms in his mind with dreadful clarity. To survive, he must avoid the main game's protagonist and not become the tutorial's mid-boss. He must simply try not to die. But he immediately understands that this, too, is impossible. Suddenly, he understands the motive behind the original Quirce's actions. The reason he went on a rampage and attacked the protagonist wasn't random. It was because one of their companions was someone who could break the curse. It was an act of desperation. He grapples with the crushing weight of his own weakness. If he remains passive, he is simply waiting for his sister's death to become an unchangeable fact. His powerlessness is what will ultimately kill his family, violating the very contract he made. He realizes that if he remains weak, he cannot save anyone, not even himself. His internal struggle solidifies into a single, desperate question. With newfound resolve hardening his features, he asks Al what his weak self is supposed to do. She informs him that the cost to turn back time is immense, requiring the power of roughly 7 entities of upper demigod class or higher. He clenches his fists, deciding on a direct approach. Al, however, immediately dismisses his idea of confronting the mid-boss as impossible, stating that it's a problem beyond what mere knowledge can solve. He seems to concede the point, agreeing with her assessment. She continues, explaining that this world contains items that can heal any wound or illness, like a universal panacea. If he wants to obtain a healing potion or a wish-granting device, he will have to head into the dungeon. She declares that she will acquire them. He is taken aback by her sudden resolve. Al clarifies that, at present, he cannot enter the dungeon without the official title of adventurer, a rule that has been in place since he first awoke in this world. He can only react with a surprised, "Really?" She looks at him sternly as he cries out in frustration. If he stays weak, he can't help his sister, and he'll die. Before he can continue, Al cuts him off, pointing a finger at him. She states that if that is not the outcome he desires, there is only one solution. He must become stronger. The next day, before beginning his training, he steps out into the city. As he walks, he reflects that his mind had been so consumed with thoughts of the eternal reincarnation the day before that he was too worn out to properly observe his surroundings on the way back. He now takes in the cityscape. While the architecture is familiar, the people are not. He sees a wide variety of individuals, including those with distinct animal ears. The truth finally sinks in. He has really come to the world of Dan Magi. His internal monologue continues as he gazes upon the world he loves so dearly. He stops before a barbershop, wondering if this is the right place to begin. He enters the establishment, apologizing for his tardiness. Inside, a young woman in a traditional kimono stands with her arms crossed, greeting him with a simple, pointed statement. It's late, master. The result of his visit is a shocking transformation. Gone is the spiky, light-colored hair, replaced by a short, dark, and neatly combed style, complete with large, round glasses. Dressed in a tracksuit, he waves cheerfully, a stark contrast to his previous appearance. His attendant is taken aback, thinking to herself that she had been certain he was a suspicious person. Quirce, however, is resolute in his new persona, aiming to become a more serious version of himself to build a better future. An analysis of the game, Dungeon Magia, reveals its core design philosophy. Despite being a dating simulation, the Dan Magi series was infamous for its highly difficult battles. The producer's stance, held up through the third title, was that if players cleared the game too easily, they would dismiss it as crap. This philosophy dictated that enemy characters acted according to preset behavior rules each turn. As a player progressed, even common enemies developed multiple, layered attack patterns that changed rapidly. In contrast, the tutorial's mid-boss was designed with an extremely simple action pattern. By the third game, however, this difficulty went too far. Bosses were given infinite stats, and the story culminated in the death of the heroine, leading to widespread criticism that pushed the developer and publisher to the brink of bankruptcy. The player base felt the creators had misunderstood what entertainment meant. Yet, thanks to a small group of passionate fans, the series managed to continue, eventually reaching its 9th title. Even so, the challenges were immense from the very beginning. The hidden boss of the first game was absurdly strong. Furthermore, a mid-boss, Visifnir, permanently corroded the spirit power needed for spirit arts and reset the protagonist's spirit levels to their starting state, waiting in a place known as Eternal Samsara. The hidden boss itself was not the only problem. It could unleash multiple, simultaneous, full-range attacks that caused instant death, all with no delay. To face this foe, the player was forced into a fixed 2-person party, consisting of the protagonist and one heroine, with their maximum levels severely restricted. They had to fight this immortal enemy, which possessed a terrifying 9-hit attack. Such a boss character existed. One that endlessly spawned weaker enemies while completely sealing the player's actions and inflicting a debuff that guaranteed all attacks would miss. This concluded the overview of the battles and enemies within the game. The scene shifts. It is now December of Imperial Year 1189 at Uka, second middle school. Snow has piled up on the grounds. Quirce stands with another student, who remarks that clearing the snow is a hassle, but should be done quickly. Nearby, an older staff member clutches his back, groaning that his old body can't take much more strain. He then notices Quirce. The man greets him, expressing surprise at his commendable attitude and early arrival. He remarks on the change, remembering Quirce as a troublemaker who used to do nothing but fight. In response, Quirce simply offers to help with the snow shoveling. He confirms his identity for a fellow student, Quirce Shimizu, second year, 14 years old. Internally, he reflects that several months have passed since he began training with Al, which is the reason for his significant growth. That training began with Al presenting him a rigorous beginner training menu. She outlined a plan to build his basic stamina with daily running and muscle training to failure, followed by combat, weapon training, footwork, and breathing methods. Quirce questioned the necessity, recalling how in the game, even weak characters became superhuman, and worried about having to attend school. Al simply told him to hold on. Continuing her explanation, Al noted that the blessing stat increase is multiplicative, with effects varying greatly depending on the user's base physique. More importantly, she revealed that the common concept of a 24-hour day does not apply within her shrine, a domain where she governs time and causality. She then specified that inside her domain, she can stretch a single day into 3, 4, or even a full week. The implications of this power leave Quirce stunned. Al moves closer, informing him he can spend as much time as he wishes on training or recovery, as he will simply age accordingly. She then asks him to call her Al. The realization hits him with full force. She is, without a doubt, an evil god. With the term set, Al began a lecture on spirit arts and spirit power. She explained that spirit arts are techniques that manifest miracles, and to use them, spirit power is required. The purpose of his training is to increase his capacity and recovery rate for this power, also known as astral power, or AP. She elaborated that humans do not have an organ that naturally generates AP. Spirit users typically receive it from a contracted spirit. However, she revealed, humans do possess an organ that stores it. To prove her point, Al delivered a sharp kick to Quirce's abdomen. As he doubled over, she declared that the storage organ is located there, and that she had just forcibly injected spirit power into him. Lying on the ground, Quirce listens as Al explains the training method. He will use spirit arts until his AP reserves are empty, then she will immediately replenish them. She likens the process of repeated strain and recovery to weight training. His conclusion is reaffirmed. She is definitely an evil god. After several days pass within the domain, Al observes that Quirce has mastered the basics. She praises his high-level conversion and focus, but delivers a harsh critique. His aptitude for directionality and precision is catastrophic. As he struggles to control the swirling energy in his hand, she concludes that, aside from brute force, he is hopeless. Continuing her assessment of his disastrous precision, Al determines that his aptitude lies not in delicate rearguard roles like a caster or priest. Instead, she concludes his ideal role is that of a frontline physical combatant, a heavy striker who can also endure damage. Quirce smirks at her analysis, remarking that it's a very down-to-earth comparison for a supposed hidden boss. Al retorts that it's because he insists on playing games during their breaks. He concedes the point, agreeing that clearing dungeons solo would be hopeless otherwise. This shared hobby, he reflects, has made their conversations much smoother, and he's pleased to find that even this world has otaku goods he enjoys. Al chimes in with her own preferences, stating she'd like an agility-based attacker, a range specialist, and a healer for her own party. Her tone shifts as she holds a meat bun in each hand, taunting him. She asks if he's truly content without landing a single strike, pointing out that he couldn't possibly defeat her while both her hands are occupied. The taunt proves effective. Quirce lies face down in the snow, defeated once again. Al stands over him, questioning if the training was so stressful it turned his hair white, or if it simply wasn't enough. He weakly tells her to shut up. He pushes himself up from the snow, his face a mask of pure resolve. He declares that he will not be the same man who gets beaten senseless every time and tells Al to prepare herself. He vows to make her regret looking down on him, a sentiment she seems to welcome. Quirce stands ready, wielding a large wooden log. He channels his power, activating basic spirit arts to enhance his strength and legs. Al observes that he was always fairly good at physical enhancement, but cautions that it alone will not be enough to succeed. With a powerful shout, he surges forward, becoming a blur of motion that kicks up a plume of snow. He closes the distance in an instant, and Al's eyes widen in surprise as she recognizes he is using time acceleration. He has repurposed the unique skill. Instead of a spatial control art that speeds up the area around him, he has accelerated the flow of time only within his own body, reducing the complex art to a simple enhancement. With an acceleration rate of 60-fold, his body advances 1 minute for every 1 second that passes in the world. His accelerated punch misses Al entirely, instead striking a thick tree behind her and shattering it. Having effortlessly sidestepped the blow, Al compliments the good attack but states that against her, it would not have worked. As Quirce pants from the exertion, she casually mentions she's going to get more snow. He shot past her, not as a failed attack, but as a feint. Having anticipated her dodge, he twisted in midair, a small, curved blade now in his hand. With a triumphant cry, he declared that he had her now, but his blade met an immovable object. With a brilliant flash, Al stopped the sharpened point with a single finger, her expression unchanged. Dismissing his tactic as too naive, the sheer force of her block sent him hurtling backward through the snow-covered clearing. On the snowy ground, Quirce lies defeated, slamming a fist into the dirt. He cries out in frustration, lamenting that even his latest attempt was a failure. A voice tells him there is no need to belittle himself. It is Griva, who explains that sparring with him has become so challenging it makes her feel as if she hasn't gotten any stronger herself. She elaborates that one can predict human actions by observing subtle cues like muscle contractions, eye movement, and shifts in the center of gravity. She continues her assessment, declaring that his physique has developed beyond comparison and that he is now a musclehead fit to be shown anywhere. His weapon handling, spirit power control, and his triple enhancement, a combination of strength, leg, and time acceleration enhancements, have all improved dramatically. Though its stamina consumption is high, she deems it practical for combat. She even compliments his use of the hidden counterattack, Levitine, noting his prediction of her follow-up strike was not bad. He questions her sincerity, asking if she is just building him up to tear him down. For once, she assures him her praise is genuine. She adds that, more importantly, he truly tried to kill her with Levitine, which she takes as proof of his remarkable growth. Her expression turns serious as she tells him that he is neither as weak nor as fragile as he believes. She states that even without talent, the will to see things through is a truly powerful quality. Taken aback by her words, he can only manage a quiet thank you. As he looks up, he sees Griva casually eating a steamed bun, adding that there is no crime in having a little confidence. A year has passed since the training began. In the imperial year 1190, April, Quirce, still unsatisfied, asks for another round, feeling he is not yet good enough. Griva observes that he is quite the perfectionist, but he dismisses it as mere carelessness. The scene shifts to his home, where his sister, Inui, sees him off. She fusses over him, asking if he has forgotten anything or used the bathroom. He reassures her and then thanks her not just for her concern, but for the letters she worked so hard to sew onto his clothes. She acknowledges his thanks, but shifts to what she feels is more important. She tells him that she noticed he was working hard towards something. Knowing his goal was to become an adventurer, she felt compelled to support him and thanks him for allowing her to do so as he prepares for the exam. His sister gently touches his cheek, her expression earnest. She tells him she noticed his efforts and makes one final request, that he come home safely, no matter what. With a determined look, he agrees. He confirms his departure, turning to leave. Griva, casually enjoying a lollipop, assures her master that she will handle things on her end. His destination is a dungeon, a sacred land of dreams and adventure, the glamorous stage for countless tales of battle and drama. While the reasons for conquering dungeons vary, from seeking immense wealth to the simple thrill of battle, the greatest motivation in this world is the acquisition of spirit stones. These stones can be converted into any form of energy. They are an excellent power source, with an efficiency that far surpasses fossil fuels and no harmful environmental side effects. It is because of this resource that adventurers are needed. Quirce recalls that the entrance to a dungeon opens only to a hand wrapped in spirit power, a strange but fundamental rule of this world's construction. He arrives in Dungeon Cityyuka, noting that the atmosphere around the temple has changed significantly since he last saw it. A notice board directs him to the Adventurer Qualification Exam, located on the 15th floor of the 27th dungeon. Eclipse, standing before an elevator, he thinks he hears Griva call his name, but she denies it. She then explains via thought-sharing that this is a special privilege between a contractor and their spirit, allowing for conversation at a distance, and even letting her see through his eyes. Griva elaborates on the otherworld non-interference principle, a barrier rule she cannot ignore. It dictates that spirits whose true bodies reside outside the three-dimensional world cannot directly enter dungeons, though she notes an exception exists for those contracted through a possession unity-type skill. Having reached the exam venue, he strides forward and loudly announces his presence to the receptionist. He states he is candidate number 26, Quirce Shimizu, and that he looks forward to the exam. The staff member asks him to confirm his name and number. She repeats his candidate number, then expresses her shock upon learning he is only 15 and still an active student at Oka's second middle school. He confirms it is true as she inspects his identification card, which clearly displays his name. He stands out among the other exam candidates, drawing murmurs from the crowd. They express disbelief that someone with his build is only 15, while others speculate he must be a middle-aged man with a graying face. More importantly, They wonder about the strange writing on his clothes. The unwanted attention causes his face to flush a deep red. He realizes they must think he's barely human, some other race entirely, and that his flustered expression is being misinterpreted as a sign of anger. He clenches his fist, admitting to himself his weakness when stared at by groups. The receptionist, noticing his discomfort, asks if he suffers from stage fright. After his stammered yes, she directs him to wait in the designated line. As he moves toward the line, his thoughts shift back to his purpose. He reminds himself that becoming an adventurer is not his only goal. There's a specific reason he chose this particular season's exam. Nearby, a young woman with dark, animal-like ears observes the varied assembly. She muses that all sorts of people seeking excitement have gathered, wishing the exam would start soon. Her thought is cut short as her eyes fix on something, her expression turning to one of surprise. His gaze locks onto her, his own eyes widening in stark, sudden recognition. He stares, a jolt running through him. Other candidates notice her surprised expression, wondering if she recognizes someone. But Quirce knows with absolute certainty. She is looking at him, and she recognizes him. His mind flashes with knowledge from his past life. He identifies her immediately as one of the difficult boss enemies from the original Dan Magi game, Sword Prison Rakshasa. He looks at the person standing before him, realizing she is the one fated to become that fearsome entity. Driven by this revelation, he moves without hesitation, grabbing her arm. He calls out a name she should not yet know, a name from a future he aims to prevent. Oh no, Haruka. In the autumn of Imperial Calendar Year 1189, Quirce continues his training, running home with weights strapped to his back. As he moves, he contemplates his future needs for boss battles, realizing that a frontline swordsman with great technique and a rear guard capable of immense burst damage are absolutely essential for his plans to succeed. From his perch on Quirce's back, Al asks if he has anyone in mind for these roles. He considers his options, suggesting that one possibility is to approach the main cast from the original game. She questions this approach, pointing out that recruiting one of the heroines would come with a more or less guaranteed level of strength. As she speaks, a look of profound distress crosses Quirce's face, and Al immediately notices, asking him what's wrong. Continuing his run, he admits that while his knowledge of the game gives him a few candidates, the conditions for recruiting them at this point in time are incredibly strict. He thinks specifically of one heroine who fits the swordsman role, but realizes that getting close to her and persuading her to join his party would require a ridiculous amount of effort, more than anything else. Al observes his hesitation, remarking that he certainly likes to complicate things and that they don't have the luxury of being picky. Quirce seems to agree, acknowledging that she is correct, but he trails off, unable to fully commit. His internal conflict erupts. He shouts that he is a Gal game player and doesn't want to take the protagonist's place or twist the fates of the game's characters. His true goal is to change the terrible fate hanging over him and his sister, while also ensuring his favorite character from the game gets her happy ending with the original protagonist. Al is taken aback, finally understanding his deeply personal and twisted desire. Looking down at him, Al reflects on his outburst. She realizes he is refusing to let go of this ideal, and that cutting out potential allies entirely can hardly be called doing everything you can. She relents, telling him she understands and will temporarily respect his way of thinking. She then proposes a compromise. As long as the people they recruit are not the protagonist or a heroine, there should be no problem. Quirce agrees, seeing a path forward. Accepting the new terms, Al issues a directive. She tells him to target the family or acquaintances of the swordsman-type heroine, reasoning that skilled warriors always have their own personal network. As she speaks, an image of the formidable Ono Haruka, the sword prison Rakshasa, appears, identifying her as their new indirect target. As Quirce descends a tiled staircase, Al explains their strategy from his shoulder. To gather expendable shock troops, they must find a candidate and then uncover every last connection lurking behind them. A voice calls out, halting him mid-step. He turns, a flicker of confusion on his face as he mutters the word family. Perched on his shoulder, Al observes their apparent closeness and expresses interest in hearing more. The woman who called out, Ono Haruka, approaches with a friendly smile, commenting on how close the two of them seem and asking if they are good friends. As she stands before them, Quirce confirms to Al that this is indeed Ono Haruka, one of the heroines from the original game and the older sister of their intended target. The time and place are established, someday in April of Imperial Calendar Year 1190, within the 27th dungeon, Eclipse, in Dungeon Cityoka. He finds himself in line with her at what appears to be an examination. An official announcement instructs all examinees to line up in numerical order. Quirce reflects that coming here was the right decision, noting that the game's main story is still 2 years away. His thoughts darken as he recalls that this specific exam is remembered infamously within the story, all because of a terrible incident that is fated to happen. That incident was the blood-soaked eclipse, the day a supernatural monster was born, a being of near-immortal regeneration and overwhelming martial power known as the Sword Prison Rakshasa. Despite his foreknowledge, Quirce's surprise at meeting her is evident. Ono Haruka notices his reaction, and he quietly admits to Al that although he knew she would be here, This was his first time seeing her in person. Their conversation is cut short as Ono Haruka suddenly gasps, her eyes wide with shock at something that has appeared before the crowd. He follows her gaze, his own expression mirroring her shock. Al explains that he is witnessing a real portal gate, a mysterious transfer gate linking the real world to the other world, allowing instantaneous travel between dimensions. She reminds him that he saw something similar in her domain. He and the other examinees stood in a large, hangar-like hall, their attention fixed on the shimmering, rectangular anomaly that had just appeared, the portal gate. As an official began to explain the details of the main exam, he internally noted that while the appearance of Rina had been moving, this phenomenon was more like a door than a gate. Size wasn't everything. The moderator introduced herself as Akabane Kogayaku. She instructed everyone that they would pass through the portal gate to conduct exploration activities on the first floor of the dungeon. The time limit was 90 minutes, and there were 2 ways to earn points. The first, she explained, was to fight enemy spirits and obtain their spirit stones. She continued, clarifying that spirit stones are obtained by defeating spirits, with their value determined by the spirit size and quality. Examinees could aim for many small ones or hunt for big game. However, she strictly forbade transferring, exchanging, or robbing stones between examinees. If discovered, the penalty would be immediate disqualification and a 6-month ban from retaking the exam. Her voice sharpened into a shout as she delivered a final warning, telling them not to get any funny ideas. The warning struck a chord with Quirce. He recalled his internal debate from the previous night, torn between following the rules and illegally smuggling in a powerful weapon levitine. Al looked aghast at his unspoken thoughts. He mused that, honestly, the penalty for cheating seemed far too lenient. Akabane's briefing went on. She stated that cooperation between examinees was permitted, but only for combat. She gave an example. If someone earned 100 points solo, they kept all 100. If a pair earned them, the points would be split evenly, 50 each, affecting their final evaluation score. She then mentioned she would explain the second way to earn points, but first offered her personal recommendation. While group hunting is riskier and requires hunting more, it allows for earning a lot at once. However, she advised steadily grinding for spirit stones alone. Another examiner with glasses stepped forward, adding that they would be patrolling the dungeon to prevent cheating. He warned that the examiners are active adventurers, far stronger than the spirits on the first floor, and that anyone confident in their skills was welcome to challenge them. With that, Akabane concluded the basic explanation and asked if there were any questions. Immediately, Kyuchira's hand shot up. With a look of intense focus, he announced that he had 2 questions. The first, he stated, was about emergency evacuation during the exam and if there was any way to return from the dungeon immediately. He moves on to his second point of inquiry, his back to the other examinees. From the crowd, Ono Haruka watches him with a focused gaze. He asks about the security arrangements from the administration's side for the exam. The examiner, Akabane Kageko, listens, her expression indicating she understands the gravity of his question. She explains that for safety, the exam has been limited to the first floor, which makes returning to the entrance easier. On top of that, she and 2 of her subordinates will personally oversee the test. Her colleague adds that each examiner possesses a 1-day, floor-wide instamap. Akabane assures them that while they will be issuing trials, they can also quickly escort any examinee out of the dungeon upon request, allowing them to proceed without fear. Kyuchira listens with a hardened expression. Still unsatisfied, he presses on, asking about return rings. Akabane looks away, admitting that due to budget constraints, they were unable to stock the expensive items for this exam. He internally acknowledges that return rings, items allowing instant teleportation, are prohibitively expensive and single-use. He thanks the examiner for the information. Nearby, Ono Haruka wonders if he's already planning to flee, though she notes he seems more worried than frustrated. Kyuchira's own thoughts are grim. If the blood-soaked eclipse truly happens today, his worry is justified. His mind flashes back to a conversation with the goddess Albion. He knew his concerns would be dismissed as paranoid delusions under normal circumstances. He explained to her that he wasn't grieving or despairing, but simply refused to stand by and do nothing. Albion had understood, wishing him good fortune in the coming battle. The memory then shifts to Fumika, who had been so worried about him that she couldn't eat, her thoughts consumed with hope for his safety. An official examiner announces that the portal gate will now be opened. With a surge of energy, the large, rectangular gate activates, its surface shimmering with power. Another examiner then provides instructions, telling the candidates to line up by number to receive their pre-registered weapons. He explains that once armed, they will pass through the gate, and the exam will begin when everyone is gathered on the first floor. Listening intently, Kyuchira steels his resolve, determined to pass this adventure exam. He steps forward to receive his weapon, a massive greatsword. As his hand closes around the hilt, he notes its significant weight. His determination, however, is unshaken. He knows he will succeed, no matter what awaits him. With the heavy blade secured to his back, he walks toward the shimmering portal, his mind focused on a single goal. He will clear this trial. He emerges into a vast, stone chamber, the first floor of the 27th dungeon, Eclipse, in Dungeon City, Oka. The sight overwhelms him with pure elation. He is finally inside a dungeon, a place he had only dreamed of since arriving in this world. From within his mind, Ael's voice observes that her master is very, very excited. His excitement bursts forth as he throws a fist in the air, shouting with joy. It's his first dungeon. Ael's voice calmly interjects, noting that while his reaction is understandable, such behavior will draw strange looks, especially in a crowd. His celebration is cut short by the sharp voice of Akabane Kogayaku, another examiner. She tells him that while being curious is a good thing, he should try to pick a more appropriate time and place. A sheepish Kyuchira can only manage a quiet, "Yes, ma'am." She then addresses all the candidates, her voice ringing with authority. She hereby declares the spring session of the adventurer exam open, giving them 90 minutes to complete it, urging them to do their utmost so they have no regrets. She gives the final command. Begin. The moment the exam starts, Ael's voice cuts through his thoughts with a clear directive. He is to move in the same direction as Ono Haruka. Kyuchira's expression hardens as he immediately acknowledges the order. Across the chamber, Ono Haruka is already in motion, a blur of speed, leaving a trail of light as she leaps effortlessly between platforms. Kyuchira watches her go, preparing to give chase. He charges forward, greatsword on his back, but stops short as Ono Haruka glances back over her shoulder. A faint blush on her cheeks, she offers a playful smile, leaving him momentarily stunned and confused. Her display of friendliness is immediately followed by an incredible feat of agility. She leaps effortlessly up the sheer dungeon wall, her movements light and swift. From the ground, Kyuchira can only stare in disbelief, exclaiming that there is no way that should be possible. As she ascends, she looks down at him with a bright, confident smile, silently mouthing an invitation. "Come over here." He watches her disappear higher up the wall, processing her taunt. It becomes clear to him that she is not inviting him, but is simply toying with him, fully aware of his pursuit. He begins to speculate on her motives. Perhaps his sudden chase annoyed her. To her, he might have just seemed like another examinee trying to ask for cooperation. Or he considers maybe she wanted to test him to see if he was worth her time. A more cynical thought takes hold. To her, he probably just looked like some creepy, stalking meathead, and this entire display was simply her way of ditching him. Far above, Ono Haruka seems to ponder that he might not be following her after all. Below, Kyuchira looks up in desperation, pleading internally for that not to be the case. If she truly leaves him behind, he feels he would honestly rather die. Ael's voice cuts through his thoughts, stating the obvious. She explains that for a person with normal sensibilities, having a scary-looking musclehead suddenly chase after them would, of course, cause a negative reaction. Just as he's about to resume his chase, his path is blocked by a group of other examinees. Al laments his master's terrible timing and bad luck. Annoyed by the interruption, Kyuchira glares at the newcomers and shouts, "Tough luck, folks." The nature of enemy spirits found in dungeons is revealed. They're not the spirits' true selves, but rather spirit avatars created so that their real bodies, safe in the spirit world, can log into the physical realm. While one avatar playfully logs in, its true self is shown in distress. Because of this system, even if the avatars are defeated, the spirit's actual lives are never in danger. Instead, they're merely expending a different kind of resource. The spirit lets out a cry of anguish, as this resource is revealed to be a staggering sum of money paid to the dungeon's management upon each defeat. A portion of that fee is then paid out to the adventurers, forming the economic backbone of the system. From an outside perspective, this is a clear loss for the spirits, akin to having their entire monthly income confiscated as a death penalty each time they fail. This raises a critical question. Why do they continue to enter the dungeons at all? The answer to their seemingly irrational behavior lies not in logic or profit, but is rooted entirely in the fundamental nature of spirits as a species. Unlike humans in the world of dungeon magia, who venture into dungeons to gain resources and treasure, spirits appear there for a completely different reason. They do it for the sole purpose of growth. Each battle, each victory, is a step towards leveling up, much like an adventurer gaining experience and power. For spirits, the act of raising themselves to a higher plane of existence is their very essence and top priority. It is an absolute mandate that outweighs any pleasure, moral consideration, or material cost. Becoming stronger, being acknowledged by others, finding a value unique to oneself. If any path towards self-improvement exists, a spirit is constitutionally unable to stop itself from pursuing it. As Kyuchira stands before Hymen Albion, he processes this fundamental truth. This relentless, all-consuming drive for advancement is simply what it means to be a spirit. Hymen Albion explained that this fundamental, growth-chasing nature is unique to spirit kind, a trait they retain even at the highest supergod tiers. It is this very drive, she concluded, that also motivates them to form contracts with humans. Her words were cut short as Kyuchira, running through a dungeon corridor, was suddenly forced to dodge. An unseen projectile slammed into the stone floor where he had just been, as several small, dark spirit forms materialized before him. The enemy spirits were identified, 3 goblins, and 2 kobolds. These creatures, a motley group of monsters, charged forward with weapons drawn, their snarling faces promising a fierce battle. Facing the charging horde, he quickly assessed the situation. He realized that to these spirits, who were here specifically to grind for experience, he must look like incredibly tasty and easy prey. He knew they would never simply let him pass if he asked, regardless of his hurry. He grimaced, recalling that if these enemies were the same as in the game, the kobolds would be firing poison arrows. A single hit would be far more than a minor inconvenience. While he could easily run away with his boosted legs, his priority was to catch up with Ono Haruka and get over the wall ahead. With no time to waste, he activated his leg boost skill. As he prepared to charge, Hymengreva Albion appeared, noting that running away wasn't an option for her either. She advised her master to perform a swift and clean interception. Kyuchira agreed without hesitation, roaring, "Let's do this!" With her approval, he burst forward, a blur of motion streaking down the corridor. In the distance, Ono Haruka continued to flee, unaware of the battle commencing behind her. He moved with blinding speed, deflecting a kobold's arrow with a sharp clang of his sword. In the next instant, he was upon the archer, his blade swinging true. The remaining monsters cried out in alarm as Kyuchira cut through their ranks, his sword a flash of light in the dim dungeon corridor. He swiftly dispatches the last of the monstrous spirits, clearing the path of lesser foes that had been summoned to delay him. Hymengreva congratulates him on an excellent start, but he clarifies that he is not a warrior who finds value in the fight itself. If an opening presents itself, he will exploit it without hesitation. He decides to frame this encounter as a simple warm-up to maintain a positive outlook. His gaze turns upward toward the massive wall Ono Haruka had scaled. With his target in mind, he vows that he will definitely catch up to her. From her own space, Hymengreva remarks that if one were to only look at his words on the page, he sounds like a total stalker. She then asks what he will do, questioning if he will try to run along the wall like Ono Haruka. Hymengreva notes that no normal spirit user could pull off such a feat. Kyuchira dismisses the idea, stating he will go with a solid, standard method. He demonstrates this method, a basic spirit art known as force field formation, or PowerPoint. By creating a field of spiritual force right where he grips, he can generate a hold strong enough to support his entire weight with a single fingertip, allowing him to climb the sheer surface. As he ascends, he internally admits that if it weren't for the preceding fight with the lesser spirits, he might have tried a more flashy method himself. But for now, he is going for the sure thing. Hymengreva observes his progress, noting that climbing a fairly tall wall in about a minute says a lot about his level of training. Upon his successful ascent, she declares that as his trainer, she couldn't be prouder. Amused, she enters a new name for his accomplishment, Muscle Gorilla. At the top, Kyuchira finds no sign of Ono Haruka, a fact Hymengreva confirms. With a grim look, he decides he will use the experience of being shaken off like this as material for his future plans. He sits atop the wall, contemplating his next move. As he considers the situation, he concludes that there are 2 options available to them. These options manifest in his mind. The first is to run around blindly, searching for her. The second is to ask others where she might have gone. He considers the 2 paths, acknowledging that both have their upsides and downsides. He prompts his internal guide to elaborate. Hymengreva begins with the first option. The upside of searching blindly is the chance of finding her immediately through sheer luck. This would conserve their stamina and spirit power. The goddess then presents the alternative. The downside is simply the flip side of the upside. If they are unlucky, the chase could waste a significant amount of time and effort. Kyuchira recognizes the strong element of chance involved, but doesn't dismiss the idea entirely. He refines his thinking, clarifying that he isn't trying to track her while she is actively moving. Instead, he aims to predict where she will end up, muttering to himself about the formidable nature of beast folk. A realization strikes him, his eyes narrowing with focus. He declares that he has a specific place in mind. He elaborates on this idea, proposing they head for an examiner named Nikaido. He is confident that if they aim for Nikaido's location, they have a high probability of encountering Ono Haruka. Hymengreva then asks him to explain his second option. He explains that the second option is a variation of the first. They would still look for examiners, but instead of searching for Nikaido directly, they would find any examiner and ask for his location. Hymengreva correctly deduces that he is assuming the examiners are stationed at fixed points. Kyuchira confirms this, remembering a specific event involving Nikaido from his past knowledge. His memory provides the strategic justification. To ensure the safety of the examinees, prevent cheating, and administer trials to test their strength, the examiners patrolled the dungeon in shifts. He mulled over the information, recalling Nikaido's statement about giving Ono Haruka a trial. This led him to a critical realization. The locations where examiners hold their trials, the sectors, must be more or less fixed. Al, observing his thought process, sighed that it was game over again. However, she quickly saw the upside, noting that with this knowledge, they could pinpoint where Haruka was likely to be. She then asked about the downside to this approach. He explained the risks simply. If they found a sector that belonged to a different examiner, it would be a guaranteed waste of time. Because of this, he concluded they would almost certainly end up having to fight an examiner regardless. He laid out the first option. He could say he wouldn't take the exam, but ask for the location of the other examiners. He knew that in the original game story, a protagonist who wins a trial is told where the next examiner is. However, he dismissed this, recalling that this particular event was still 2 years away. Al suggested the second option, simply fighting an examiner and winning to force their way forward. Quirce conceded that this route was also a significant hassle. She then asked for his final decision. 5 minutes later, their strategic debate became irrelevant. The examiner Akabane Kogayaku appeared before them, spear held at the ready. Quirce muttered that they had drawn one of the 3 possible encounters and curtly told Al to be quiet. He had just been arguing to look for Nikaido themselves, but that option was now off the table. As Al warned him that their opponent was approaching, Akabane lunged. Cursing his luck, Quirce prepared to intercept. A flurry of strikes rained down on him. With incredible speed, he met each thrust of her spear with his sword, the clash of metal echoing through the corridor. His opponent observed his defense with sharp focus. She recognized that he had instantly cast armor boost and impact dampening, all while simultaneously parrying only the attacks coming directly for him. She acknowledged his skill, noting that no other examinee had ever reached such a high level. She looks down at her opponent, a hint of admiration in her voice. She tells him she likes his enthusiasm, but offers him a final chance to back out of her trial. Quirce meets her gaze with a confident smirk, replying that he is honored by the challenge. Ono Haruka stares intently at a woman who shares her features, a woman with a dark, cross-shaped mark across her face. Haruka addresses her simply as sister. Her attention then shifts to a new threat. Before her, a horde of skeletons rises from the shadows, and she turns to face them, telling the undead legion to prepare themselves. With a powerful cry, she leaps into the fray. Her blade flashes, shattering the skeletal warriors in a whirlwind of destruction. As the battle rages, a divine power intervenes from above. Hymengriva Albion prepares to unleash the aim no Habakiri. Quirce shouts for her to stop, calling her Arthur, and declaring that he will handle Ono Haruka himself. Below, Haruka looks up, startled by the sudden turn of events. The celestial attack descends regardless. A torrent of light and energy engulfs the chamber, striking the ground where Ono Haruka stands. Caught within the blinding blast, a stunned Ono Haruka can only whisper her sister's name in the chaos. The shock triggers a memory for Quirce, a scene from the game Dungeon Magia. In it, a tearful Ono Haruka holds a blade to his throat, apologizing for being late and desperately pleading with him to end her life. The memory fades, returning to a different moment. In an arena, Akabane Kogayaku addresses Quirce. She asks if she may pose a question before he begins the trial, remarking with a slight smile that he seems to be quite fond of asking questions himself. He readily agrees, stating that he is humbled by her consideration. He then adds that he, too, has something he wishes to ask. He asks for the locations of the other examiners. When Akabane questions his motive, Quirce declares his intent to take all of the trials. She seems impressed by his spirit. His strategy is rooted in his game knowledge. A major incident is coming, and he knows Ono Haruka will be at the trial of Examiner Nikaido. Finding Nikaido is the key to finding her. He accepts the terms. Akabane Kogayaku confirms she will provide the information he seeks, but only if he can land a single blow upon her. As Quirce agrees to the duel, Hymengriva Albion's voice echoes in his mind, reminding him that impatience dulls judgment and he must remain calm. Following her challenge, he internally assesses the victory condition. To win this trial, he only needs to land one strike. This means that any excess attack power is unnecessary. He simply has to make contact. To that end, he activates 2 skills, Thought Acceleration and Leg Strength Enhancement. He reasons that since this is a specialized speed test and an examination, she will inevitably have to hold back to some degree, which should give him an opening. His eyes narrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind as he questions his own assumption. Inevitable? As he reconsiders, Hymengriva's voice returns, cautioning him against the reckless attack he was about to unleash. She advises him to be thorough, just in case, though she ultimately agrees with his assessment. Heeding her words, he materializes a massive greatsword, its blade crackling with dark energy. His opponent questions his use of a spell and asks why he hesitates to attack. Quirce apologizes for the delay in preparation before lunging forward, calling himself a hopeless man. Akabane notes that his speed is greater than she anticipated. She parries the heavy blow. Quirce reflects that while a greatsword's wide range creates openings, its size and weight make it easy to be thrown off balance. He believes, however, that with his current strength, he can wield even this massive weapon without needing enhancement skills. With a roar, he unleashes a relentless flurry of strikes. Akabane realizes his strategy is to overwhelm her with a continuous assault, leaving no room to breathe. She notes his good form and the diligent effort it reveals, impressed that he isn't relying on enhancement skills for this barrage. Akabane analyzes his attack. Though the strikes are simple and easy to parry, she knows he cannot maintain such a pace forever, observing the sweat beginning to form on his brow. Just as she predicts his sword speed will drop, he pushes forward with another burst of speed, catching her by surprise. He lunged forward, his great sword blur. Akabane Kogayaku parried, her mind racing. His attack speed wasn't decreasing. If anything, it was getting faster. She questioned if he had used another enhancement skill, a strange sense of unease creeping in as she realized something was wrong. The realization struck her with chilling clarity. It wasn't that he was getting faster, but that she was becoming slower. She surmised he must be using some kind of art to steal her speed. In response, she decided she would simply have to use a body enhancement that surpassed it. But Kyuchira pressed his advantage, roaring that he wouldn't let her get away. Their weapons met again and again in a shower of sparks. Akabane grew frustrated, questioning why her countermeasure wasn't working. With each clash, she felt herself becoming slower, her movements more sluggish. She acknowledged that he seemed to have noticed her change and applied an agility-enhancing art of his own, but she thought to herself that it would be useless against her. She understood what he was truly taking from her. It wasn't her agility, but her very haste. Meanwhile, the spirit Hymengriva Albion confirmed the successful activation of the delay formula. The technique, which used the clash of their weapons as a medium, had caused a significant decrease in the target's temporal perception. She elaborated that the delay formula was designed to seize an opponent's movements and consciousness, effectively putting them in a state of suspension. However, it was originally a ranged, emission-type skill, which Kyuchira, lacking any aptitude for such attacks, could not use in its standard form. Therefore, he now had painstakingly devised a new style. The method involved imbuing the art into his own sword, allowing it to be transferred to his opponent's weapon upon contact, and from there, finally reaching the target. While this method lacked the immediacy of a direct strike, as the power's transmission was not instantaneous, it held the overwhelming advantage of being able to neutralize an opponent solely through the course of weapon-on-weapon combat. Back in the duel, Akabane found herself struggling. She realized that using body enhancement was meaningless. She was fighting against an interference from a fourth dimension, a force that physical power could not possibly resist. Despite increasing her own output, she couldn't catch up. In fact, the gap was only widening. Kyuchira knew that continuing a defensive fight would soon become untenable. Her movements were becoming impossible to visually track. Just then, Ael's voice confirmed that his spiritual power was restored. With a final resolve, he activated his next skill, time acceleration. His accelerated assault seemingly finds its mark. As he stands over the fallen Akabane Kogayaku, she concedes, "I've been caught." But just as victory seems certain, her form flickers and vanishes completely, leaving him staring at an empty space in surprise. The vanishing figure was merely a feint. The real Akabane is already behind him, caught in his grasp. She offers no resistance, instead praising his skill. She calls his technique both rare and fierce, and his proficiency with it impeccable, leaving her with no complaints about her defeat. From a distance, the examiner's voice rings out, confirming the end of the trial. A coin is presented, the official proof of trial completion. The voice congratulates him. He has passed the adventurer's exam. Now standing on her own, Akabane offers a sincere thank you. Albion observes that her breathing has already returned to normal, a testament to the resilience of a professional adventurer. Kyuchira, however, cautions her not to push herself to stand so soon. He reflects that if she had used offensive skills from the beginning instead of focusing on defense, the outcome might have been different. With the fight concluded, he holds her to their agreement, asking for the location of the other examiners as promised. Akabane readily agrees, but before she can elaborate, a sudden, ominous spiritual power washes over the area. Both she and Kyuchira are startled. Elsewhere, the examiner Nikaido also senses the disturbance, noting with alarm that it originates from the very sector he is responsible for. The source of the immense power reveals itself. A figure with long, dark hair tied in a ribbon stands before them, a katana at her side, as a wave of raw energy blasts outwards. Kyuchira's face contorts with recognition and horror. He confirms to Albion that it is, indeed, her. With a bright, cheerful smile, a young woman with dark, pointed ears announces to her companion, Kanata, that she has decided to become an adventurer. Flustered, Kanata asks what one must do to become one. The woman, holding a bowl of food, simply explains that all it takes is passing an exam. She is taken aback, exclaiming how soon it is when her friend reveals she managed to persuade her mother and that the exam is next month. Changing the subject, she compliments her friend's cooking, remarking that it's delicious and that she will surely make a wonderful wife someday, causing the other woman to blush. Later, standing outside a traditional estate, Ono Haruka reflects internally. While her friend thought the exam was soon, to Haruka it felt far too slow. She had been eagerly anticipating the adventurer qualification test. Her prodigious past flashes by. At the tender age of 5, she was recognized as a swordswoman of the famed Ono school. By 7, she inherited the sword spirit Futsunomitama. Before turning 10, she was undefeated in over 100 duels. Because of these feats, she was granted the position of the next head of the Ono family, a title she held in both name and reality. Returning to the present, she considers her own state of mind. She is far too accomplished, feeling no sense of excitement or anticipation for the future. As she walks through the city, she acknowledges that her feelings might sound like the complaints of a spoiled and arrogant person. Yet, she had always shouldered the immense pressure of others' expectations and envy, treating it as her duty to surpass them all. She admits to herself that she isn't an especially responsible person, but seeing the exploits of the famous adventurer Shakiraj of the Ragnarok group made her think it was something she could simply try and succeed at. The true reason she became interested in being an adventurer was simple. She had seen a television special about them one day. Her memory of the television special was vivid. It spoke of a young girl, not much different in age from herself, who, despite being a student, led a party including adults and achieved spectacular results in a dungeon teeming with powerful foes. The words echoed in her mind, igniting a spark in her eyes. Adventure, dungeon. In that moment, she understood. The unknown realms beyond the portal gates, where unimaginable enemies and mystical treasures lay in wait, were not just a fantasy. For those who dared to challenge them, it was a life of high-stakes adventure. With absolute certainty, she realized this was her true calling. Sometime later, she stood before her sister, ready to depart. "Well, I'm off, Kanata," she announced, receiving a warm smile and a simple, "Take care, sis." She turned back with a confident wink and a raised fist. "Yes, sis, I'm so excited right now. I'm definitely going to become an adventurer." And so, the long-awaited adventurer qualification exam began. In the spring of Imperial Year 1190, within the first floor of the 27th dungeon, Geshoku, in the city of Uka, Haruka moved with brutal efficiency. She cut down a charging kobold and effortlessly dispatched a goblin, her blade a blur of motion. Her advance was cut short by a sudden sight. Another monster fell nearby, but not by her hand. "Ah," she uttered, her eyes widening in surprise. Kneeling amidst the silence, she felt a wave of disappointment. "There's no challenge, but I guess this is just the first floor, used for the exam." As she contemplated this, a small, glowing, fairy-like spirit manifested from the ribbon on her wrist. A new idea suddenly struck her. With renewed excitement, she decided, "That's it. I'll go see what the other examinees are capable of." She then darted off, eager to observe the competition. She watches as another examinee is struck by a poison arrow, crying out in pain. His companion rushes to his side, noting the poison and telling him to rest while he recovers. Haruka observes the scene, a look of mild disappointment on her face. She wonders to herself if this is truly the caliber of the other examinees. The thought of another examinee, the one who had silently pursued her, comes to mind. Her small spirit companion suggests he seemed more promising. Haruka briefly considers going back to find him and see his true strength for herself. But she dismisses the idea, deciding it would be better to fight the examiner, Akabane, who she recalls seemed quite strong. A small chime-like sound emanates from her as she makes her decision. Having resolved her course of action, she approaches the examiner, Nikaido. He formally addresses her as Ono Haruka and announces the beginning of her trial, stating that if she can land a single blow on him, she will win. He takes his stance, inviting her to begin whenever she is ready. Across from him, Haruka draws her blade, poised for the duel. But just as the duel is about to commence, a magical sigil flashes in the space between them, and Haruka immediately drops to her knees. She declares her surrender. The examiner is stunned, pointing out that she hasn't even landed a single strike yet. The examiner looks down at her, completely bewildered. He tells her that this is strange, that it's wrong for her to give up with this level of power. He admits that he sensed she was far stronger than him and wonders aloud if he miscalculated the amount of power he should have used against her. She looks up, pleadingly, and asks him to wait. She states that since she has passed the trial, and he is an adventurer, he should understand. With a pained expression, she begs him not to take away her aspiration, her dream. Her words seem to reach him. With a faint smile, Nikaido agrees to give her the medal. Haruka thanks him profusely, thinking to herself that she must endure. If she just gives up as she always does, everything will be resolved peacefully. She stands on the cracked stone floor of the examination hall. Nikaido, impressed, compliments her strength and asks where she trained. Haruka replies that her family runs an old sword dojo. Despite her outward calm, she internally wonders if it's truly wrong to wish for a little excitement. Below her, the cracks in the floor begin to widen. Without warning, the ground shatters. A monstrous, skeletal hand bursts forth from the abyss below, sending debris flying. Both Haruka and Nikaido are caught off guard by the sudden eruption. From the newly formed chasm, a towering figure draped in shadow rises, its skeletal form letting out a deep, reverberating groan that fills the hall. The colossal specter of death, scythe in hand, fixes its empty gaze upon Haruka. From across the chamber, a stunned Nikaido calls out, asking for confirmation if this terrifying apparition is somehow part of the test. He recoils in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. He shouts, questioning why a mutant entity would suddenly appear here, realizing with dawning horror that there have been no prior reports of such a creature. His legs give out from under him, and he collapses in terror. In stark contrast, Haruka remains standing, her expression analytical. Observing the examiner's panicked state, she calmly deduces that the situation is indeed quite serious. She turns to the examiner and asks if he can call for reinforcements. He questions if she's telling him to abandon her, but she clarifies it's a matter of dividing their roles. Turning her attention back to the creature, she admits that while she doesn't know its specifics, she recognizes it as a dangerous foe. Drawing her blade, she looks back at Nikaido and insists that if he truly understands the threat, he must escape. She identifies the creature as a monster that preys on adventurers without distinction. A wave of terror washes over the examiner. He recalls the data. Statistical reports indicate this entity possesses an anomaly level surpassing even the final guardian of a dungeon. The implication of this fact hits him with full force. He realizes that facing it alone is suicide. "We can't possibly win on our own," he shouts, grabbing Haruka's arm. He tells her that he is the examiner, implying he cannot simply abandon her to face the threat. Facing him, Ono Haruka calmly lays out her grim assessment. She explains that if they both flee, the creature will simply pursue them. Conversely, if they both challenge such a powerful foe, their total annihilation is certain. The most efficient strategy, she concludes, is for one of them to hold the line with all their strength while the other escapes to summon reinforcements. As she continues, and besides, she slips off one of her high-heeled sandals, dropping it to the floor as Nikaido reaches a hand toward her. She looks back at him, a confident smile on her face despite the looming presence of the skeletal monster behind them. "This way," she declares, "at least one of us is guaranteed to survive." The robed figure of death remains poised, its skeletal form gripping the massive scythe, radiating an aura of overwhelming power. Its presence solidifies Nikaido's decision. With sweat beading on his brow, he bows deeply to Haruka. He accepts her plan, entrusting the situation to her and pleading for her to hold on. He makes a solemn vow to return with aid. As he turns and flees, Haruka gives a casual wave. All right, she calls out. "I'll do what I can." An aura of power immediately envelopes her legs as she activates a skill, leg strength enhancement. Now facing the skeletal horror alone, her demeanor shifts to one of cheerful provocation. She mockingly comments on its classic Grim Reaper appearance, finding the cliché almost refreshing. With a playful tone, she addresses the entity directly, thanking it for waiting before lunging into battle. In this world, methods of recovery are varied. Common healing potions, for instance, react with the spiritual power within a person's body to enhance their natural healing capabilities. As a secondary effect, they also alleviate fatigue. Though considered high-grade items, they are not particularly difficult to acquire. Far more valuable, however, is the panacea. This legendary elixir can instantly cure any wound or illness, a feat that transcends mortal understanding. Its value is immense, being the rarest of rare treasures, obtainable only from the deepest, most dangerous part of the Everdark dungeon. Beyond items, there are skills. For players familiar with the world of dungeon magia, the spirit arts of the saintess, Quirce, are an indispensable tool. As one of the game's heroines and a dedicated healer, she could instantly nullify the relentless debuffs and physical damage dealt by the tutorial's mid-boss. But recovery is not exclusive to heroes. Many formidable foes also possess means of healing. Among the most fearsome is the constantly active skill of the Sword Prison Rakshasa, Soul Body Regeneration, which allows its user to recover no matter how grievous the attack. In a maelstrom of motion, Ono Haruka, the Sword Prison Rakshasa herself, unleashes a furious assault. She becomes a blur, striking a skeletal figure cloaked in shadow again and again with blinding speed. Her relentless barrage continues, a whirlwind of slashes that seem to tear through the very air. Yet, the skeletal reaper remains standing. Ono grits her teeth, her expression hardening as she faces the impossible opponent. A powerful strike connects, slicing through the entity's shadowy form. But the darkness merely swirls and reforms, leaving the reaper utterly unscathed. Ono lands, dropping to one knee as she stares up in disbelief at the creature's resilience. As the skeletal figure stands amidst the explosive impacts of her assault, she analyzes the flow of battle. She realizes that while her own speed is superior, it makes no difference against an enemy that simply will not fall. She confirms her attacks are having no effect. She briefly wonders if the creature has somehow blocked its sense of pain, but dismisses the idea that it's an illusion. The tactile feedback from her blows is too real. This only deepens the mystery of what she is truly facing. The entity's wounds smoke and seal shut instantly, evidence of a powerful regenerative ability. Acknowledging how tough her opponent is, Ono Haruka stands ready, a single question echoing in her mind. Why is this happening? She recalls the thrill of a true battle, one of the few things she could do to prevent the destruction of boss characters. Her excitement mounted as she faced a roaring skeletal foe, finally able to fight freely without restraint. That memory gives way to a starkly different reality. She finds herself bound, her sword just out of reach, questioning the sudden appearance of chains. Her confusion deepens as she realizes she is on her knees, completely unable to muster her strength. These are no ordinary bonds. From a distance, Kyuchira observes her predicament. She struggles futilely, knowing that without her weapons, she cannot summon her contracted spirit. Gazing down from her confinement, she marvels at the vastness of the world. Kyuchira watches, a faint smile playing on his lips as he thinks how wonderful this is. Meanwhile, the skeletal entity looms over the helpless Ono Haruka, who laments that she was simply waiting, powerless to act. She resigns herself to the situation, thinking that being defeated here is a far better outcome than being slowly killed by boredom and despair. Yet, she has one lingering regret, and the image of her sister, Kanata, flashes in her mind. A voice echoes in the darkness, explaining that she was far too ignorant of the fate that lay ahead. Her story would not end with a simple death. The chronicle of her destiny is laid bare. Her mutated soul would be devoured, her near-godly contracted spirit absorbed. Her lifeless body would then become a new vessel for the monster, used to hunt and kill adventurers until the day her own sister, Kanata, would be forced to strike her down. The wheel of fate turns, justly slaying the wicked. But this vision of her role as the sword prison Rakshasa is shattered. With a piercing scream, she declares that she has been waiting for this very moment, this detestable pre-written path. The illusion or restraint breaks apart around her. She lies on the floor, looking up with wide, shocked eyes, having seemingly torn herself free from the destiny that was laid out before her. Though she had seemingly broken her fate, Ono Haruka was not yet safe. A skeletal creature, the very personification of the curse, seized her. In response, a furious voice cut through the chaos. Shimizu Kyuchira roared at the damned skeleton, questioning its nerve for capturing an innocent girl. A wave of force erupted from his position, shattering the skeletal figure into pieces. In the aftermath, as a crack ran through the wheel of fate itself, he turned to the bewildered Haruka. He introduced himself as Shimizu Kyuchira, explaining that he was another exam candidate just like her. He had happened to overhear the examiner, Nikaido, and rushed to her location. Stunned, Haruka could only stammer, asking who he was. He offered no further immediate explanation. Instead, his focus shifted inward as he issued a series of commands. He authorized a forced synchronization via a spiritual link, setting his master's reflex actions to a higher priority and initiating a virtual nerve connection to his own spinal system. With grim determination, he declared the activation of his human spirit unification form. A fundamental technique known to all spirit users is the human spirit unification form. It involves temporarily surrendering one's body to a spirit. In this instance, Kyuchira Shimizu acts as the vessel, with the spirit serving as the pilot. Their senses are not merely shared but elevated to a state of synchronization. This allows for the optimization of movement and enhances sensory perception to a spirit's level, all thanks to AL's precise tuning. The target of this unified power is a silent, imposing figure shrouded in shadow. Amidst the swirling spiritual energy, no change is detected in its form. It remains a dark, foreboding presence, a stark contrast to the energy gathering around it. From within the confrontation, Ono Haruka, still suspended by chains, calls out to Kyuchira. She tells him that if he intends to break the chains, now is the moment. He acts on her words, and the magical restraints binding her shatter with a brilliant flash of light. Ono explains that as long as she was connected to them, she was completely unable to summon her power. The last links of the chains disintegrate around her, finally setting her free. Her expression is sharp and focused as she descends. She lands near Kyuchira, a wide, relieved smile on her face. With a light laugh, she admits that she truly thought she was going to die. A quick glance reveals no obvious external injuries, but the ordeal has clearly taken a toll. A closer assessment confirms it. There is no spiritual damage to speak of, only a slight exhaustion visible in her demeanor. Kyuchira watches her, the tension in his shoulders easing as he confirms to himself that she seems to be genuinely unharmed. He moves to support her, asking if she can stand. He then gives her a firm instruction: use what he is about to give her, and then leave this place immediately. Confused, she asks what he means. From his pocket, he produces a small, glowing vial. He identifies it as a healing power activation agent, and tells her to drink it down to recover her strength. He watches her hold the potion he provided, a fleeting thought crossing his mind that perhaps she is a good person. He dismisses it, simply telling her it's fine and that he wants her to use this chance to escape. Ono Haruka stares at the vial, surprised by both his help and the adventure-grade item. Instead of complying, Ono Haruka's energy returns in a flash. With her arms crossed confidently, she declares that she can still fight. Kyuchira is taken aback by her sudden defiance. He reminds her that she was on the verge of death, but she calmly retorts that she is well aware of that fact. Her defiant posture softens as she bows her head slightly, offering a sincere expression of gratitude. She thanks him earnestly for saving her. She then looks up, a determined glint in her eyes, and asks if her thanks are sufficient. Before he can process her question, she pivots and points decisively toward the skeletal entity. She proposes they cooperate to defeat it. Kyuchira is inwardly shocked, noting that despite having just faced death, she shows not a single shred of fear. Her proposal is cut short by an immediate threat. Dodge! Something's coming, she shouts, warning him that it's a chain attack and that he must sharpen his spiritual senses to evade it. A dark, ethereal chain whips through the air directly toward them. Heeding her warning, he leaps backward just as the chain smashes into the ground where he stood. He observes the skeletal creature, realizing its attacks are fixated on Haruka. He's really obsessed with her, the Lullicon bastard, he mutters as AL's voice calls out master in his mind. As he lands, he quickly analyzes the enemy's strategy. The creature's apparent retreat was a transparent ploy. He deduces the pause was intentional, a moment to recover its power, observe their movements, and select a time to strike. It was in essence reloading its chain attack. AL's voice chimes in again, her form appearing as a small, cat-like spirit in his thoughts. She comments that his response to Haruka's offer was quite something. Thanks, he thinks back sarcastically, so what now? As he mulls over his options, Haruka's voice rings out, full of confidence. She declares that just as he predicted, she's full of fighting spirit now that he's saved her. She enthusiastically proposes they fight together, certain they can win. Kyuchira internally considers that changing his plan to team up with her might be a viable path forward. He considers her proposal for a moment before giving his consent. Okay, he agrees, asking for her strength. He quickly outlines a plan. They will attack from both the left and right, being careful to avoid the enemy's chains and pinch it between them. Ono Haruka gives a slight, confident smile. Before they can act, she speaks up. Just one thing before that, she says, her expression turning serious as she looks toward him. With a sudden, bright smile and a wink, she introduces herself. My name is Ono Haruka. Okay, the name resonates with Kyuchira. He realizes that while he already knew she was Ono Haruka, the only thing he truly knew about her was her tragic fate. That he understands is precisely why this moment is so important. His somber thoughts give way to a wide, determined grin. All right then, let's wreck this thing, Ono-san, he declares, his voice filled with new energy. He challenges her to show him the real Ono Haruka, the one whose story he doesn't yet know. She meets his challenge with a resolute smile of her own. Yeah, Shimizu-kun, she calls back, raising her sword. Together, they prepare to rewrite their destiny and face what lies beyond. Ono Haruka's exclusive weapon is the katana known as Tsukyu, an heirloom of her family. Her contracted spirit is the mid-tier, subdivine Aim no Habakiri, and her class is designated as martial type. She possesses a special ability called slashing replication, which allows a single swing of her sword to be divided into hundreds of distinct events, enabling a barrage of simultaneous attacks. However, contrary to her popularity, her dedicated story route is infamous for its punishing difficulty. The level is capped, yet the enemies are absurdly strong, launching preemptive status attacks, felling allies in a single hit, and even permanently stealing items and levels. Swarms of these foes assault travelers every few steps. The route's final boss, the sword prison Rakshasa, is equally unreasonable. The party is restricted to only the protagonist and heroine, while the boss attacks 6 times per turn, combining lifesteal, summoning, and binding, all while passively healing half the damage it takes. Furthermore, the central scenario itself is unsatisfying, leaving the world's fundamental truths and problems unresolved as it trails off into an ambiguous conclusion. A hand holds a cross-shaped throwing weapon, a stark reminder that this is not a story about salvation. The setting shifts. It is the spring of Imperial Year 1190, on the first floor of the 27th dungeon, Lunar Eclipse, within the dungeon city of Uka. This is just before Kyuchira, Shimizu rushes to Ono Haruka's side. An examiner, Nikaido, is startled by sudden arrival. You're an examiner? He asks, then demands to know who the person is and what they were doing. Kyuchira appears before him, presenting a medal. Nikaido recognizes it instantly as proof of passing Examiner Akabane's trial. No, more importantly, this area is dangerous for an examinee, he exclaims, asking what happened. He frantically explains that a mutant creature appeared where he was, and another examinee acted as a decoy, so he could escape. He admits with shame that he was too terrified to do anything. Bowing low, Kyuchira begs Nikaido to save the girl fighting alone, a long-haired sword user. Nikaido's expression suggests he knows exactly who he means. Nikaido agrees. I understand. I'll go and help, he declares, instructing Kyuchira to report to the administration. He reasons that a report from an examinee who witnessed the event firsthand will be far more credible. As Kyuchira looks at an object now in his palm, Nikaido places a hand on his shoulder. The examiner says he is betting on the strength Kyuchira showed by passing Akabane's trial. Please, please, save her, he implores. He accepts the map from Examiner Nikaido, who points out the battle location. Nikaido urges him to bring reinforcements and hold on until then. And with a determined affirmation, Kyuchira declares he is on his way. As he sprints through the dungeon, his intelligence entity, Al, notes that knowing the precise combat zone is advantageous. She advises him to use his body reinforcement technique just before engaging the enemy, a strategy he already understands. He continues his desperate run, internally acknowledging that Examiner Nikaido's decision to retreat and report was tactically sound. The real problem he muses, is something else entirely, as a monstrous shadow looms. The true danger is the cruel fate that awaits. Even if reinforcements are brought, a great tragedy is destined to occur if Ono Haruka is consumed by the enemy first. Kyuchira realizes how fortunate it was that Examiner Nikaido sent him ahead without delay. Trying to convince the man that reinforcements were not needed would have wasted precious time, a sentiment Ono Haruka seems to share. He reflects on the Examiner's character. Nikaido could have easily dismissed him for his own safety, but instead took a personal risk and bet on him. To honor that trust, Kyuchira resolves that no one, himself included, will die. Meanwhile, Ono Haruka is a whirlwind of motion, effortlessly parrying the strikes of numerous skeletal monsters. She dismisses their futile attacks with a barrage of denials as she fights for her life. Kyuchira arrives to witness her impossible speed. He watches in disbelief as she casually performs feats he can only mimic with complex, delayed spells, her movements so fast they leave tangible afterimages. He analyzes the fight, noting she doesn't even bother to look at the lesser foes. He realizes that while he can't land a decisive blow, neither can she. His initial plan to retreat after saving her evaporates. Her power is far greater than he predicted, opening up a new possibility. Crouching in the shadows, he makes a new resolve. Al, he commands, we're taking that bastard down, right here, right now. Let's do it. The ethereal goddess appears, acknowledging his order. He listened as Al informed him that her supply of spiritual power would be continuously consumed until the technique was complete. She urged him to be careful in his movements. The reality of the situation sank in. To use this single, powerful technique, he had already expended all of his own spiritual power, and AL's direct supply had been cut off. The sheer amount of energy required was immense. All of this was for a single purpose: to defeat the skeletal monstrosity that Ono Haruka was currently holding at bay. He was certain that this technique could fell any opponent, regardless of their durability. However, he grimly acknowledged the absurdity of his situation, being forced into a battle of attrition with no spiritual power until the technique was ready. It was an impossible game. As Ono Haruka fought desperately, Kyuchira felt the immense pressure. He was in a bind, a seemingly hopeless situation that wrung a cry of frustration from him. But then, a realization struck him. Even with his spiritual power at zero, the body enhancement he had cast just moments before was still active. The effects of his triggered abilities lingered even after his energy was depleted, a distinct advantage of his arbitrary activation style over constant use types. He assured Al that they just needed to hold out until the technique was ready. The spirit entity then cheekily asked if he had any complaints, perhaps about the one-on-one struggle, causing Kyuchira to grimace in annoyance. Ono Haruka then spoke up, acknowledging their disadvantage. She noted that it was just like when she fought alone. Every time she damaged the skeleton, flames would erupt from the wound and heal it, making the creature infuriatingly resilient. Kyuchira could only agree. Suddenly, she leaned in close, startling him. She declared that he was amazing, and not just some pretty boy, which left him momentarily speechless. When he asked how she knew, Ono explained that she had a feeling he had a plan to break the stalemate. She had been timing his breathing and attack intervals and realized that, despite knowing about the enemy's regeneration, he was maintaining a steady rhythm. She found this strange, leading her to believe he was deliberately holding back for a specific purpose. As the skeletal creature lets out a final, guttural roar, its form shatters under Ono Haruka's assault. Kyuchira warns her that it's not enough, as a chain whips toward her. With a sharp pivot, she leaps clear of the attack, landing deftly on the stone floor. As they regroup, Kyuchira analyzes the enemy's movements. He remarks that while getting caught would be troublesome, the creature isn't a major threat if one understands its patterns. He explains that its summoning takes time, and it always telegraphs its attacks by creating distance first, making it predictable. This sluggishness is a key difference. Unlike the sword prison Rakshasa from his knowledge, which could act multiple times in quick succession, this pre-evolution version is surprisingly slow, giving them an opening. Taking this into account, Ono turns to Kyuchira, suggesting they fall back for the moment. Standing before the ominous, dark form of their foe, Kyuchira agrees. She then explains her reasoning. She had switched to a focused attack, but the enemy's regenerative ability seems to be superior. They need more firepower. She asks how he intends to defeat it. Kyuchira states his plan plainly: to crush it with an attack so powerful it won't have a chance to regenerate. Ono correctly infers that he is charging a major technique, and he confirms, noting that her quick understanding is helpful. As they speak, the skeletal figure begins to stir once more. Ono notes that this is a new pattern, wondering what it will do next. Kyuchira calmly speculates that it might be calling for allies. His speculation proves correct as dark, swirling portals tear open in the floor around them. From the shadowy depths, the bony arms and glowing skulls of numerous skeletal warriors begin to crawl forth. Ono gasps, amazed that Kyuchira's prediction was right again. He grimaces, sensing the bad turn of events as he realizes they are being rapidly surrounded by the multiplying foes. The source of his summons becomes clear. The original skeletal boss stands amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy and a massive pile of bones, commanding its new legion as they rise to attack. In the face of this overwhelming threat, Ono turns her gaze to Quirce. With a playful glint in her eye, she asks if he's scared, and then teasingly suggests that they could always run away. She laughs at his grim expression, finding his menacing face amusingly well-suited for the situation. But Quirce's focus is absolute. His own lips curl into a predatory grin as he vows to crush the skeletal boss then and there. He asks Ono if the two of them can do it, as the horde of skeletons stirs below. In response, she coolly proposes a plan. She will take on the horde of skeletons, while Quirce, who is aiming to use a powerful technique, will be responsible for fighting the main boss, the Shinigami. She asks if he agrees with this strategy to defeat them. Her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a focused gaze. Quirce agrees to the plan, but then tells her to wait, stating that there is one more thing that is bothering him. Before he can elaborate, they spring into action. As Quirce moves toward his target, the main boss raises its massive blade, blocking his path. Unfazed, Quirce smirks, inviting the creature to play for a while. Simultaneously, Ono becomes a blur, weaving through the skeletal soldiers with shocking speed. Quirce is taken aback, realizing she's much faster than before and that a direct hit would be dangerous. He internally initiates an emergency evasion protocol. She carves a path through the undead, a whirlwind of precise, deadly strikes that leave shattered bones in her wake. Her incredible speed triggers a thought in Quirce. He recalls that her sister, Kanata, had a durability-focused ability set. This means Ono is a sudden mutation. He realizes in that split second that she is not an opponent to be underestimated. The main boss lunges with its massive sword. Quirce dodges. Though he understands the tactical situation, he is still driven by fury, roaring that he is imbuing his attack with a bouquet full of killing intent. He screams in defiance, refusing to turn his back on this vile creature that devours humans and defile their souls. He will not simply play for time. As a gamer and as a man, he cannot accept failing to land a single solid blow. With a final, guttural roar, his attack connects, sending the massive skeleton crashing to the ground. Standing over the fallen boss, Quirce declares that he has scored it down. He watches the downed skeletal figure, but Ono's voice cuts through his concentration. She questions his actions, revealing that the creature he struck down is merely a decoy. He looks toward her confused. Ono continues, asking if he is truly intimidated by a monster known for its durability, or if he is simply hesitating because his vision was temporarily obscured. He pulls her close, his gaze intense as he asks a tactical question. Were the creature's eyeballs or optic nerves located? Ono can only manage a soft, uncertain murmur in response. As they speak, the boss's shattered skull begins to knit itself back together. Quirce had incorrectly assumed that with its eyes destroyed, the creature would be solely focused on regeneration. The creature stands fully restored. Quirce assesses the situation, realizing that his current attack power cannot overcome its regenerative ability. He concludes that the best course of action is to stall for time until his own technique is complete. He finds the idea of merely stalling to be vexing. Furthermore, he recognizes that this defensive strategy will place a burden on Ono until her own preparations are complete. Meanwhile, Ono battles the skeletal horde, noting that their numbers have increased. Quirce calls out, stating that with her skill, it should not be a problem. He holds her again, recalling her earlier words, "As things are now." He infers from her phrasing that she has a countermeasure prepared and asks if she had anticipated this development to some extent. The creature's history reveals its nature. It is a sudden mutation that in its original timeline evolved into the sword prison Rakshasa, a form capable of multiple attacks per turn. However, in its current pre-evolved state, it cannot perform this feat, raising the question of what factor is preventing it. Facing the horde, Ono acknowledges that while the individual skeletons are weak, their sheer numbers are formidable. With a determined expression, she announces that she will no longer hold back. Her preparations complete, she unleashes her power. With a determined cry of, "Let's go," she summons a storm of spectral blades that fill the air around her. Her eyes gleam with anticipation as she invokes the name of her ultimate technique, Futsunamatama. An analysis of the spirit Futsunamatama begins. In the world of the game, Dungeon Magia, its contractor, Ono Haruka, is known to eventually become the entity called the Sword Prison Rakshasa. This spirit is classified as a mid-rank divine spirit of a martial attribute, a possession integration type. In this way, it is similar to its sister spirit, Aim no Habakiri, which was contracted by Ono Kanata. Quirce processed the fact that this was the spirit she had contracted. He knew its abilities possessed certain limitations, but still wondered aloud just how powerful it truly was. He recalled the specifics of its inherent ability, sword replication. The maximum number of copies was 6. The operation was not automatic, but required self-control, and it could only replicate a sword currently in the user's possession. The sheer difficulty of such a feat struck him as impossible. It would require spatial awareness, positioning, and remote operation via sixth sense. He shouted in frustration, recalling that in the game, he had to use 2 debuff spells just to get the swords to fly properly, and even that was a struggle. He confirmed to himself that it was a slashing replication ability, which sounded strong. However, this meant the number of swords was limited, and using it demanded high skill and sense, being heavily influenced by the quality of the user's equipment. In every way, it was the opposite of the spirit Aim no Habakiri. From this, he reasoned that while neither was definitively superior, the sister's spirit seemed to have an edge. If judging purely on ease of use, he smugly concluded that Haruka's spirit must be a pushover. However, a crucial realization then struck him. For someone to use such a difficult inherent ability without issue, they must have incorporated the contracted spirit, Futsunamatama, into their very being. He understood this was how Ono Haruka became the Sword Prison Rakshasa. He reflected on how this ability was conveniently twisted for the Sword Prison Rakshasa, transforming into a simple normal attack 6 times. He felt he had never fully grasped its true nature and lamented the difference, considering it took him 3 turns just to attack. In truth, the extent to which the original Ono Haruka could use this ability was a mystery. Not a single player of Dungeon Magia had ever accurately witnessed its true power before her transformation. She unleashes a devastating assault, her blade a blur. With a 2-pronged attack, she carves through the skeletal horde, shattering bone with each precise strike. The assault escalates into a 3-pronged chain attack, which then expands into a 4-sided deployment and 5-sided suppression, overwhelming the skeletons from all directions. Amidst the storm of steel, she executes a 6-flower riot, her 6 blades weaving a deadly pattern that slices through the air and her enemies with terrifying speed. The skeletons are annihilated, their forms exploding into fragments as they let out silent, agonizing shrieks. Watching this display, Kyuchira stares in disbelief. He recalls the official lore. It was written that no one should be able to fully master the power of Futsunamatama, the mid-rank divine spirit contracted to Ono Haruka. He considers the blade she wields. Despite being replicated and increased in number, they are nothing more than standard-issue swords, not special in any way. And yet, he watches her manipulate those ordinary blades with such freedom, effortlessly crushing the skeletons. His understanding deepens. He notes that there is no auto-aim or tracking assist. Yet her control is so perfect, it's as if a master tactician is guiding each blade. He realizes this is different. It's as if he's witnessing clones of Ono Haruka herself in action. He turns to the small girl in his arms, confirming his thoughts. He states that he was right, that there's more to it, and asks her to tell him. From the shadows, the skeletal figure emerges. Kyuchira's thoughts label it with contempt. Lilicon, skeleton, stalker, bastard. As the immediate clash subsides, Ono Haruka looks toward Kyuchira, who is protectively holding the small girl. She asks if he managed to defeat the entity, noting that the stalker was targeting him as well. He remains silent, his gaze fixed and analytical. He realizes the creature had shown no reaction from the very beginning. It was simply waiting, patiently biding its time for an intruder to enter its range or for an opportune moment of weakness to appear. This patient strategy had a grim purpose. Kyuchira understands that the entity's tactic is to allow its opponents to exhaust themselves, only to then be devoured by its great scythe, joining the pile of bones and broken weapons that serves as a testament to its power. He continues his analysis of its deceitful methods. The creature would even feign taking damage and collapsing, all while recovering its strength and constantly observing its foe, waiting for them to become weary. From a distance, Ono Haruka offers her own assessment of the battle. She confirms the strategy, using obstruction and endurance to deplete a fighter's resources, then ultimately consuming them with its size predation ability. She remarks with disdain that it's a surprisingly nasty hobby. Kyuchira, still cradling the girl, challenges her. He asks where the merit is in such a tactic, reminding her that she used to praise similar strategies as being efficient. She counters his point, stating that if the goal is to create an opening, a pure endurance strategy is not efficient. She would rather allocate resources to concealing her presence than to excessive regeneration. She also observes that this creature isn't fully dedicated to a war of attrition either. As they debate tactics, the young girl in Kyuchira's arms speaks with quiet authority. She states that the entity uses a myriad of methods to nullify any and all attacks. Her words strike a chord with Kyuchira. He looks back at the skeletal figure, now beset by Ono's swords, and reflects that no word suits this opponent better than difficult. He resigns himself to his current role in this fight, the one who gets beaten. This entire encounter is an aberration. The Lunar Eclipse dungeon is intended for beginners. Its first 5 floors are known to contain only low-level spirits. In the original history, before the Sword Prison Rakshasa emerged, even the bosses were not configured to be particularly strong. The presence of this foe is a dangerous deviation. He reflects on the history of this place. It was precisely because of its low difficulty that the Adventurers Guild had chosen this dungeon as a venue for their exams. It was a place meant for novices. The spirits who had logged into the lunar eclipse were trapped here, designated as boss enemies. Unable to even form contracts, they were hunted relentlessly for the sole purpose of harvesting their spirit stones. Kyuchira theorizes that the skeletal figure before him might be the result of their collective despair and resentment. Because they were weak, they couldn't endure. Because they were weak, they couldn't fight. Because they were weak, they were ignored and scorned. The word echoes in his mind, his gaze fixed and intense. Weak, because they were weak. His thoughts drift to the small girl he had held moments before, who had whispered master. He realizes he might be a little like them. Part of a story where one simply isn't saved. The thought is utterly hopeless. This realization seems to fuel his resolve as he takes a firm step forward on the grid floor. He then addresses the towering monster directly. Hey, he calls out, if you have something to say, then say it. I don't mind if it's in your own words. In response, the entity lets out a furious, guttural roar. It swings a massive limb, striking Quirce with enough force to send him flying backward across the chamber. He lands deftly, sword at the ready. He considers that if this creature is the embodiment of grudges against adventurers, then their existence is unforgivable. A manic grin spreads across his face. If you try to get friendly with me here, it'd just be annoying, you bastard, he shouts. He continues to taunt the beast, declaring that attacking him is the perfect response. From a safe distance, Ono Haruka explains to the young girl that sympathizing with an enemy's sad past is the hero's job. A little villain like me just has to put on a show, she remarks, clarifying that Quirce is merely playing a part. He acknowledges his own ideals, a desire to save those who were not saved before. While he loves this world, he is simultaneously plotting a rebellion against it. Pointing directly at the skeletal horror, he declares that it was given a chance and refused it. Because of this defiance, its rampage ends here and now. As he makes his declaration, Ono Haruka observes that the time has come. Quirce vows that he will not let this end with nothing accomplished, just as he feels AL's spiritual power supply returning to him. A voice confirms the completion of the anti-third dimension definition, complete annihilation formula, primal end, urging him to initiate the activation sequence. With power crackling around him, Quirce announces that their ultimate technique is now complete. Griva Albion begins to explain the nature of the end of origin. She reveals that she herself is the primordial finality device, Griva Albion, the hidden boss from the first Dungeon Magia game. Though she's a goddess who governs time and causality, she admits that she usually just spends her days eating and sleeping. She continues, clarifying that her power isn't just using rule-breaking techniques. She can also bring time itself to a complete halt. Hearing this, Quirce recalls having described it before. It's an instant kill, full-range attack that can be fired at multiple targets simultaneously with no delay. He grimaces, acknowledging what a truly vicious attack it is. His mind reels as he considers the sole, unique principle behind End of Origin, the complete erasure of existence through extreme time acceleration. It sends anything it touches to the very end of time. He wonders in despair how anyone could possibly defeat such a thing. This power reduces matter, spirit, soul, concepts, and even spiritual energy, any existence within the fourth dimension, to absolute zero. This is the truth of End of Origin. Armed with this knowledge, Quirce stands before the skeletal figure, his own sword now blazing with a brilliant light. He utters the words himself. End of Origin. Activate. The activation sends a shockwave of power. The skeletal entity flinches violently as Quirce takes a determined step forward, undeterred. As the skeletal figure begins to disintegrate, Ono Haruka's voice mocks it. She asks why it's so scared, pointing out that with its vaunted regeneration, his attack should be meaningless. After all, it had already taken the hit defenselessly multiple times. She then turns her attention to Quirce, her tone dismissive. She questions why she, the great sword prison Rakshasa, should have any reason to fear him just because his sword is glowing. He looks back at her, his glowing sword held ready. He calmly informs her that, to top it all off, the creature he just destroyed was a significantly degraded version of its original form. He faces a new skeletal foe, its jaw hanging open in a silent growl. He declares that Shimizu Quirce, is more than enough to defeat it. As he prepares for battle, Albion observes from their shared mental space. She warns her master that the chains lashing out are moving faster than the previous ones. He feels the increased velocity himself. Activating his body enhancement skill, he surges forward, a blur of motion as he evades the whipping chains, realizing she is right. He pushes his enhancement further. Albion notes with approval that his conversion efficiency and convergent speed remain extraordinary. Let's go. All at once, he roars, pressing his advantage. But in the midst of his charge, he is abruptly stopped, ensnared by chains that appeared from nowhere. He questions how they caught him, having felt no presence or attack. These are not the chains he was just evading. As his strength begins to drain, he realizes Ono's earlier hunch was correct, and another, more pressing concern comes to mind. Meanwhile, Ono Haruka, fending off a horde of skeletons, reflects on the situation. She is certain she could have dodged the chains she saw earlier, which makes Quirce's capture all the more puzzling. Her attention snaps back to Quirce. What's going on? She wonders aloud. She reasons that someone like him must have sensed the spiritual power in the chains and seen them coming, so his capture makes no sense. Then it clicks. She recalls that the chains now binding him were completely imperceptible. She deduces the enemy's trump card, stealth chains that cannot be detected until after they've captured their prey. Quirce, now looking at her, confirms her deduction. With the trick exposed, the skeletal creature wastes no time. It violently whips the chains, slamming Kyuchira against the ground with brutal force as he cries out Ono's name. Watching him being thrashed, Ono remains calm, her mind racing. She concludes that while the stealth chains are a potent first-look kill tactic, they lose their edge once the secret is out. The solution is simple. Someone who isn't ensnared just needs to break the chains from the outside. A confident smile spreads across her face as she realizes their opponent's strategy is fundamentally flawed. She watches Kyuchira struggle against the skeleton gnawing on his arm, remarking on his futile resistance. With a slight smile, she wonders aloud if she should perhaps help him. Meanwhile, Kyuchira, caught in the assault, realizes he must simply push through the pain and crush the enemy. With a surge of power, he shatters the invisible chains binding him, the fragments scattering into the air. Freed from his restraints, he looks toward Ono Haruka and offers his thanks, acknowledging her crucial hint. From a high vantage point, the examiners Akabane and Nikaido watch the scene unfold. Below, Ono leaps into the fray, effortlessly dispatching skeletons as she yells for Shimizu Kyuchira to go for it. He responds with a ferocious roar, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy forward. The blast engulfs a skeleton, which lets out a final, agonizing shriek as it disintegrates. As this happens, an image of the goddess Al flashes in Kyuchira's mind, her expression sorrowful. He recalls her sentiment of not wanting to be hurt, a thought that seems deeply profound and difficult for him to bear. He grits his teeth, the recurring thought of not wanting to be hurt echoing alongside Al's pained face. He comes to a stark realization. Though he may seem somewhat similar to these foes, Shimizu Kyuchira is fundamentally different. Seeing his expression, Ono Haruka shouts at him from across the battlefield, accusing him of being a great fool for projecting his own ugly complexes onto others. A skeletal warrior prepares its ultimate attack. Unlike the true primordial end, a long-range attack with no delay, this version requires close proximity and can only be used once. However, its power is unchanged. It is the absolute end determined by the goddess of time, an outcome that not even an immortal body can overturn. The massive blade descends, only to shatter into pieces against an unseen barrier just before it strikes Kyuchira. He stares in shock. From a distance, Ono Haruka bursts into laughter, realizing he must have used a spirit stone to nullify the attack. Her smile widens as she watches him. She reflects to herself that she has made a contract with a truly incredible person. She addresses him as Master, congratulating him for successfully overcoming the first trial. As he looks at her, Kyuchira internally acknowledges a crucial truth. Without her presence, he would not have even been able to stand on this battlefield. A wave of relief washes over him, and with a broad, sweat-beaded smile, he simply says, "Thank you." His gaze drifts upward, and a gentle vision of Fumika materializes before him. She calls out his name, Shimizu-kun, before telling him she's heading back and asking him to bring home something delicious. This single victory has rewritten a grim fate. In the original timeline, this day was meant to be a bloody eclipse, a tragedy where numerous examinees would have lost their lives. Here, in this very place, a monster was supposed to have been born. The two courageous examiners who fought were destined to perish, and the remaining staff would have been forced to bear the full responsibility, ultimately becoming dropouts. The girl who was to be both the greatest victim and perpetrator, fated to be trapped in an endless purgatory of slaughter until her own sister ended her suffering, is now alive and free. The entity known as the Sword Prison Rakshasa was never born. The Shinigami is no more. Because of this, Kyuchira declares their victory. He scoffs at the averted destiny, telling the tragedy to rot in death. A formal notice materializes, announcing that for subjugating this sudden mutation Grim Eater, Shimizu Kyuchira is granted a reward: the Celestial Revelation, Asmodeus's prison gate binding. An explanation of powerful artifacts known as regalia, or tenke, begins. These are not mere avatars, but dedicated items left behind in dungeons. Specifically, they are special items dropped upon the defeat of a boss-class enemy. These items are the very spiritual essence of a boss spirit, crystallized into a physical form. Their shapes are diverse, ranging from weapons and armor to accessories, but all possess performance that surpasses human understanding. This is because they replicate the unique skills and characteristics of the boss from which they originated. Kyuchira already knew all of this. He understood that a regalia is not only a proof of its owner's strength, but also the most important type of item for enhancing an adventurer's power to immeasurable levels. He recalled that major adventurer clans even make possessing a regalia a mandatory requirement for new members. As he pondered this, Fumika cheerfully remarked that he could bring out more than the true value of anything he wears. Her comment made him flush, but also brought to mind the fundamental rule of regalia. They do not exhibit their true worth unless held by their rightful owner, though exceptions exist. He realized that without this rule, the system would be meaningless, leading to endless theft and conflict. A new question formed in his mind. Could he reliably obtain one just by defeating a boss? He puzzled over the drop rates. The first 4 regalia drops for an adventurer are guaranteed. However, after the fourth, the drop rate is halved with each subsequent acquisition. He quickly calculated that if he were aiming for a seventh item, the probability would plummet to a mere 12.5%. Furthermore, he knew that there is a personal factor involved. From the several potential forms and abilities a boss's regalia can take, only one that matches the adventurer's aptitude will drop. This led him to wonder what happens in the case of bosses who possess multiple abilities. He threw up a hand, as if asking a question aloud. What about bosses with more than one power? A shadowy image of the sword prison Rakshasa flashed in his mind, startling him. Not again. Stop surprising me, he thought with irritation. He decided to review what he knew about that specific boss's drops, recalling that even with perfect knowledge, you can't get what you want without the proper aptitude. He recalled the list of potential regalia from the sword prison Rakshasa. The options included a scythe with energy drain, chains for stealth and binding, a hood for self-stealth, and the ability to summon skeleton tokens. A rare drop was the power to command a Grim Eater. He grimaced, recognizing the creature as that Grim Reaper bastard and noting its unpleasant image. He also remembered a unique rule. For the game's original protagonist, a special regalia was a guaranteed drop from her sister, bypassing this list. The scene shifts. 1 week has passed since the adventure examination. In the morning light of his room, Quirce holds up his hand, examining a ring adorned with a small, grinning skull. Sitting on the floor, he looks at his phone, still thinking about the regalia candidates from the sword prison Rakshasa in the original game. He muses that one of them, in particular, seems to be a pretty good fit for US. He looks at his phone, a slight smile on his face as he reads a series of messages from someone named Haruka. The invitation is clear. Hey, Jimitsu-kun, let's play. Followed by a suggestion to meet around 10:30 a.m. at the entrance to the Eclipse Dungeon. He quietly acknowledges the plan. As he does, his sister peeks into his room. She notes that he's smiling while looking at a message from a girl, a character from Damn Magi, and finds it creepy. She muses that he's certainly become popular. Her voice startles him, and he whips around, shouting that she should knock before entering. Unfazed, she retorts, comparing him to a boy caught by his parent looking at something indecent. She then playfully grabs him from behind, demanding to know what he was looking at. He explains that he was just invited by Ono-san to go out, a simple fact that seems to dawn on him with new significance. Holding up 2 large rice balls, she accuses him of trying to deceive her pure and innocent self with some kind of fabricated image. He retorts, questioning what the person holding 2 rice balls is even talking about. He insists it's not a fabrication. He then posits that if she is willing to believe his nonsense, then she must also accept that Ono Haruka likely holds positive feelings for him. He realizes this is an opportunity. As he speaks, she devours one of the rice balls in a single, massive bite. He declares that they must recruit her to their side before a major clan does, only to be momentarily stunned as the entire rice ball vanishes into her mouth. His thoughts turn to his newfound fame. He checks his phone, seeing that even he, once unknown, is receiving scout offers. He reasons that Ono Haruka, the prodigy of the famous Ono family, must be facing an endless barrage of them. Their status as super rookies is now cemented. The news has spread to the 2 newcomers who defeated a mutant in their first dungeon with standard issue gear, subsequently passing the adventure exam with the highest scores in history. He walks down the hall, reflecting that while he didn't want to stand out, this outcome was inevitable given what they accomplished. In the kitchen, his sister hums a cheerful tune as she prepares more food. He finds his sister in the kitchen, who yelps, startled by his sudden appearance. He smiles, noting that she looks like she's having fun, and asks what she is making. She becomes flustered, insisting that she was certainly not preparing a mid-morning snack for him. Seeing her agitated state, he simply says he understands and believes her. A short time later, having put on his jacket, he prepares to leave. His sister notices his change of attire and asks if he's dressed up to go out. He confirms with a smile that he's going to meet a friend. Her eyes light up with joy at his words. Kyukun, you finally made a friend, she exclaims, grabbing him in a tight hug. She declares that after all this time he's been without companions, she must celebrate as his older sister. He is taken aback by her overwhelming reaction, his mind flashing to the fact that his phone's contact list previously contained no names other than family. As he processes this, his sister praises him, saying he did a good job. Her celebration intensifies as she begins spinning him around in a joyous whirlwind, calling his name. He feels a sense of dread, thinking the situation has gotten out of hand, but she simply states that praising her younger brother is a family duty. After the spinning stops, she holds him in a close embrace. She tells him she's incredibly happy that he returned home safely, just as he promised he would. He apologizes for making her worry. Though she appears healthy and energetic, he is acutely aware that the curse placed upon her still remains dormant within her body. This grim reality solidifies his determination. To save his sister completely, he knows he must be prepared to be even more reckless from this point forward. His resolve leads him to the entrance of the 27th dungeon, Eclipse, at 10:30 a.m. in the spring of Imperial Calendar Year 1190. He reflects on the fragile situation. His sister's curse is currently halted by AL's power, but if he dies, the contract will break and the curse will reactivate. He stood, arms crossed, contemplating the grim reality of his situation. He, too, was now carrying a death flag. This wasn't some vague twist of fate. He recognized it as a concrete phenomenon, the arrival of the so-called culprit from the original dungeon magia, an event that brought with it tangible harm and malicious intent. This phenomenon strips away reason, causing one's hidden desires to surface as reckless action. For the original hero's companion, the Saintess, it was the urge to use her power to break a curse. For Quirce, it was the desperate need to save his sister, a drive that would lead him to run wild, attack others, and ultimately be defeated. However, he knew of other solutions that didn't rely on AL's sealing arts. His knowledge from the game presented a realistic, achievable alternative, obtaining the panacea elixir. But this was a monumental task. The dungeon boss that guarded the elixir was no simple foe like that Grim Reaper. Its power and speed were on an entirely different level. He knew that, even with his knowledge of the strategy, he couldn't possibly succeed alone. This realization presented a new problem. He was unwilling to directly involve the main characters of Dungeon Magia. As he wrestled with this, a voice called out, Hey, Shimizu-kun, the voice repeated. He looked up, a bead of sweat on his temple, thinking that this was precisely the kind of situation that affirmed his original fate was to die. Suddenly, Ono Haruka was right in his face, shouting his name. Shimizu-kun, she yelled, startling him as she demanded to know what was wrong. He stared, stunned, as she pulled back. What is it? She demanded, accusing him of ignoring her because he was lost in thought about her casual clothes. So, what do you actually think? He considered her question, his gaze moving from her outfit to her face. Yeah, I think that outfit suits you, he said sincerely. The blue fits you. It's refreshing, like a clear sky. A deep blush spread across Ono's face as she touched her cheek, flustered by the compliment. She is taken aback by such a direct compliment, stammering in response. Quirce, however, stands confidently, declaring himself a first-class gouged gentleman. Ono Haruka can only question the unfamiliar term, her confusion evident. He then shows her his phone, its screen flooded with recruitment messages from various parties and clans. Quirce remarks that he gets scouted quite often and assumes that she must be receiving similar offers as well. His thoughts drift. To obtain the panacea elixir, forming a party was essential. He recalled AL's advice. He needed an agility attacker, a long-range attacker, and a healer. His plan had been to recruit Ono Haruka to fill one of those roles. However, their unexpected survival and the attention it brought had complicated everything. Snapping back to the present, he leans in abruptly, his expression turning serious. He asks Ono Haruka directly how she has been feeling since that day. A dreadful realization strikes him. He recalls that Ono is an exceptional swordswoman from a renowned clan, a promising rookie who defeated a mutant in her very first dungeon. Other adventurers would surely not ignore such a talent. A cold panic sets in as he wonders if he is already too late, that failing to secure her for his party could spell doom for his entire quest. As they walk together, Ono Haruka explains to Quirce that she invited him out to spend time together, but first, she wants to properly thank him. She suggests they go for tea or to any other place he might want to visit. She clarifies that although it's not a major affair, she feels it's important to express her gratitude. Quirce silently reflects on her words, a hint of surprise on his face at her insistence on thanking him. He responds, telling her there's no need to feel indebted, as she helped him too, making them even. Ono looks down, quietly refuting his point, insisting that it's not the same. His expression hardens. He internally admits his rescue was not a noble act, but a calculated, selfish move by a user who disliked the canon course of events. As he thinks, Ono begins to speak of her family, describing her home as a so-called prestigious clan where tradition and a singular obsession with the sword stifles everything. Her words conjure a memory, a figure, likely her sister, being told there is nothing left to teach, while elsewhere, others bow and beg the next head of the house to teach them the way of the sword. She continues, explaining that this restrictive and boring daily life was all she knew. Her family would celebrate things she couldn't do as if they were grand achievements, a sentiment everyone but her seemed to share. She thinks to herself that her sister, however, was someone who could become something Ono couldn't. This painful realization surfaces as she recalls looking out at others, feeling a sense of inadequacy. Her thoughts then drift to the world she truly admired. She remembers watching adventurers cooperate to defeat giant enemies and dedicate their lives to exploring the unknown. To her, their existence was dazzling, radiant, and inspiring. Her voice fills with passion as she declares that she felt, from the bottom of her heart, that she was born to become an adventurer. The dream consumed her, filling her with a thrilling excitement. She stops and looks up at Quirce, her eyes shining. She confesses that when she finally arrived at this place to take the qualification exam, she was so overwhelmed with emotion that she nearly started to cry. Her expression softens as she reflects on the recent exam. While it was a bit disappointing, she admits it was mostly fun. She recalls getting carried away and being captured by a strange monster, thinking her dream was over. In that moment, she realized just how vast the world was and how sheltered she had been, content with so little. Just as she was about to resign herself to that fate, she continues, a cool hero appeared. Turning to face him directly, she declares that the hero was him, Shimizu Kyuchira. She explains that he was the one who helped her, who listened to her selfish whims and fought beside her. He was a dependable ally against a powerful foe, and with him, her dream felt within reach. She confesses that if he hadn't arrived, she believes she would have ended up in a dark, lonely place, never knowing true excitement or thrills. For that reason, she looks at him with genuine gratitude. So, thank you, Shimizu-kun, she says, explaining that she now feels, from the bottom of her heart, that she's glad to be alive. He turns his head, unable to meet her gaze. He thinks to himself that he's the one who should be thanking her. A wave of doubt washes over him as he questions whether it's right to change the future for his own selfish reasons, or if the future is immutable. But after hearing her heartfelt words, he knows he must speak. He turns back to her, suggesting they could be less formal. He proposes calling her Haruka-san, and she can call him Kyuchira. She readily agrees, adding that he can drop the san honorific as well. She tries out his first name, Kyuchira. He looks down for a moment, his expression serious, before looking back at her and starting to speak, and, in a sudden, decisive motion, he bows low before her, hands outstretched, and implores her, please form a party with me. Ono Haruka is left speechless by the abrupt, formal request. Still holding his bow, he makes a solemn promise. He vows that he will absolutely never let her get bored, declaring that this world is overflowing with dreams and hope. He straightens up, his expression intense and earnest. He declares that he will spend his life proving his promise to her. It is his responsibility for having saved her, he explains, but more importantly, it's because he also had fun being with Haruka. That's why, he concludes, his resolve firm. He gently took her hand in his, a silent affirmation of his vow. Her response came, soft but certain. Yes, she agreed, I'd be happy to. A wave of light seemed to emanate from their joined hands, marking the formation of their new bond. Tears of pure joy streamed down Haruka's face, her smile radiant. For Kyuchira, this moment represented a profound divergence from the future he knew. In his original timeline, the moonlit eclipse dungeon was a forbidden place, and at its heart waited the fearsome sword prison Rakshasa, Haruka herself. But here, now, that dungeon remained open, and Haruka was by his side. They were forging a new path, an alternate possibility he had fought to create. Looking at her, Kyuchira spoke with conviction, the miracle we seized, it was truly here all along. Haruka, still beaming, wondered aloud what this feeling was, simply stating, I'm just so incredibly happy right now. In the spring of Imperial Year 1193, within the dungeon city Uka, a chaotic scene unfolds. Inside the 88th dungeon, known as All-Mother, the figure of Ono Haruka can be seen amidst the destruction, letting out a sharp laugh. She stands over a defeated Kyuchira, her laughter echoing wildly. She taunts him to stop struggling, then addresses him with disdain, asking the unpleasant old man if they might have met somewhere before. Her expression shifts to one of vexation. She remarks that looking at him inexplicably causes her head to throb and her stomach to churn with irritation. However, she concludes that he himself is even more unpleasant than these sensations. Ono Haruka stands impassively over Kyuchira's prone form, a silent victor surveying the desolate aftermath of their confrontation. Her face twists in a scowl as she mutters her disgust, her irritation palpable. The vision of the future battle concludes, noted in the chronicles as the end of an excerpt from Grand Route CP-47 of the historical record known as Spirit War, Dungeon Magia. The scene shifts abruptly to 3 years prior, in the spring of Imperial Year 1190. Within the quiet grounds of a deserted shrine, a young Kyuchira is sent flying by a powerful kick from a mysterious young woman. He lies crumpled on the ground as she stands over him, cheerfully congratulating her master on setting a new record, flying for 10 seconds. In agony, Kyuchira questions why his training for a new art requires his important place to be kicked. She explains her simple reasoning. By taking his son, or rather, the filth of his lower body hostage, he is forced to get serious whether he likes it or not. She then asks rhetorically if it's truly wrong to kick a man's testicles if it produces results. She continues, presenting the facts. Since incorporating this golden ball endurance training into his regimen, the deployment time for his techniques has improved by approximately 170%. Kyuchira can only remain hunched over in pain. She stood over the collapsed Kyuchira, her foot planted firmly. With a sharp command, she told him to pull himself together for another round. His mind, however, was on the mechanics of his own power. Having leveled up after defeating the Grim Reaper, he had intended to allocate his new points on the skill board, choosing from the various skills and stat boosts offered by his contracted spirits. But his request was met with a swift denial. The trainer informed him that his application to increase his spirit power supply and, consequently, the duration of his time-stop skill was rejected. With a sharp crack, the device in her hand shattered, underscoring the finality of her decision. The rejection left him sprawled on the ground, muttering in disbelief. He had acquired the time-stop skill, but since its duration wouldn't increase, he had to rely on other techniques to avoid getting kicked in the groin. The sheer absurdity of the situation prompted a weak, pained laugh. Seeing his state, she'd change her approach. She noted that if he was planning on more torture, she would have to resort to special measures, then offered her lap for him to rest on. She promised that there would be no more pain for the day, leaving Quirce utterly stunned. He remained suspicious, kneeling before her. Was she really offering him a lap pillow? He braced himself, wondering if she was planning to punch him in the face the moment he was vulnerable. Despite his hesitation, she gently guided his head onto her lap. She explained that he had been subjected to more mental strain than anticipated, and this was emergency mental care. He tried to protest, calling her absurd, but his resistance faded as he was settled. He immediately sank into a state of overwhelming, confusing bliss. The sensation was chaotic, yet incredibly pleasant. As he lay there, she stroked his hair and called it a reward. She acknowledged that until now, she had only given him fear. From this point on, she would provide rewards commensurate with the results of his training. Her expression, however, revealed a colder intent. She thought to herself that she wanted to thoroughly implement a curriculum that would make her master more obedient. She looks down at Quirce, whose head rests on her lap, and asks what is wrong. He stares up, a bead of sweat on his temple, suddenly recalling his promise to obey her every command. This is bad, he thinks. This is very bad. Seeing his distress, she simply smiles and tells her master to rest. Internally, she considers her mission complete. Sometime later, Quirce walks down a street, his cheeks puffed out in clear annoyance. His trainer, walking beside him, asks why he is pouting, teasing that such a face isn't cute. He turns his head slightly and retorts bluntly, "I hate you." She seems to ignore his declaration, suggesting they visit a cafe they passed. Quirce grabs her arm, shouting that this is not a date and that their objective for the day is right in front of them. He points up at a building marked Lali Lali, explaining that this is the Roman Kubu, a workshop and showroom. He elaborates that it's where top-class artisans use rare materials and what some call perverted levels of skill to create high-spec products with aggressive pricing to match. His trainer, however, is still focused on her own idea, asking again about a stylish cafe. Quirce firmly reiterates his purpose, stating that he intends to get his equipment sorted out there today. Inside, they stand before a large, bearded shopkeeper. Quirce leans over the counter, specifying his need for an item that provides a massive boost to his resistance rate, even if it comes at the cost of sacrificing power output. The shopkeeper's face lights up with a bizarre, sparkling intensity. Now, wearing a baby's bib and holding 2 milk bottles, he exclaims that Big Brother has found a real bargain. The strange display is so off-putting that Quirce and his trainer immediately turn and flee, the man calling after them that he'll be waiting. Having escaped, they arrive at a different counter specializing in headgear. A calm saleswoman welcomes them, beginning her recommendation for their top product, a small model that protects the entire head with a spiritual power protective film. He stands before the headgear specialist, who seems more interested in his physique than the equipment. With an exaggerated pout, she comments on his impressive muscles while presenting a spiritual power protective film generator. While the specialist is occupied, he sits with his trainer to review other equipment options. She suggests a brainwash headgear and masochist formalin outer armor, believing the names alone would please the eccentric shopkeeper. For gauntlets and leggings, she recommends nudist beach and pork soup. Quirce, however, considers a lightweight pedominus and butterdog set, or perhaps the durable Antiarbices gauntlets. As they talk, a jumbo parfait is delivered to their table. His trainer then turns her attention to the available weapons, expressing her disappointment. She notes that there are hardly any decent options, citing absurd items like a 5-form transforming mecha with flight capabilities and a pile bunker, or a spear designed for people who don't mind if it explodes. Elsewhere, Ono Haruka is on her phone, having just consulted with a professional named Haruka. She flatly rejects the idea of Quirce using a sword, stating that blades are too delicate to handle. She questions how he could possibly continue fighting with a single sword without it chipping. Back at the table, Quirce quietly considers his predicament, unsure of what to do. His contemplation is interrupted as a voice calls out to him. He looks up to see the young woman from the phone call, Ono Haruka, leaning over his table with a knowing smile, claiming she has some useful information. She leans in closer, revealing that she knows about the rumors surrounding him, the super rookie. Introducing herself as Yashima Girin, she declares that she's a big fan and announces that her weapon shop, Lala Lali, is open for business. He eyes her warily, asking what kind of power she's offering. Girin winks playfully, replying that a weapon shop can only lend the power of its weapons, and invites him to her store. Quirce internally remarks on her forwardness, comparing it to an animal in heat. Turning to his trainer, he suggests they check out the shop. She, however, ignores him, instead requesting another parfait. Despite his trainer's indifference, he follows Girin to her establishment. She gestures expansively, welcoming him to her workshop and urging him to come inside. He steps into the Lali Lali workshop, its walls lined with an arsenal of weapons. The shopkeeper, Yashima Girin, asks what he's looking for, while his trainer suggests that with his physique, he should opt for a strength-based weapon. Quirce confirms this, stating his preference for the largest, heaviest weapon available, something to bludgeon his foes with. Girin immediately gets down to business, asking about his budget. He holds up 3 fingers, confidently stating he can spend up to 3 million yen. He internally reflects on his finances. After defeating the Grim Reaper and selling the resulting Spirit Stone, his savings had reached 8 figures. Even after splitting the earnings with Haru, he still retained a substantial sum, making his stated budget a conservative opening offer. Girin leans in with a sly smile, probing further by asking if he would consider a weapon worth even more than 3 million. He replies that as long as the cost-effectiveness is justified, he's not concerned. For a truly exceptional item, he declares he's willing to spend up to 10 million yen. The trainer, observing the exchange, quietly wonders if he's the type to back down if the price is too high. His declaration electrifies Girin. "Really? You won't take that back?" she exclaims, before shouting for him to wait right there and dashing off into the back of the shop, leaving a stunned Kyuchira behind. Moments later, she returns, dragging a large, heavy case. "Here it is," she announces cheerfully, explaining that the special item she mentioned is inside. Kyuchira asks what it could be, warily thinking that this feels like a high-pressure sales tactic, though he remains intrigued. As the case opens, his eyes widen in shock. He instantly recognizes the weapon's distinct shape. A memory surfaces. This is from a game. It was meant to be a top-tier prize from an underground casino, not something found in a shop. Girin beams with pride, presenting the massive club. She introduces it as Excalibur, a super special weapon from the second game in the Damagi series, its creator unknown. With a flourish, she declares it her strongest, most supreme masterpiece. Kyuchira gazes at the weapon before him. It is the X-Axe, a multi-purpose melee weapon known as the grand prize from an underground casino in the second game of the series. He examines its rifle-like stock and long barrel, wondering aloud if it is some kind of gun. Upon closer inspection, he sees the barrel is completely solid. He exclaims in surprise that it has no gun barrel at all. He processes this new information, realizing that in its current state, the weapon is simply a club or staff. The implication hits him with a jolt of excitement. If this is just one state, it must mean the weapon can transform. The thought makes him grin with anticipation. His eyes widen as the core concept solidifies in his mind. The weapon's greatest characteristic is its ability to transform its very form. Its basic form is indeed a staff, designed to shift into other configurations suitable for striking and thrusting attacks. He voices his disappointment that there's no shooting function, but his frustration is fleeting. He knows that despite this, the weapon is incredibly appealing, capable of switching between multiple physical properties while maintaining overwhelming offensive and defensive power. He doesn't know the mechanism, but he eagerly asks how it transforms. A thought surfaces of the weapon's creator, Yashima Girin. He recalls that the X-Axe's construction is a complete black box, an agglomeration of mysterious technology, even in the future timeline. The identity of its creator was just as much of a mystery. He hadn't known the detailed specifications because they were never public, a secret much like the fact that he and his sister were related. The scene shifts, and Ono Haruka, holding the weapon, confirms that its most incredible feature is its ability to change shape. At her words, both Kyuchira and the shopkeeper erupt in excitement. As a dungeon magia fanatic, Kyuchira is ecstatic at the chance to finally see the transformation mechanism and learn its secrets. In another moment, Kyuchira lies on the floor, overwhelmed, as Haruka stands over him with the trainer nearby. She begins to explain simply, stating that the secret to its transformation is a metal known as slime steel. She winks, simplifying it even further for him. "It's like a super hard and smart shape memory alloy," she says with a confident smile. She leans over Kyuchira, who remains on the floor. He questions the existence of such a metal, stating that it was not present in the past he remembers. In response, she gets unnervingly close to his face, smiling as she remarks on how well they get along. Pulling back, she proudly presents a gleaming cube of metal. She declares it's a unique blend she created herself, the shop's original slime steel. She explains that it transforms when infused with a spirit stone and spiritual power, but concludes that it would be quicker for him to experience it firsthand. As he gets to his feet, Kyuchira internally notes how readily she revealed such a significant secret. The trainer observes them from a short distance away. He takes the weapon in its staff form, immediately feeling its substantial weight. He realizes that without significant muscular strength, it would be a hindrance in battle. Despite this realization, he strikes a dramatic pose, flexing his muscles. He boasts that for a man who is a fortress of muscle like himself, the weight is no issue. In fact, he declares it's a delight for his biceps. His trainer, with a completely straight face, calls out to the National Muscle Museum before asking him just where he learned such a ridiculous line. Ono Haruka, however, seems impressed. She exclaims that he lifted it with ease and then points to a mechanism on the weapon, asking what the next step is. In response, she presents him with a small, cartridge-like object. She explains that it's a detachable combat theory module, essentially a dedicated auxiliary memory device that contains the design schematics required for the weapon to transform. Kyuchira examines it with interest. As he takes the cartridge, she instructs him to insert it into the weapon's chamber and then release the hammer to activate it. He hesitates, looking at the strange mechanism. Ono Haruka, however, is practically bouncing with excitement, telling him to just pull the trigger and let it transform. The trainer beside them nervously asks if it's really okay to do it right here. With a decisive click, he slots the cartridge into the hilt. Haruka reassures him that she's only borrowing the structure of a firearm and that it won't actually discharge. He realizes this must be just like the game's original specifications. Following his realization, the weapon begins to contort. The sleek blade twists and expands with an unsettling ripple, solidifying into a colossal, blocky greatsword that dwarfs its previous form. He holds the transformed weapon as Haruka cheers, asking if it isn't amazing. He can only agree, marveling that this is truly the X-Axe. Yet, a thought surfaces. The form it has taken is not what he envisioned. Considering this, he shifts the immense blade onto his shoulder and poses a question to Haruka. Why would a weapon of this caliber not be on the market? Her bright expression immediately fades. With a grimace, she admits that he has hit upon a painful topic. She elaborates, confessing that while she views the weapon as her greatest creation, it is, in her own words, incomplete and half-baked. The weapon's flaws are laid bare. Its high production cost makes it inaccessible to novices. Furthermore, it is extremely heavy and lacks any unique powers, rendering it undesirable for top-tier adventurers, many of whom already wield powerful revelation weapons. Haruka reasons that if such divinely granted revelation items were available to everyone, the need for man-made equipment would vanish. She acknowledges, however, that not everyone is so lucky. This prompts Quirce to reflect on his own power, which also deviates from a typical weapon. Suddenly, her explanation turns into a desperate plea. Clasping her hands together, she begs him to buy the sword, insisting it would be a tremendous help and that her very life depends on it, swearing it's not an exaggeration. She shouts that she has to make the sale, explaining that her forceful sales pitch is a product of her desperate situation. Her plea continues, hands clasped in supplication as she worries about what might happen if he refuses. Beside Quirce, the trainer, whom he calls Al, dryly observes that this kind of appeal is an effective tactic against someone with a soft mentality like his. He grits his teeth, the internal conflict evident on his face, while the trainer watches him dispassionately. Tears of hope well up in Haruka's eyes, her face alight with earnest expectation. Having made his decision, Quirce turns and walks away, carrying the enormous weapon case. The trainer follows, asking what he is thinking. He replies with a name, Yashima Guren. He elaborates, stating his belief that this encounter shouldn't have occurred in the original version of history. The trainer, now eating a fish-shaped pastry, points out that this implies the environment surrounding the girl must have changed drastically as well, a conclusion with which he concurs. She then asks if this means the girl will be saved. Quirce admits that while he would personally prefer a happy ending, he suspects it won't be so easy. He questions the reason for this divergence, recalling that in the future he knew Roman Kabu was a first-rate shop known for its eccentric technology and steep prices, not something like this. He dismisses the thought. His mind flashes to images of the strange shopkeeper and the shop's peculiar name, making him realize the Roman Kabu he knew wasn't a place with such an odd name or a genuinely bizarre proprietor. The pieces begin to connect for him. He realizes that if the original timeline reasserts itself, both Yashima Guren and the eccentric shopkeeper will disappear, leaving only the high-end version of store. This implies the future he's facing is far more complex than just Guren's debt. As he walks on, he looks out over the city, pondering a final, unsettling question. In the original history, did the X-Axe truly remain unsold? He walks away from the shop, the heavy, coffin-shaped sword case in hand. His companion, Al, holds a small, glowing orb and remarks that she understands his rather soft-hearted stance, but questions what he intends to do now. She presses him further, asking what he plans to do if trouble befalls the girl from the shop, an event that could be connected to the future he knows. Her gaze is steady and questioning. He realizes her words are a warning. While things turn out well for now, he understands this could become a serious complication later. He grits his teeth, recalling his own rash declaration to barge into his favorite shop if needed. His expression shifts to one of casual confidence. He leans against a wall, stating that it's only natural to help an acquaintance who is in trouble. He dismisses the idea of being a grand hero, claiming he's just a regular person who prioritizes his own convenience and can't be expected to save everyone. Al retorts that such posturing is unnecessary and makes him seem small-time. Moments later, they are on the street, where his bravado fades. He strains, struggling to carry the immense weight of the sword case as Al walks beside him. As he continues to struggle, Al complains that she's exhausted from being dragged along for his training and shopping. Quirce, weary, thanks her for the help, but bluntly tells her he doesn't have the spare energy to carry her. In response, she declares that she is now in trouble and can no longer walk, promptly leaping onto his back. He shouts in protest, exasperated that with the massive case, this awkward arrangement is the only way he can possibly manage. Resigned, he carries her on his back while also hauling the sword case. She holds an umbrella over them both as she announces that with his new equipment secured, all that remains is more Golden Ball endurance training. He groans, dreading another session tomorrow, but she promises to stick with him for as long as it takes. Her cheerful demeanor gives way to a moment of gravity. She looks at him intently and declares that saving both his future and Fumika's is the very purpose of her contract. Hearing this, he continues his trek, the weight on his shoulders now both physical and metaphorical. He mutters that he doesn't know about all that, his thoughts drifting instead to the perilous future of his own jewels. He resolved himself for the coming challenge. By the end of April, he would begin his assault on the Tokoimi dungeon. His goal was clear: to venture into its deepest reaches and claim the elixir that lay within. On the evening of April 28th, Imperial Year 1190, within the Shimizu residence, preparations are underway for the conquest of the Everdarkness dungeon. Kyuchira's sister cheerfully presents a sleeping bag, noting that he'll need it if he plans to live in the dungeon. The bag is clearly labeled with his name and former school details. Oka's second middle school, Class 3B, Shimizu Kyuchira. Her gesture sends Kyuchira into a brief reverie, thinking of the past. His sister, noticing his distraction, asks what he is thinking about. He looks at her warm smile and thanks her, promising to take good care of the sleeping bag. As he kneels, he thinks of his mother, recalling how she used to help him prepare for excursions when he was small. The thought is followed by a darker piece of knowledge he acquired upon entering this world. The Shimizu parents died in a rockfall accident years ago, a fact that was never revealed in the game he once knew. His sister smiles down at him, remarking that he's at an age where he should be enjoying himself. Yet he looks after her without a single complaint. Looking up at her, Kyuchira internally reflects on how truly great his sister is. Now sitting across from her, he speaks with gravity. He tells her he knows she has been struggling to manage their parents' inheritance, acting as a mother figure to him, and that he is truly grateful for everything she does. He continues, his expression earnest, stating that he wants her to find happiness as well. His sister simply looks back at him, a questioning look on her face. To emphasize his point, he presents a bank cash card, explaining that for now, this is all he can offer. He tries to give her the card, but she immediately refuses, chiding him that money must be treated with care. Unfazed, he tells her the pin is 8931, suggesting the mnemonic Hakasai, nap a cabbage, to help her remember. He insists, arguing that he'll only waste the money if he keeps it, and that she should use it for a luxurious holiday. He privately considers that his sister is so considerate she probably wouldn't use it, so he resolves to have Al pester her into indulging herself, knowing his sister's fondness for the girl. Moved by his words, his sister pulls him into a tight embrace. Calling him Kyuklin, she pleads with him to promise he will return home safely. Touched, he closes his eyes and quietly agrees. He reflects on his current situation. To obtain the panacea, his current strength is insufficient. He resolves to be decisive during his planned 2-night, 3-day expedition into the Everdarkness dungeon, knowing he cannot afford to hesitate. His party composition is limited to 2 attackers, with no healer or shooter. The memory of his departure flashes through his mind. Embracing his sister, he pleaded for her to wait, vowing that he would be the one to save her. Another voice from his recent past echoes, as Al reminds him not to forget a souvenir. He internally remarks on her unshakable, almost divine, nerve. The memories give way to the present. At 9:35 a.m. on April 29th, in the year 1190, he and Ono Haruka stand on the first floor of dungeon number 336, Everdarkness. Haruka expresses her awe, remarking that the atmosphere is completely different from the lunar eclipse dungeon. Kyuchira clarifies that despite the name, these places are actually rifts between worlds. Before them stretches the vast, desolate landscape of the dungeon's first floor, a seemingly endless expanse of cracked earth and rock under a dim, unchanging sky. He continues, musing that traditional, labyrinthine dungeons are actually quite rare. He recalls from his knowledge of the original story how various bizarre locations, even a space stage, were designated as dungeons, which he found incredibly entertaining. Haruka listens, impressed by how much he knows. She beams, declaring that the day she's been waiting for has finally arrived. Turning to him, she asks how far he intends to venture on their initial foray into the dungeon. A confident grin spreads across his face. The current world record for this dungeon stops at the 9th floor. Everything from the 10th floor onward remains unconquered. He declares that since they are, for all intents and purposes, debuting rookies, that's where their journey truly begins. He clarifies his intent. First, they will rewrite the dungeon's deepest record by conquering the 10th floor. Everything after that can be figured out once they've shattered the existing milestone. Haruka laughs, exclaiming that she loves his ambitious nature. With that, he sets their immediate goal for the day, to break through the 5th floor. She readily agrees. Raising a hand in a formal salute, she introduces herself as the unworthy Ono Haruka and promises to dedicate all of her strength to their cause. She looks around the desolate, rocky path, her frustration mounting. "This is strange," she exclaims, her voice tight with agitation. "There are no enemies at all." Kyuchira observes her outburst, understanding that for her, a life of adventure is incomplete without the element of battle. Seeing her agitation, he offers her a small, glowing orb. "Eat this and calm down," he suggests. She tentatively takes a bite, her eyes widening in surprise at the pleasant taste. He watches her, a troubled expression on his face, realizing that her thirst for battle could lead them to interfere with other adventurers' fights if they don't find their own soon. With her momentarily pacified, they press onward, stepping out into a vast, open expanse. The air shimmers with floating motes of light, illuminating a barren, rocky wasteland that stretches to the horizon. The emptiness is suddenly broken by the appearance of a horde of reptilian creatures. Upon seeing the group of more than 10 lizard-like monsters, Haruka's demeanor shifts instantly from frustration to exhilaration. "Yes, there are so many," she cries out, her hand already on her sword. "I can cut down so many." In response to the threat, she draws her blade. A brilliant aura erupts from the sword as she declares its name. "This is Sukyu," she proclaims, "a sacred blade that only the head of my house, or their proxy, is permitted to wield." He stares, the name of the sword striking him with the force of a physical blow. He recognizes it instantly. The very blade used to defeat the sword prison Rakshasa in what he knew as the Kanata route. As this shocking realization hits him, Haruka has already launched herself into the air, descending upon the unsuspecting monsters. The creatures let out a series of guttural shrieks, their reptilian heads snapping up as they finally register the two adventurers charging toward them. He engages the enemy with practiced ease. A lizardman's heavy blade comes crashing down, but he parries the blow effortlessly, his expression calm and focused amidst the chaos of the battlefield. The force of his block is so great that the monster's weapon shatters into pieces. As the creature recoils, a small, dark, faceted object drops from it, clattering onto the rocky ground. The battle rages across the plain. Both he and Haruka move with deadly grace, each a whirlwind of steel cutting through the horde of lizardmen. On the ground, the dark, gem-like drop from the fallen monster lies forgotten for the moment. He reflects on the battle, noting that after Haruka dispatched one of the lizardmen, the rest of the fight was surprisingly straightforward. In response, Haruka praises his quick thinking, pointing out that the one he defeated must have been the leader. She explains that with their commander gone, the remaining enemies were thrown into confusion, which created the opening they needed. He processes this information, realizing that if Haruka's powerful first strike could consistently disrupt the enemy's command structure, it would make it much easier for him to eliminate the rest. He tells her to keep a close watch. He then shifts his focus to his own equipment, marveling at his weapon. He declares that it's an incredible piece of gear, responsible for about 70% of his power, all without him needing to resort to physical enhancement. He also acknowledges the power of her own attack. As he finishes his thought, the large weapon begins to retract and change form. Haruka watches with wide-eyed excitement, exclaiming that it's transforming and that she finds it thrilling. Having cleared the area, they continue their descent, moving from the second layer of dungeon number 336, Tokwimi, down into the third. Taking a moment to rest, Haruka begins to eat with astonishing speed. Kyuchira can only watch, startled by how quickly she devours her food. Noticing his gaze, she explains, without bragging, that she's always been a fast and hearty eater. He stares, internally classifying her as a big eater type. Meanwhile, Haruka casually mentions that her sword is sometimes nicknamed the Blue Meteor for its appearance in battle. Changing the subject back to their mission, Haruka asks about their progress. Kyuchira confirms they are making good time and should reach their goal on the 5th floor soon. He explains a critical dungeon rule. The entire map layout is forcibly changed every 24 hours, which makes their current pace impressive, though he laments that a map would have sped things up even more. He watched as Haruka stood atop a rocky peak, arms spread wide in exhilaration. She declared that they could always forge paths not found on any map, explaining that even a single, casual step could become a pioneering footstep for others to follow. Her face was alight with joy as she turned towards him. She asked if he didn't agree that this was the most exciting thing imaginable. Her excitement then gave way to curiosity. She noted that when he had checked the time earlier, he used a wristwatch. She pressed him, asking why he did that when she knew he owned a smartphone. He considered her question. Internally, he reasoned that there was no signal in the dungeon, and fighting while carrying such a valuable item was an unnecessary risk. Outwardly, he simply agreed with her earlier sentiment, admitting that it was indeed thrilling. Her expression shifted as understanding dawned. Realizing the practical wisdom in his actions, she exclaimed that she would put her own phone in her backpack as well. She then mused on the strange fate of her phone, which would sit safely in her bag while she performed acrobatic feats in battle. This train of thought led her to a playful accusation, asking Kyuchira if he was having lewd thoughts. He flinched, his expression betraying him, and he internally lamented how easy he was to read, even considering getting a mask. From a distance, she cheekily retorted that a mask wouldn't suit him. Their brief rest concluded. They arrived at the entrance to the 5th floor of the Tokiwa dungeon, a glowing portal at the top of a grand staircase. Haruka wondered aloud what awaited them, and Kyuchira stated that since it was a multiple of 5, a mid-boss would be present. He urged caution, and she readily agreed, adding that they should also have fun. Kyuchira begins to explain the nature of dungeons and their mid-bosses. In the world of dungeon magia, dungeons can sprout into existence without any prior warning. He notes that in their home city of Sakura alone, there are now over 300 such places. He continues his lecture, explaining that the interior of a dungeon is a rift between worlds, not simply a maze. Some dungeons, he adds, operate under their own unique set of rules, prompting a question from his unseen audience. The question seems to strike a nerve, and his expression hardens. He scoffs at the absurdity of some designs, citing dungeons that trap adventurers inside until they are fully conquered. Are they insane? He wonders aloud. He then lays out the fundamental mechanics of these places. Dungeons in this world forcibly change their entire layout every 24 hours, rendering maps almost meaningless. The only way to navigate and progress is to locate the transfer gates on each floor, which are essential for any successful expedition. Because of this constant flux, certain areas become critical. He explains that safe zones, or midpoints, exist within the dungeons, their size directly proportional to the dungeon's overall scale. Adventurers use these havens as a base of operations before delving into more dangerous, deeper floors. The existence of these bases has led to a natural development. Where people gather, communities form, and towns have been built around these midpoints, making primitive camping obsolete. The realization hits him, and he yells out in frustration, "What? Does that mean the sleeping bag my sister gave me was useless?" He quickly composes himself, clutching the gift with renewed purpose. He declares that what's truly important is honoring his sister's sentiment. He decides they will use the sleeping bags on their beds, along with pajamas, remembering her happy expression as she gave it to him. His practical side takes over again as he considers supplies. While it's possible for individuals to gather and store their own provisions, he concludes it's more efficient to use the official shops established by the Sakura Adventurers Guild within the dungeons. His mind circles back to a previous point. He recalls the mention of mid-bosses and questions if they are mere avatars. He quickly corrects this thought, remembering that unlike wandering spirits, boss-class entities are intrinsically bound to their dungeon. As original inhabitants, the principle of non-interference from other worlds doesn't apply to them. This leads to a final, crucial detail about how bosses function. Once a boss is defeated, it is gone for good. However, to ensure all adventurers have the opportunity to face these powerful foes, the dungeon automatically generates a replica based on the original's life record for subsequent challengers. He abruptly cut off the explanation, shouting that he had no need for such considerations regarding dungeons, midpoints, and mid-bosses. His declaration echoed through a vast, ornate chamber where he and Ono Haruka stood before two monstrous, hulking figures. Ono identified the creatures, noting one was an oni and the other a replica of a white oni. Kyuchira told her to at least use her minimum skills, to which she confirmed she already had. He then commanded her to split off and take one of the beasts, declaring they would defeat them individually. With a roar, he charged forward, intending to start with a simple test of strength. As he closed the distance, his body glowed with the activation of multiple skills: armor reinforcement, impact mitigation, and leg strength reinforcement. In response, the white oni raised a massive cleaver, preparing to meet his charge head-on. The clash of steel sent shockwaves through the air. Kyuchira realized that while he was confident in his pure muscle, he might lose a direct power struggle against an enemy of this size. He had wanted to overwhelm it with strength alone, but now saw that would not be possible. He decided there was no point in holding back. Announcing that he was now going all out, he activated arm strength reinforcement, determined to crush the beast with a combination of spirit power, muscle, and the sheer mass of his weapon. A tremendous explosion of force erupted as his enhanced strike connected, blasting the oni backward across the chamber. He pours his strength into the final blow, preparing to end the fight. As he swings, Ono Haruka's voice cuts through the chaos, shouting encouragement, telling him that he can do even better. With his arm strength reinforcement skill pulsing with power, he roars that he's finishing it now, bringing the massive hammer around in a devastating arc. The weapon connects with a deafening impact, the force of the blow creating a brilliant flash as the oni bellows in agony. The strike is so powerful it shatters the stone floor, leaving Kyuchira standing over his vanquished foe, his hammer half-buried in a newly formed crater. He observes the aftermath, internally noting that the first mid-boss battle is concluded. Just as he suspected, the replica creature did not drop a spirit stone. Elsewhere in the chamber, Ono Haruka has also dispatched her opponent. She reflects that while it is a shame she lost in a pure contest of strength, she's glad she was able to win without using her unique skills. She approaches Kyuchira, casually apologizing for her defeated foe having been sent flying in his direction. With a cheerful peace sign, she exclaims that she had fun and found it easy, despite it being a bit gory, much to Kyuchira's shock. A short time later, they arrive in a vast, open plaza teeming with people. A sign proclaims their location: Dungeon City Uka, the first waypoint of the 336th dungeon, Tokoimi. Ono Haruka is stunned, declaring that it's a complete city. Her excitement skyrockets, and she shouts that her spirits are soaring, a feeling Kyuchira seems to share. Kyuchira grins as she points forward eagerly. United in their excitement, they turn and prepare to venture into the unexpected city within the dungeon. He and Ono Haruka stand together, their first day of conquering the Tokoimi dungeon concluding with the successful clearing of the 5th floor. Leading her to a 2-story building in the city of Uka, he announces that this will be their new base of operations. She had assumed they would be staying somewhere like a hotel. He counters that if they're going to establish a base, a house is far more convenient for many reasons. He reminds her that he explained everything beforehand, sent the documents, and got her signature. He even points out that her parents' signature was on the guarantor line. Ono cheerfully admits she left all the difficult paperwork to her mother. He continues to explain the many merits of renting a house as a midpoint base for their conquest. They can store bulky luggage, stockpile supplies, and have privacy. Furthermore, if they rent it under the party's name, all members can stay as much as they want. She excitedly reframes his logical explanation, realizing it means they have their own secret base. He concedes that her way of putting it is much more exciting. He brings her back to reality, stating plainly that they will be splitting the cost. Surprised at first, she quickly agrees, declaring that it's only natural for their shared secret base. He observes her strange sense of duty, realizing she must have already figured out what he was thinking. Her attention shifts, and she points out how lively the town seems, suggesting they go check it out after dropping off their things. A short while later, they walk through a bustling street market. Ono is amazed, comparing it to a festival and asking if it's a special day. Quirce speculates that this is likely just a normal day, as adventurers can't progress past the as-yet unconquered 10th floor. He explains that the stalls are run by other adventurers as a side business. They set up shop to gather the special spirit stones that can only be found in this place, creating a unique local economy. He gestured toward the lively street, remarking to Haruka that from his perspective, the constant bustle made it seem like every day was a festival. In response, Haruka admitted that this was all quite new to her. She explained that she had never had the experience of walking through a city at night with someone her own age, finding it a refreshing change. Hearing this, Quirce walked ahead through the crowd and turned back, suggesting they should do this more often. He clarified it wasn't for any important reason, but simply on a whim, especially since she would soon be a high school student herself. He added with a gentle smile that there was no harm in her aspiring for more, reminding her that she had already won her freedom. Her eyes welled with emotion as she blushed and agreed, calling it a wonderful suggestion. The next morning, Haruka awoke with a wide yawn, sleepily wishing Quirce a good morning. Meanwhile, Quirce was already out, jogging through the city. He chided himself for getting too carried away the previous night and forgetting to procure food supplies. Not wanting to wake Haruka, he had left a note, all the while wishing he had a smartphone for such situations. He soon located his destination, the Sakura discount store. He recalled from his knowledge of the game that this was an Adventurers Guild-certified establishment staffed entirely by adventurers. Inside, with Haruka having since joined him, he looked for other necessities before turning to ask an employee for assistance. The employee he addressed was a young woman with twin pigtails and a severe expression. Quirce froze, his eyes wide with utter shock and disbelief at the sight of this particular individual. In Quirce Shimizu's private room, on the eve of the Tokumi Dungeon Conquest, April 28th of the 1190th Imperial Year, a brief moment of calm settles. As Quirce reviews his documents, Al sits on his bed and muses aloud, asking if all she needs to do is throw a tantrum to get what she wants. He looks up, asking what she's eating. After she replies that it's a rice cracker, he questions her leniency towards Al, prompting her to retort that his thought process is part of the issue. Her expression shifts as she considers the situation, wondering aloud if he would truly hesitate if it meant using his own money. Al then presents a letter, stating this is why she'll leave a certain item behind. The document, penned by Quirce, formally permits Shimizu Albion to withdraw funds from his cash card for luxuries during Golden Week, but only with Fumika Shimizu present as a witness. Al seems to ponder this condition, questioning just how far he's willing to go. As he takes the letter from her, she looks at him and declares bluntly that he truly has a sister complex. His face flushes with embarrassment as he tells her not to praise him, but she clarifies with a wide, teasing grin that she is, in fact, belittling him. The next day, after seeing Quirce off, Al approaches Fumika. Extending a hand, she proposes they go on a date and treat themselves by visiting a series of high-class restaurants. A flustered Fumika suggests she could just cook for them at home, but Al cuts her off. Brandishing the letter from Quirce, she insists that while Fumika's cooking is wonderful, she has a powerful desire to eat expensive food at a restaurant, repeating her wish with overwhelming enthusiasm. Faced with such passion, Fumika's expression softens into a gentle smile as she agrees to indulge Al's request. And so, the two head out into the city, with Al gently pushing a still shy Fumika forward. From a distance, Quirce waves them off before departing, content as they begin their day of fine dining. She and Fumika voiced her thoughts aloud, noting that while high-class restaurants were certainly delicious, their small portions were an issue. She worried that placing a massive order on the fly would inconvenience the establishment and its other patrons. Al considered this, a thoughtful expression on her face. In response, Al suggested that a familiar, wild-style ramen shop would be a better fit for them. The two walked with purpose toward a restaurant named Mangoro. Their arrival did not go unnoticed. It was the appearance of two legends, Fumika, the absolute queen of competitive eating, and Al, the uncrowned empress, goddess of time. Inside, Patrons who had only heard rumors of the two titans of the eating world were stunned to see that they were, in fact, such young girls. One remarked to another that one shouldn't be fooled by their appearance, as they possessed formidable appetites. The shop's master, a large, muscular man, approached them directly, bypassing the usual ticket machine. "Welcome," he greeted them. "What will it be today?" His actions confirmed it. He knew exactly who they were. With a determined glint in her eye, Al began to state her order as the other customers watched in anticipation, wondering what she could possibly be ordering. Her request was monumental. A bowl of extra-thick noodles and a tonkatsu soy broth, topped with a mountain of vegetables and a tower of braised pork, swimming in a sea of back fat with every topping available. All portions maximized. To this, she added a deluxe fried rice and a jumbo gigagyoza. Having placed her own colossal order, I'll turn to Fumika, a slight tremor in her voice as she asked what her companion would like. Fumika's hesitation vanished, replaced by a confident, eager smile. Licking her lips in anticipation, she declared, "I'll have the challenge menu, please." She gracefully finishes the colossal bowl of ramen, placing her hands together in thanks for the meal. As Kaiuchira watches Fumika elegantly conquer the giant portion, he can only feel a sense of profound admiration for her as a fellow lover of food. His admiration, however, is swiftly replaced by a dawning, stressful realization. As he stares, Ael's voice echoes in his thoughts, remarking that in this entire city, there's likely no one who can compare to Fumika's skill, except for a figure known as the Blue Meteor. The connection clicks into place, and he looks deeply troubled. His reverie is broken by Fumika, who suddenly appears beside him with a cheerful "Tada," asking what's wrong. Ael's voice immediately follows, demanding an explanation. "Haruka is the Blue Meteor? Master, what do you mean by that?" In the game Dungeon Magia, Unmarked, the mid-boss of the Grand Route is a girl known by the moniker Black Thunder of Wrath. She's an enemy combatant, a member of an organization that stands in opposition to the protagonists, and her role is to bar their path. She wields black lightning with an absurd range, making her both incredibly unhinged and exceedingly dangerous. She is a monster in a girl's skin, one who laughs demonically as she effortlessly destroys towns and people. With a crazed shriek, she promises to make everyone suffer, to hurt them all, to wipe them from existence. This dangerous figure is on Kaiuchira's mind as he stands in the Sakuraji, an official store of the Sakurabana Adventurers Guild. He stares in disbelief at the girl before him. Why is she here? He wonders. The girl, noticing his stare, asks if he is all right, taking the blame for their near collision. The two of them stand alone in the brightly lit aisle of the store, a stark contrast to the dark thoughts occupying Kaiuchira's mind. He is taken aback by her apology. The girl he knows from his memories of the game would never act this way. The fact that this girl simply nodded that she was okay after he apologized is what strikes him as utterly wrong. Walking home with his groceries, he processes the encounter. It was ordinary, but for the her that he knows, such a common, polite response is an extraordinary event. The real Ono Haruka should not be capable of such a normal reaction. He arrives home, still lost in thought. Fumika greets him at the door, but he is preoccupied, wondering if the girl was a twin or a doppelganger. Such a character detail, he muses, was never part of the original story. Fumika asks if he can cook, noting that he must be good at it from helping his sister. His mind snaps back to the present, his focus sharpened by a sudden intuition. He startles Fumika by questioning her. "Wait, how did you know my sister is a good cook?" He then demands to know who the girl he just met truly is. He then has a realization. The current time is 2 years before the events of the Unmarked game. It occurs to him that perhaps, at this point in the timeline, she is a different person. He calls out to Fumika, trying to get her attention. She, however, is busy taking a bite of toast. Yes? Sorry, what was that? She asks, chewing. Ignoring his line of questioning, she asks him about their plans for the day. He states his objective with unwavering confidence. They will not only reach the 10th floor, but will be the ones to break the dungeon's deepest record, conquering the unexplored territory that lies beyond the 5th. Across the table, Fumika voices her concern, reminding him that there must be a reason why the 10th floor remains unconquered by anyone else. Kaiuchira, sipping his drink, appears completely unfazed. He calmly assures her that he has already factored that into his calculations, reaffirming his plan to clear it today. Leaning in with a blush, Fumika shyly asks if he has a secret strategy up his sleeve. He confirms her suspicion, explaining that with a newly learned skill and Haruka's cooperation, it's possible. He adds with grim determination that he has spent the last few weeks preparing for this very purpose, even making a strange declaration about sacrificing his own son to a dark god. Later, as they stand near the dungeon entrance, he begins to brief them for the 10th floor. Before he can detail the boss's characteristics, Fumika excitedly asks what kind of skill he learned. His briefing is cut short by the boisterous arrival of Ono Haruka. She strikes a pose, cheering that they've finally made it to the 10th floor, much to Kaiuchira's surprise. A sharp voice suddenly shouts for them to wait. As they turn, Haruka reminds Kaiuchira not to mess up, and he confirms he understands the plan. The interruption comes from a large, armored adventurer who demands to know where they are going. He sternly warns them that the area ahead is unexplored territory and advises them to turn back. Kyuchira, though tense, looks the man in the eye. He counters that the man is mistaken, declaring himself to be part of the vanguard for Raso and Blue, the clan of the Burning Ice Sword, and asks if the adventurer understands the implications. Haruka is taken aback, recognizing Raso and Blue as one of the 5 great clans. She wonders aloud why a member of such a major power would bother warning them, as Kyuchira processes the unexpected revelation. He stood firm as the adventurer from Raso and Blue spoke, the man insisting that it didn't need a grand reason to stop youngsters from rushing to their deaths. He acknowledged the man's words with gratitude, thanking him for the attempt to stop them. The adventurer, however, dismissed it as a warning, telling them not to mistake courage for recklessness and that if they wanted a test of bravery, they should do it elsewhere. Kyuchira then stated plainly that whatever might happen to them from this point on would be no responsibility of the adventurers. Haruka stood beside him, her expression calm and resolute. With their piece said, they turned to leave. The adventurer yelled for them to wait, but Kyuchira knew this was his opening. In a flash, he activated a skill, Burning Ice Sword, the signature technique of the Raso and Blue clan. He shot past the stunned adventurer, a bead of sweat on his brow as he wondered if this encounter would alter their path forward. They burst into a vast, grim chamber lined with countless upright coffins. Before them materialized a spectral figure in a top hat and suit, his face wrapped in bandages. He announced himself as a sinner, and by another name, Shima, the Death Demon. Kyuchira recognized the scene instantly. This was the boss room from the game. The bandaged entity, calling himself Asto Wizard, declared that he was the transporter of souls and the guardian of death. To proceed, they would have to accept his judgment. Unfazed, Kyuchira asked what crime they were being judged for and if they would have a chance to defend themselves. Asto's voice echoed through the hollow coffins. He proclaimed that the sin of the Tagabito, the sinners, is their very existence. Therefore, he would cleanse them with death. He continued, stating that if their bodies were truly pure, a path would naturally open for them. While Haruka was completely baffled by the tall figure's speech, Kyuchira understood the game mechanic perfectly. He explained to her that the boss was saying if they could survive his attacks, they would be allowed to pass. Asto accepted the terms. Kyuchira immediately volunteered to be judged first and leaped into the air, striking a peculiar pose. As he prepared to face the Guardian, Haruka watched in surprise, telling him to remember the name of the Stellar Sword System user. He deflects the spectral scythe mid-air as the Bandage Guardian, Asto Wizard, commands his capture. The Guardian remarks that this isn't about profit, but simply a measure to prevent his escape. Enraged, Kyuchira shouts that they should just kill him, as that was their intention from start. Elsewhere, Ono Haruka, observing the confrontation, erupts in a fit of laughter. Ignoring the distant amusement, Asto Wizard formally announces the commencement of the trial. Kyuchira internally confirms that he made it in time, reflecting that in his previous life, he had only ever shared boss strategies with Albion. As if summoned by his thoughts, Albion materializes, holding a large container of popcorn. She remarks that while her master is in a terrible predicament, she will naturally stay to observe. Kyuchira shouts back, calling her heartless. She retorts that there's no point in acting tragic during such a farce. She then suggests he should stand and fight for the sake of the fallen sons, to which Kyuchira snaps that he will. The exchange with Albion and the memory of Haruka's laughter shatter his tension. As Asto Wizard announces that the preparations for judgment are complete, Kyuchira's gaze sweeps across the rows of coffins, realizing each one holds a victim. He concludes that no matter how the Guardian frames it, his true nature is that of a vile monster. He then addresses the Guardian directly, sarcastically calling him Mr. Death Demon, and asking if he'll be granted time for repentance. Asto Wizard calmly agrees, stating he can have it if he deems it necessary. Perched atop one of the coffins, Kyuchira continues his questioning, asking why the Guardian collects them to create such a macabre display. Asto Wizard, holding a small, glowing object, silently wonders what the boy will say next. The Guardian proclaims that the lives he takes become his property, to be arranged like constellations in the sky. He declares himself the ruler of life, weaving stars of death in accordance with heaven's will, and states that worldly repentance is unnecessary. Kyuchira internally scoffs at the Guardian's delusions of grandeur and chosen one complex, telling him to begin if he has nothing more to say. He braced himself, his mind focused on the single, terrifying characteristic of Asto Wizard's techniques: instant death. The Bandaged Guardian, observing his resolve, seemed pleased. Good, Asto Wizard declared, that's the spirit. From a distance, Ono Haruka watched the scene unfold. In response, a small, dark sphere of energy drifted from the Guardian's position, floating ominously toward Kyuchira. The Guardian's single eye glowed intensely as he warned that it was fine if his opponent were to scatter. All right, Kyuchira stated calmly. Let's end this charade. Beside him, Albion voiced her agreement. As the orb approached, he threw his arms wide and activated his countermeasure. A geometric barrier of light materialized around him, its name echoing in the space. Fourth-dimensional defense. The defense deployed, forming a protective cross that intercepted the deadly energy. An explanation begins for the entity known as the Asto Wizard of Death Magic. This being is identified as the primary reason for the stalled progress in conquering the 10th floor of the Tokoimi dungeon. Kyuchira reacts with disbelief. He internally fumes at the sheer unreasonableness of the situation, which he likens to being told, "I'm going to kill you now, but if you don't die, you're innocent." He recognizes the hypocrisy, given his own past statements as a tutorial mid-boss, but the logic is still utterly baffling to him. His thoughts are interrupted by the bandaged wizard himself, who offers a cheerful hello, before immediately commanding him to die. Kyuchira grimaces, realizing this is the very spirit of unreasonableness made manifest. The nature of the wizard's power is further detailed. The primary characteristic of his death magic is instant death. While this is not an unusual ability for a boss in the world of dungeon magia, it possesses multiple drawbacks. Even the game's main characters would be helpless if struck directly. The explanation continues, revealing the wizard's classification. He is a trial-setting type, boss, a foe who imposes special rules to gain a tactical advantage. Kyuchira questions the meaning of this classification. The answer is that the wizard's inherent weaknesses are nullified by his unique rule-setting ability. However, a critical detail emerges. If the trial he sets is overcome, the fatal consequences of his power will be reflected back upon him. Kyuchira has an epiphany, likening it to the saying, "He who curses others digs two graves," and realizing it's a one-sided rule he has imposed. His understanding sharpens into alarm as he notices the demerit of the instant death attack has vanished. He exclaims that it's cheating and curses the nature of all beings with the death god attribute, declaring them all to be the worst. The alarm gives way to resolve. Kyuchira points forward, declaring that he knows how to win. While there are several methods, the principle is simple. Fight a trick with a trick and a cheat with a cheat. This concludes the explanation of death magic. A new technique is revealed, four-dimensional defense. It is an absolute defensive skill that nullifies all attacks by stopping the user's own time. The logic is that the third dimension cannot interfere with the fourth, a fundamental principle of existence. However, it is noted that Kyuchira's version of this skill differs from the original and possesses numerous weaknesses. He stands resolute, facing the Asto wizard. Kyuchira declares that whether it's a sword, a spirit art, or even an instant death curse, all are useless. As long as he has his four-dimensional defense deployed, nothing can touch him. He flies through the air, completely unharmed by the death magic. The Asto wizard can only watch, a single thought echoing in his mind. Why is he still alive? His expression is one of pure defiance as he smirks at his opponent, declaring that a judgment from the likes of him is less than nothing. From a distance, Ono Haruka observes, understanding that the fight was decided the moment the attack failed. The Asto wizard muses that while he may bring death to others, his partner, Kyuchira, is the master of time itself. Landing on his feet, Kyuchira shudders, complaining about the awful, itchy feeling that permeates his body. It's the reason he hates using time stop. The Asto wizard, however, laughs heartily, congratulating him for overcoming the trial and stating that, for now, he can forgive the taunts. Kyuchira cuts him off, stating that before they proceed, a price must be paid. He declares their intention to attack, and the bandaged wizard reacts with a jolt of surprise. In that instant, the Asto wizard's form begins to warp and unravel. His top hat and cane distort into grotesque, melting shapes as his power turns against him. Kyuchira calmly explains the mechanism at play. When a trial is overcome, the risks of the rule-setting ability are reversed back onto the caster. This reversal effect is something the Asto wizard should have known intimately. He approaches his faltering opponent, asking mockingly how it feels to be reduced to someone who can only wait for death to claim them. The Asto wizard looks down, his single eye glowing as he poses a question. Was he not given time for repentance? The words strike as the Asto wizard lay helpless. A new figure stepped into the chamber. It was Ono Haruka, her sword already drawn. She announced her arrival with a theatrical sigh, complaining that she had been kept waiting so long she nearly fell asleep. And now, the scary executioner was here. The Asto wizard, still on the floor, desperately pleaded for them to wait, refusing to answer to his sinner. Kyuchira coldly replied that if the wizard wouldn't talk, he wouldn't wait. The bandaged man's eye widened in terror, understanding that no mercy would be given. Ono, meanwhile, tapped her chin thoughtfully, audibly pondering the best way to dispatch their foe. She mused about turning him into hamburger, filleting him, or perhaps even making kebabs. Her morbid suggestions drew an irritated look from Kyuchira, who demanded to know what she was talking about. He stated that he wanted the satisfaction of cutting something substantial himself, and with a firm expression, declared that he had made his decision. In response, Ono's face lit up with a cheerful, yet unsettling, smile. She enthusiastically suggested they turn him into dice steak. The wizard's terror reached its peak. His single eye, wide with horror, stared out from his bandages as he stammered for them to wait, his voice trembling with disbelief and fear. Before he could plead further, Ono became a whirlwind of motion, unleashing a rapid series of slashes upon the helpless wizard. She cheerfully corrected herself, deciding that minced was more appropriate than dice steak. Watching the brutal display, Kyuchira internally noted that, at the very least, he would never want to suffer such a death. The flurry of strikes ceased, leaving a quiet stillness in its wake. Ono and Kyuchira simply looked at each other across the now empty space where the wizard had been. In the wizard's place lay a single, massive, and brilliantly sparkling spirit stone. Ono casually remarked on its impressive size, identifying it as a drop befitting a mid-boss. Ono then turned her attention to Kyuchira's defensive skill, marveling at his fourth-dimensional defense and calling it invincible. He corrected her, however, explaining that it wasn't quite so simple. While the skill's defensive power was indeed absolute, it came with a major drawback, a significant weakening effect on all of his other abilities. He continued his explanation, revealing the greatest weakness of his defensive skill. The immense power consumption would drain his spirit energy in under a minute of full operation. Worse, the strain of activation would cause a backlash upon deactivation, leaving his body completely paralyzed and unable to move. This paralysis meant that attacking, evading, and even coordinating with allies would be impossible. He laid out a grim scenario for Ono. If an enemy were to create distance and then unleash a long-range attack the very moment his defense fell, it would undoubtedly be the end for him. Ono's eyes widened slightly as she processed the information, declaring it a lock, a checkmate situation. Kyuchira, looking weary, told her there was no need to praise him so forcefully for revealing his own critical vulnerability. He sighed, lamenting that if only he had an aptitude for long-range combat, things might be different. But he accepted his reality. This was the nature of the man, known as Shimizu Kyuchira, whose own time stops when he uses his skill. With his explanation finished, he hoisted the large, cloth-wrapped spirit stone onto his back. As he stood ready, a message materialized before them. It confirmed the silencing of the death demon Asto Wizard and announced that with the 10th floor of the Tokoimi dungeon cleared, the second midpoint was now open. Kyuchira declared it was time to go, and Ono agreed, offering to carry the heavy load for him. They proceeded into the newly accessible area. A signpost designated their location: Dungeon City Uka, 336th Dungeon, Tokoimi, second midpoint. The air was still and quiet. Surveying the vast, empty plains, Kyuchira remarked that they were probably the first humans to ever reach this place. He quickly added, however, that there were other, non-human inhabitants native to the area. Ono looked around the barren landscape, noting that there was nothing there. Kyuchira corrected her, stating that they simply couldn't be seen at the moment. He then turned to the battle-hungry girl with a stern expression, warning her that the encounter ahead would not be the kind of fight she was hoping for, much to her surprise. Suddenly, a small, white, gelatinous creature with long ears popped out of the ground. It politely introduced itself as Yarda 336, the manager of this area, and welcomed them. Both Kyuchira and Ono stared, completely taken aback by the bizarre creature's appearance. Before they could react, the ground erupted. An entire army of identical Yarda creatures materialized, stretching to the horizon. In a cacophony of voices, they all welcomed the adventurers, each using a different style of speech, from formal to colloquial, creating an overwhelming and surreal reception. They swarmed forward, a chittering, gelatinous tide. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of creatures, Kyuchira held up a hand, stating that while he appreciated the welcome, he needed them to be quiet. In response to his plea, a single Yarda bounced forward and politely asked for their names. Ono cheerfully introduced herself first as Ono Haruka, followed by Kyuchira, who stated his full name, Shimizu Kyuchira. The creatures seemed pleased, murmuring amongst themselves about what wonderful names the two possessed. Kyuchira, however, recognized that this exchange was unproductive. He turned to Ono, gesturing vaguely at the scene and asking if she wanted any of this. She, in turn, questioned what he intended to do with the spirit stone. He replied that he was just going to do some shopping, internally formulating a request to the Yardis of Area 336 for 2 chairs. His thought was interrupted as one of the creatures excitedly shouted, "A stone!" Ono seemed delighted, exclaiming that she had received a job and that they had bought her stone. She eagerly asked what kind of chair he was planning to have made, but he simply told her to ask for an explanation herself. He then began to explain the nature of the Yarda. They are the managers of this midpoint, possessing 3 key traits: infinite proliferation, complete information sharing, and material creation. He concluded that, within the confines of this area, they are essentially capable of anything. As Ono absorbed this startling information, he added that the Yarda's favorite things are adventurers and spirit stones, and their hobby is simply work. The phrasing struck Ono as somewhat unsettling. He clarified his point, instructing her to view the Yardis not as mere creatures, but as vital business partners who support their existence within a midpoint. Therefore, he insisted, they must be treated with due respect. She looked at him skeptically, asking if he was perhaps a little scared of them. He quickly denied it, insisting that what she was sensing was not fear, but simply a profound sense of awe. He reflects that for someone who admired adventurers, Haruka is surprisingly ignorant about many things. Ono, meanwhile, cheerfully holds up the small Yarda creature, declaring that they shouldn't treat the cute being with disrespect, and that this is what she meant. Elsewhere, in the master room of the burning Ice Sword clan house, News is spreading. Back in the dungeon, Kyuchira mulls over the name Burning Eye Sword, realizing it doesn't ring a bell as one of the 5 great clans he knows of. Inside the opulent room, a man with slicked back hair learns that the 10th floor of the Tokomi dungeon has been conquered by a newcomer. He chuckles, intrigued. A masked subordinate stands before him, and he tells her to await a direct report from someone named Dam, expressing a deep interest in meeting the conqueror himself. A sharp, predatory smile spreads across his face, revealing a keen and potentially dangerous curiosity about Kyuchira and his party. The true identity of this man remains a mystery. Kyuchira learns about the source of the dungeons and the Yarda. These small, rabbit-like creatures are identified as highly spiritual life forms created by the dungeon god, Fabula. Upon hearing the name, Kyuchira stops short, a flicker of recognition on his face as he mutters, "Wait a minute. Fabula." His mind races, connecting the name to a list of Ultima entities he knows from the game. Fabula is listed as Ultima 2. He realizes that Fabula is a super god class being, on par with Al, and, as the dungeon administrator, is a recurring figure in all related stories. The realization brings a grimace to his face. Damn it, he thinks, understanding that Fabula is the source of all the troublesome rules that plague adventurers, such as the principle of non-interference and the forced 24-hour map changes. He looks back at the docile Yarda. Despite being born from such a being, the Yarda are a helpful species, fundamentally kind to humans. Their abilities are astonishing for their simple appearance. Infinite duplication, complete information sharing, and matter creation, which allows them to freely create spaces and apply their own desired settings. This information triggers a memory of Ono Haruka stopping him before. He recalls the crucial rule. Due to their abilities, Yarda are essentially immortal, reviving immediately even if they die. However, one must never harm them with malicious intent. His expression shifts to one of alarm. He realizes there are terrible consequences for harming Yarda. He whirls on Ono Haruka, demanding to know what happens. He then accuses her, shouting that she should have learned this at the adventurer's orientation and questioning if she was asleep during the lecture. She looks down, unable to answer, as he looms over her, exasperated. He declares that she is far too ignorant for someone who is supposed to be a knowledgeable adventurer. He trails off, his tone shifting to one of suspicion as he says, "You're late?" Ono Haruka tries to defend herself, stating that she isn't blaming him for not knowing things and that it's natural for a rookie to lack knowledge, pointing out that he's a fresh-faced rookie himself. But Kyuchira looks away, a seed of doubt planted in his mind. He finds her ignorance strange. He points out that she claimed to admire adventurers so much that she would even attend fan clan meetings. For someone like that to be so uninformed is highly suspicious. His suspicion deepens. He internally questions how she could be unaware of fundamental concepts like the dungeon's midpoint or the nature of the Yarda. The pieces of her story are not fitting together. He stood in disbelief. His clan, Burning Eye Sword, was one of the 5 great clans. The idea that this girl, Ono Haruka, wouldn't know its name was simply staggering. His skepticism deepened. Knowledge of the 5 great clans was common in the dungeon city of Uka. Even a child would know of them. Her claim of being a novice was becoming harder and harder to believe. As if sensing his thoughts, she nonchalantly took a sip from her drink and offered a simple explanation, stating that it was just the way she was. She finished her thought with a shrug. "Because I'm a novice, you see." Kyuchira could only stare, dumbfounded by her bafflingly straightforward admission. She then elaborated, explaining that she had become deeply familiar with one specific person's clan, but had no real interest in learning about any of the others. Kyuchira's mind immediately connected this to information from the game. She was talking about Shiki Renge, known as Renge Kaika, the strongest character from the 3rd Dungeon Magia game and the leader of God's Twilight, another of the 5 great clans. He briefly wondered if he might meet this legendary figure someday, but his focus snapped back to the girl before him. He found it incredible that she would so brazenly admit to being a novice. He analyzed her traits. A novice, yet intensely curious and a battle junkie. It was a parade of death flags. He realized that her fate in the game might have been inevitable from the start. His internal monologue was cut short when she spoke again, a hint of amusement in her voice. "That's a strange thing to ask." "Huh, is that all? No lecture for me." Kyuchira's expression was one of pure confusion. Seeing his bewilderment, she clarified what she meant by lecture. "You know," she said playfully, "like, with such shallow knowledge, you'll never make it." Or something like that. She continues, explaining that she wasn't trying to scold him. She states that everyone is a novice at first, and those who forget this simple fact to assert their knowledge over others are the absolute worst. Her words seem to strike a nerve, as Kyuchira stares at her with a look of utter shock. She asks him if he's one of those types of veteran otaku. He erupts in a furious tirade, his voice echoing with frustration. He begins ranting about people who flaunt their knowledge just to satisfy their own shallow need for self-display, declaring that they have no real love for the content itself. He continues passionately, arguing that someone who enjoys something enthusiastically, even with less knowledge, is a better fan. He rails against gatekeepers who use arbitrary memorization tests to rank others, calling it a pointless practice common in toxic corporate environments, and criticizes those who condescendingly lecture beginners about professionalism. Ono Haruka simply addresses him as Kyusin. After his outburst, Ono Haruka looks at him with a gentle expression. She tells him that he's fine just the way he is. Kyuchira falls silent, taken aback by her simple acceptance. The surrounding Yarda erupt in cheerful agreement. Ono Haruka, smiling, tells Kyuchira that he has a big heart and encourages him to praise himself more. He stammers, clearly flustered by the unexpected praise. Ono Haruka, unfazed, smoothly changes the topic, asking him what their plans are for the next day. Her question brings him back to the mission. He internally confirms their next objective, reaching the 15th floor and defeating the boss. He recalls that this boss isn't unreasonably difficult like the death demon of the 10th floor, nor are its stats particularly exceptional. He knows, however, that the boss is not one they can defeat at their current level, not even if they tried their absolute hardest. His thoughts then shift back to Ono Haruka. Her act of revealing information that no one should know naturally raises questions about its source. If that becomes a topic of discussion, he realizes the choices available to him will become severely limited. He weighed his options, his eyes closed in thought. Should he reveal everything, his knowledge of this world as a reincarnated person? Or should he continue to act as Shimizu Kyuchira, a regular adventurer? His contemplation was interrupted by one of the small, white Yarda creatures. It asked if he had another job for them, but Kyuchira waved it off for the moment, stating that for now, it was fine. The creature politely offered its services for any future needs. He noted its cunningly cute demeanor as he considered his plans for the next day. Turning his attention to Ono Haruka, Kyuchira announced their new goal. They would aim for the 15th floor, treating it as a scouting mission. He stressed that they needed to be more careful than ever, as this was the true front line, with no strategy guides available. Internally, he wrestled with the risk of revealing his knowledge, a double-edged sword that could cause wars, but reasoned that withholding information about the 15th floor boss wouldn't put Haruka in danger. In response, Haruka's face lit up with a brilliant smile. She clenched her fist in excitement, declaring that aiming for the 15th floor was exactly what they should be doing. A wave of guilt washed over Kyuchira. Later, by a campfire, Kyuchira suddenly flinched. Haruka, noticing his odd behavior, asked what was wrong. To hide the fact that he was keeping secrets, he quickly grabbed a handful of marshmallows and began stuffing them into his mouth to feign preoccupation. With his cheeks puffed out, Haruka asked if he had been that eager to eat, offering to roast some for him. He couldn't bring himself to lie to her, and silently wished for a time when he could finally tell her everything. Their journey took them to the designated location, the 15th floor of the Sakura dungeon, known as the Everdark. Before them stood a vast, tiled clearing dominated by a single, colossal tree. Haruka gazed up into the dense canopy of the great tree and shouted, calling for whatever was hiding to come down. From within the leaves, a massive, bird-like creature with a long neck peered out at them. Seizing the moment, Kyuchira charged forward, pointing his blade upward. "Let's have a fun fight," he yelled, before taunting the creature. "You damn chicken. What kind of nerve does a mid-boss have, hiding away like that?" In an instant, the entire tree began to levitate, its massive root system tearing free from the ground below. The bird creature remained perched calmly on top. Haruka stared in disbelief, muttering that this was impossible. Kyuchira gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it," he thought, "so it happened just like I feared." He stared up at the levitating behemoth, a name surfacing from his memories, Kamiku, the rain-covering strange bird. He knew from the game that without a character possessing flight or long-range attacks, the battle event itself would never even trigger. Voicing this grim assessment, he told Haruka that even her Futsunamatama couldn't reach it, leaving them completely stuck. She countered, suggesting that if they at least had some kind of foothold, it might be possible. Haruka mused about creating a platform with her replicated swords, but Kyuchira immediately shot down the idea, knowing the blades would simply break. He looked up at the floating tree, the realities setting in. With their current abilities, there was nothing they could do. From this realization, he concluded that they would need to add another member to their party, someone who could fly or attack from distance. Resigned, he turned to Haruka and asked if this meant their adventure was over for now. Before making the final call, he offered her one last chance, asking if she had any other ideas and promising to cooperate fully if she did. Haruka's expression tightened with frustration, but she ultimately conceded. "Understood," she said, agreeing that while it was a shame, they should stop here. The disappointment was etched on her face. Letting out his own frustration, Kyuchira declared how vexing the situation was. He then produced a small, glowing ring. He announced their plan. Use the return ring to go back to the 5th floor's midpoint, sort their belongings, and then exit the dungeon. Haruka's eyes lit up in recognition. She recalled him mentioning it during the exam briefing and grew excited, wondering what it would feel like to use. Kyuchira admitted it was his first time as well, a shared thrill cutting through their earlier disappointment. As the ring was activated, a complex magical circle materialized beneath their feet, erupting in a column of brilliant light that enveloped them both, beginning the teleportation sequence. The light faded, leaving them safely transported. Haruka immediately declared that they would absolutely defeat the boss next time. Kyuchira enthusiastically agreed, promising a spectacular revenge. They sealed their vow with a determined fist bump, their first adventure having come to a safe conclusion. He placed a call, his voice formal. He identified himself as Shimizu Kyuchira from the 336th branch of the Adventurers Guild, addressing the Extracurricular Affairs Department with a formal request. The request he relayed was from the dungeon known as Tokoyami, or the Everdarkness. He explained that he and his companions were being summoned and were asked to come fully equipped as soon as possible. From the other end of the line, a voice inquired about the nature of the summons. Standing on the grounds of Uka's second middle school on May 8th, Imperial Year 1190, he informed the caller that he was still in class and would head over once school was finished. Internally, he acknowledged that while the school was tolerant of adventurer activities, he was unwilling to sacrifice precious attendance days for a matter of unknown importance. Still, he decided it was best to contact his party. This caution stemmed from their recent return to the city of Uka. He and Haruka had been met with a relentless storm of praise and a barrage of questions from the public and press. Their achievement was, after all, significant. For a rookie duo on their very first outing to not only reach the midpoint of the 15th floor, but also discover a new stratum was unheard of. The intense reaction was, therefore, only natural. Back in the classroom, he reflected that dealing with the aftermath, the endless questions and newfound entanglements, had been more exhausting than a fifth-floor boss battle. Lost in this thought, he was pulled back to reality when his teacher called his name. His mind drifted again to the constant pressure from senior adventurers, with their invitations to join parties and clans. He knew that accepting would make things easier, but it would require sacrificing too much in return. For him, joining a clan was out of the question. Beside him, Haruka looked utterly overwhelmed by the attention. His focus snapped back to the present as the teacher chided the other students for relying on him so much. Having correctly solved the problem, Kyuchira presented a small, glowing implement to the instructor, who accepted it with a sigh. Later, sitting outside, Haruka commented on the mountain of business cards they'd received from various clans, including some famous ones. She asked if he was interested in any, but he firmly stated he had no intention of joining a clan, turning the question back to her. Haruka confessed she would be sad if her dream clan, Rinjikaika, invited her because she would have to refuse. Kyuchira's resolve was clear. The conquest of Tokoyami had to be on his terms, or it was meaningless. Under the full moon, she continued, admitting that while she dreamed of one day adventuring alongside a certain person she admired, her priority for now was to stay with him. As glowing motes of light drifted around them, Kyuchira listened, understanding her commitment. She looked up at him, her expression earnest, and her cheeks slightly flushed under the moonlight. With conviction, she declared that she wanted to have many, many adventures with him. His heart warmed at her words. Looking down at her against the backdrop of the moonlit forest, he realized with absolute clarity that he felt the same. He, too, wanted to have countless adventures with Haruka. They sat together on a bench, a comfortable silence settling between them. Haruka beamed, exclaiming that it meant their feelings were mutual. For Kyuchira, this simple moment of connection was, in its own way, more gratifying than any other praise he could have received. Kyuchira contemplates the nature of the clan known as Burning Ice Sword, or Raso and Blue. He recalls that they serve as the face of the foreign-born population within the dungeon city, functioning as a mutual aid organization. He also mulls over the Empire's strict policies towards outsiders. Adventurers are forced to naturalize, and those who refuse are barred from all dungeon-related facilities. With a jolt of realization, he understands the reasoning behind these harsh rules. He reasons that without such laws, it's easy to imagine a future where people from other nations would flock to exploit the Empire's dungeons. These measures, he concludes, are a necessary evil to protect the nation's spirit stones and revelations. His thoughts coalesce, and he exclaims internally that he knows them. The Burning Ice Sword is one of the 5 great clans of Uka. The history of the clan unfolds. Burning Ice Sword is the second youngest of the 5, founded around 12 years ago in Imperial Year 1190. It began as an online school for young people, established by a 17-year-old entrepreneur. This founder, who is now the clan master, built the organization's renown not just through dungeon crawling, but also through labor, artifact recovery, and education. Furthermore, it was the very clan that Fate, a heroine from the game Dan Magi, belonged to. The scene shifts to the present, inside the reception hall of the 336th dungeon, Tokoyami. Kyuchira and Ono Haruka sit across from each other, both still in their full combat gear. He wonders aloud who could have summoned them, and she agrees that it is indeed a mystery. As they wait, Ono helps herself to some sweets. Kyuchira cautions her not to eat too many, but she cheerfully reassures him it's fine. He continues to ponder what their unseen host could possibly want from them. He muses about what her own clan, Rinjikaika, would think if they saw her now, but his thought is cut short. Ono suddenly stands and strikes a pose, proudly declaring that she's the type where any fat goes straight to her chest. Kyuchira stares, dumbfounded, as she seems momentarily surprised by her own outburst. Their strange moment is shattered by a sharp knock on the door. Startled, Kyuchira turns towards the sound, muttering about the rudeness of the interruption. The door opens to reveal the man in the pinstripe suit, flanked by his masked attendant. Hey, that's a lie, the man calls out. Kyuchira's eyes widen in recognition. It's James Sealard, a major figure on par with the leaders of Renkaika. Sealard, in turn, looks surprised and asks, "You know who I am?" Ono Haruka, still chewing on some food, looks around in confusion, asking who the man is. Kyuchira quickly pulls her back, his expression tense, as he insists that no adventurer in Uka would be ignorant of this individual's identity. The man before them is James Sealard, the clan master of Burning Eye Sword, one of the 5 great clans of Uka. Kyuchira, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and apprehension, recognizes him as the supreme master of heat magic, stating it is an honor to meet him. However, it is James who extends his hand first, stating that he should be the one offering thanks. He expresses his gratitude that they came to see him on such short notice, addressing Kyuchira as Kyushi. He apologizes for not introducing himself sooner, formally stating his name is James Sealard and asking for their names in return. A flustered Kyuchira quickly gives his full name, Shimizu Kyuchira, followed by Ono, who simply states hers. Kyuchira bows deeply, apologizing for their tardiness and any perceived rudeness. James dismisses the apology, telling both Kyuchira and Haruka that their behavior is excusable. He continues, acknowledging that at their age, they would normally be focused on their studies, and thus accepts full responsibility for the imposition. As James speaks, Kyuchira has a moment of intense realization. This feeling, this presence, is exactly that of the James Sealard he knows from the original timeline. Regaining his composure, he asks James about the purpose of their meeting and gestures toward the woman standing silently nearby. James advises him to relax, explaining that he simply wishes to talk and introduces the woman as his secretary. The secretary introduces herself as Eliza Whisperda. The name immediately triggers Kyuchira's knowledge of the future. He knows that in approximately 2 years, she is destined to become the vice clan master of the Burning Ice Sword. He reflects that while he is glad to have met these 2 major figures without incident, a vision of a peaceful conclusion fails to materialize in his mind. Despite his internal apprehension, the group sits down in a lounge area. With James relaxed on a sofa and Eliza standing attentively, Kyuchira, seated opposite him, can only stammer that he is humbled by the situation. He reflects that, contrary to his fears, the meeting proceeded in a surprisingly friendly atmosphere. The conversation grew particularly animated when they discussed strategies for the Everlasting Darkness dungeon and then moved on to the topic of weapons. It seems James took a special interest in Kyuchira's blade, the Sukyu. He listens as James Sealard remarks that it's a shame, having also met members of the Burning Ice Sword clan before they entered the 10th floor. The clan leader adds that he became interested in Kyuchira because a certain man, who rarely gives praise, had spoken highly of him. With a sharp, knowing smile, he confirms that meeting them has solidified his assessment. He believes they are truly capable individuals. Ono Haruka, sensing the tension, quietly asks Kyuchira what's wrong. He, in turn, admits that he is simply overwhelmed by the situation. His composure finally breaks as he tumbles backward from his seat. Internally, he wonders how long this tea party charade will last, mentally correcting himself that while the snacks are good and the meeting an honor, his patience is wearing thin. In response to the absurdity, Ono rises, her hand resting on her sword. She declares that surely they weren't brought here just for a chat. From the floor, Kyuchira is shocked by her directness, but James Sealard simply laughs. He agrees with her assessment and invites them to follow him to a more suitable location. As they walk, Ono's excitement builds. She exclaims that this must be the rumored simulation battle she's heard about. Arriving in a vast, empty hall, James Sealard turns and makes his proposition, a battle pitting the 2 of them against him and his associate. Ono eagerly accepts the challenge on their behalf. Gauging their reactions, he correctly deduces this is their first simulation battle and offers to give them a brief explanation of the process. He clarifies that the system scans them to create avatars for combat within a virtual space. A key feature, he stresses, is that any damage taken in the simulation will not transfer to their physical bodies. He then asks if they have any questions, and Kyuchira begins to speak up. He turns to Ono, bewildered by her acceptance. "What are you talking about, Kisan?" he asks, his voice tight with confusion. "What reason do we have to fight them?" She dismisses his concern with a sharp, excited cry. "There's no reason for conflict. We'll do it because I want to." As Kyuchira stares, taken aback, she cuts him off. "Quiet. That's just how people are." From his seat, James Sealard interjects, a smirk on his face. He notes that, ordinarily, a mock battle against the head of one of the 5 great clans is a major event that could earn them a fortune. Kyuchira looks back at him, unconvinced. He states that he can't see any merit for Sealard's side in fighting 2 newcomers. He continues his line of reasoning, adding that if Sealard's goal was simply to crush them, he would have chosen a more public venue. The realization solidifies. As he stated moments ago, Sealard intended to fight them from the very beginning. Clenching his fist, Kyuchira resolves to proceed. Sealard turns away, confirming the deduction. He admits that he has been contemplating how to monopolize the profits from the Tokoyami. He laughs, laying out his supposed scheme, He lured them here after their 10th floor conquest to propose a wager. Had he won, he would have commanded them to forcibly party up with his own comrades and send them to the front lines to conquer the 10th floor again. He smugly congratulates himself on devising such a wicked plan. Ono observes that no matter how much they question him, the man will likely just offer vague deflections. Kyuchira agrees, realizing the elaborate plot Sealard just described was probably invented on the spot and would crumble if they simply refused. He refuses the proposition, stating that he cannot agree to such a one-sided bet, even if he were to fight normally. The strategy for the 15th floor is a different matter. In response, James Sealard points a finger at him, beginning a counteroffer by stating that if Kyuchira's party were to defeat him, he would be willing to transfer a top-tier artillery user from his own clan to their party. Sealard smirks, asking what he'll do now. Kyuchira is visibly stunned by the offer, though he mentally chastises himself to calm down and not make a rash decision. Regaining his composure, he asks if it would be possible to hear the details of the offer. From beside him, Ono Haruka quietly affirms his cautious approach. Sealard reminds him that he himself had said an excellent artillery user was necessary for their plans. The words resonate with Kyuchira. He internally acknowledges that an artillery user from Sealard's clan would undoubtedly be top level. His thoughts turn to the final boss of the next floor, Kamiku, and the realization dawns that to save his sister, such an asset is essential. As the desire solidifies in his mind, his hands clench into tight fists. He wants this power, no matter what. Sensing his resolve, Sealard adds a guarantee. He assures Kyuchira that while there may be some difficulties, the person he provides will have power and range comparable to his own. He processes this, concluding that if they win, Sealard will keep his promise. Kyuchira knows him as a strategist, not a backstabber, so the promised artillery user should be trustworthy. Sealard notes that Kyuchira seems more motivated now. Kyuchira internally curses, acknowledging that the master of one of the 5 great clans is truly skilled at manipulation. With a confident grin, Sealard tells them to show him their full talent. The stakes are clear: lose, and it's an invasion. Win, and they gain a powerful asset. He admits that while the situation is vexing, it is also thrilling. James Sealard, a figure of renown within the world of Dan Magi, is a charismatic adventurer known for his deep loyalty. Yet, beneath this facade, he operates as a brilliant strategist, subtly weaving intricate plots while appearing to act without forethought. Kyuchira is stunned by this information, recalling that depending on the story route, Sealard was a crucial character who could even join the protagonist party. He continues his internal assessment, acknowledging that Sealard is one of the 5 great clan leaders, a top-tier heat mage, and a first-rate marksman. The realization that he faces an opponent far beyond his current capabilities sinks in, tinged with a hint of envy. The source of Sealard's power is his contracted spirit, the subgod class entity known as Maxwell. Its ability is molecular motion manipulation. In simpler terms, the power to freely control the movement of heat. This mastery over the fundamental principles of thermal energy allows Maxwell to control the very prerequisites for the generation of fire and water. Such power makes it possible to create even contradictory phenomena, like a burning ice sword. With a shout, Kyuchira realizes the truth. It's an ultimate skill. He understands now that the clan's name isn't just a title. It's also the name of this powerful technique. The skill is Raso and Blue, an absolute destruction art. It functions by creating 2 opposing thermal states, super high temperature and extreme cold, and then forcing them to annihilate each other. This process unleashes an attack of overwhelming, physics-defying power and penetration. His mind flashes to another ultimate skill from the game, End of the Beginning, and he grimaces, seemingly comparing the 2 devastating abilities. Furthermore, Maxwell's control over the technique is so precise that any clumsy attempt to dodge is futile. The annihilating flash will simply track its target. The sheer difficulty of facing such a guided attack is daunting. The small spirit companion laments how unfair it all is. Not only does Sealard possess this power, but he is also an expert in close combat, can use wide-area annihilation techniques, is deeply loyal to his allies, and is handsome. It's a seemingly unbeatable combination. The small imp, floating beside a symbolically chained Kyuchira, voices its despair. It points out that based on what they've heard, they seem to have no chance of winning against the clan leader. However, the analysis reveals that James Sealard's strength does not end there. This revelation causes Kyuchira's eyes to widen in shock. As a powerful adventurer, James Sealard naturally possesses a regalia, a divine revelation. The assessment of him and his contracted spirit continues. The setting shifts to a virtual space designated as Stage Plane on May 8th of Imperial Year 1190. Inside, Ono Haruka stretches her limbs, marveling at the simulation's fidelity. She exclaims that it's amazing, feeling exactly like moving in the real world. The 4 individuals stand within the digital arena. The terms of the engagement are set, a single-round match with no time limit. He stands opposite James Sealard, who asks if there are any discrepancies with the setup. Kyuchira confirms that there are no problems. The combatants are to be placed freely within a 200-meter radius at the center of a large, circular field. He then turns to Ono Haruka, clarifying the conditions. It is to be an all-out battle with no special rules, concluding only upon the complete annihilation of one side or a formal surrender. In response, Haruka asks for a clarification of her own. She asks James Sealard if Eliza will be participating in the battle. He dismisses the idea, stating that Eliza is only an observer and could simply watch from an external monitor if she wished. Eliza listens without a word, her gaze steady. He then explains to Kyuchira that for some reason, she seems insistent on watching the battle from up close. At this, Eliza steps forward to make her own declaration. She informs Kyuchira and Haruka that if she gets in the way, they are free to attack her. She asserts that her own life and death are irrelevant to the outcome of the match and vows that she will not bring them any harm. Hearing her pledge, James Sealard smirks. He formally agrees, stating that if Eliza should break her word, he will concede the immediate defeat of his faction. He turns to his partner, Ono Haruka, asking to consult with her for a moment. He quietly wonders if he did something to earn the favor of the observer, Eliza. Before they can speak, Eliza approaches them, bowing slightly. She expresses her gratitude for their magnanimous consideration, stating she will watch to her heart's content. As Haruka nudges him, Kyuchira is momentarily flustered by Eliza's beauty. Their opponent, James Sealard, interrupts with clear impatience. He asks why they are dawdling and demands to know when they wish to begin the fight, adding that he doesn't mind if they decide on the timing. A tactical condition is established for the duel. A penalty will be incurred if either Kyuchira or Haruka crosses the central line to move or attack. This rule explicitly includes any form of ranged assault. In response to Sealard's offer, Haruka exclaims that he is being quite generous, attributing it to the confidence of a top clan leader. Kyuchira agrees, noting it means they can make any necessary preparations. From across the arena, Sealard states he is looking forward to a heated battle, while Eliza gives a polite bow. The two stand ready. Haruka declares that their best position is at the forefront. Kyuchira considers their starting position as close-range fighters, then turns his gaze toward their opponent. He sees that Sealard has positioned himself at the far end of the arena. Haruka muses that Kyuchira's strongest technique could end this in one blow, but Kyuchira expresses doubt, asking if she isn't concerned despite it being a virtual space. Her eyes widen in shock as the realization dawns on her. Defeat doesn't mean her avatar will vanish, but that she will actually perish. Kyuchira confirms this grim reality, stating they cannot have a death in a mock battle, especially since Sealard is an important figure in Dun Magi. Haruka is stunned. Kyuchira explains that if he cannot use his ultimate skill, End of the Beginning, he lacks sufficient power. Therefore, he needs her to take the leading role in this fight. Her demeanor shifts entirely. With wide, sparkling eyes, she thinks of Sealard as a delicious person she gets to have all to herself. She realizes her Sukyu ability has good compatibility against him. Her unsettling eagerness for the fight did not distract Kyuchira from the tactical reality of their situation. He reasoned internally that despite James Sealard being the owner of one of the 5 great clans, his role as a rearguard was a weakness. If they could just force a close-quarters battle, they might have a chance to win. His intense focus caused him to speak aloud, prompting a surprised Haruka to ask why he was suddenly shouting. Kyuchira defensively replied that he was just holding a normal strategy meeting. From a distance, James Sealard observed them, musing that as the leader of the Burning Eyesore clan, he was expected to meet his opponents on their level. Crushing a rookie with long-range attacks would be unbecoming. She cheekily dismissed his outburst as a mere provocation, but Kyuchira insisted this was a serious strategy meeting. He turned the question back to her, demanding to know what advantage they actually possessed. Their opponent, James Sealard, was a famous figure, meaning his abilities were well known. He was an all-range shooter who favored the rearguard, capable of unleashing a torrent of powerful heat-based magic with the speed of a machine gun. In response to Kyuchira's question, Haruka stated bluntly that even their combination of her Sukyu and his Futsunomitama would not be enough to withstand such an assault. She continued with a chilling smile, concluding that at this point, they had no chance of winning. The stark declaration sent a bead of sweat down Kyuchira's face as he contemplated what would happen if Sealard truly came at them with the intent to kill. He quickly shook off the fear, countering that he didn't believe the fight would unfold that way. He explained his reasoning. Their opponent's primary objective was likely to observe them in battle, to gauge their true capabilities. His theory was correct. Sealard considered that simply steamrolling a rookie would be a nuisance to the Burning Eyesore clan itself. He would not engage in an act that would tarnish his clan's reputation. This confirmation solidified Kyuchira's resolve. Clenching his fist, he declared his faith that Sealard would allow the fight to be a proper contest. He admitted it was a wishful, perhaps naive, outlook, but that slim possibility was their only chance. He gave Haruka the order, close the distance, and get into his personal space before he gets serious, forcing the close-quarters battle they needed. He looks down at Haruka, assuring her that he will absolutely win. She seems pleased, but wonders if he isn't overestimating her. He acknowledges that while Sealard's close combat skills are far from ordinary, as proven by battle videos, she is something even more extraordinary. More than anything, he explains, he trusts her. A realization dawns on him. She's a genius. In terms of pure martial skill, She could rank among the top 3 fighters in the entire history of the Dungeon Magia series. He quickly apologizes, realizing such one-sided expectations are unfair, and asks that she trust him and his faith in her. He promises he will get her close enough to Sealard. Pulling her close with an arm around her shoulder, he points forward, telling her to go out there and enjoy herself as much as she can. A faint blush on her cheeks, Haruka looks up at him and firmly agrees. With that, she draws her blade from its sheath, her expression set with determination as she prepares to enjoy the coming battle to the fullest. As she stands ready, a dozen spectral swords materialize in the air around her. With a playful smile, she addresses Kyuchira as her prince, telling him to escort her properly. In response to her challenge, Kyuchira yells back, calling her princess as he thrusts his palm forward, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Now standing at a distance from one another, she retorts that she isn't the princess type. He calmly replies that he already knows. They seal their pact with a fist bump. She tells him she's counting on him, and he declares that the main event is starting, telling her to count on him in return. With their resolve solidified, Kyuchira stomps his foot down hard. The ground cracks and trembles as a powerful shockwave erupts, marking the start of their charge. From across the field, James Sealard observes their approach. He notes that the young warriors have crossed the boundary. With no other choice, he declares that he will meet their courageous advance with a corresponding level of sincerity, raising a hand to gather crackling energy for his response. He responds to their charge with overwhelming force. A massive beam of energy materializes, roaring towards them. Kyuchira's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the technique, an annihilation cannon, unleashed from the very start. He shouts Haruka's name, ordering her to get some distance and hide. He declares that he will handle this one. As the blinding light surges closer, Haruka looks on with a hint of unease. Kyuchira attempts to reassure her, shouting not to worry, that he will figure something out. His solution manifests as a complex, multi-layered shield of light that erupts to meet the blast. This is the fourth-dimensional defense. Such a technique consumes a vast amount of spiritual power, and the incoming annihilation cannon's energy output is estimated to be a staggering 4 times greater than what his own defense requires. From within his torrent of power, James Sealard watches the defense hold. He calculates that if he simply continues firing, his opponent will eventually run out of energy. However, he knows with certainty that his foe must have anticipated this, meaning another move was coming. His opponent's next move begins immediately. With sweat pouring down his face from the strain of maintaining the barrier, Kyuchira roars at Haruka, "So, go!" He then stomps his foot down with tremendous force. The impact launches Haruka forward like a projectile. As she soars through the air, wreathed in her summoned blades, Kyuchira's voice rings out, telling her to smash all of her excitement into their foe. The cannon has been blocked. The time for the counterattack is now. Kyuchira contemplates the nature of the sword, known as Sukyu. It is Ono Haruka's secret anti-demon katana, incapable of cutting living flesh, but possessing the ability to interfere with and deliver special attacks against spiritual and energy-based beings. He muses that for a primary character's signature weapon, its abilities seem somewhat unimpressive on the surface. However, his knowledge of the world of Dungeon Magia tells a different story. The sword's special attack multiplier, which sacrifices versatility, is among the highest in the game. Against opponents vulnerable to its special properties, it was considered standard practice for players to choose the Sukyu over even the divine Tenkei weapons. This is the image of its power he holds in his mind. As his small spirit companion fumes silently, Kyuchira grins with manic confidence. He declares that this is precisely why he can gain an advantage even against the formidable boss known as the Sword Prison Rakshasa. He continues his internal monologue, considering the outcome if Ono Haruka herself were to equip such a weapon. While this would be an impossible development in the original game, combining this idea with hidden lore allows a new hypothesis to emerge. A shocking realization dawns on him. Haruka's sub-god class spirit, Futsunamatama, possesses a sword replication ability. This power doesn't merely copy a blade's sharpness and strength. It perfectly reproduces the power of its blessing, and all copies are treated as equipped items. The full implication of this fact leaves Kyuchira stunned. The vision becomes clear. Ono Haruka, holding the true Sukyu, is surrounded by 6 identical, floating copies. With a total of 7 swords at her command, a terrifying question arises. What, then, is the total special attack multiplier? Harnessing this immense power, she hovers in the air. The 7 swords align, glowing with intense energy as magical circles manifest behind them, preparing to launch a unified assault. The attack is unleashed. A colossal beam of pure destructive force, woven from the power of all 7 blades, tears through the air like a falling star. Within the storm of energy, Haruka herself sweeps forward, her own blade arcing through the air to add to the overwhelming devastation. The combined assault culminates in a cataclysmic explosion, a blinding vortex of light and power from which the 7 swords emerge, shredding everything in their path. The sheer scale of her power leaves James Sealard stunned. He declares her talent godlike, a blazing sun. Ono Haruka, however, dismisses his praise, stating that the truly exciting part is yet to come. Observing this, Kyuchiro realizes with alarm that what he's witnessing is a game-breaking, bug-like technique. His realization is correct. The technique is an earth-shattering exploit. The blessings and special abilities of the copied swords are amplified sevenfold. The special attack properties have permeated every single blade, effectively creating a bug-like woman wielding bug-like weapons with bug-like power. Against such an overwhelming force, Sealard's main offensive capability, energy emission, is assessed. A standard thermal barrage would be utterly insufficient. To even stand a chance, he would have to unleash a grand technique on the level of Araso in blue. Kyuchiro understands the situation perfectly. Sealard was only able to launch his initial attack because he had been given ample time to gather the necessary power. He then addresses Haruka directly, acknowledging his predicament. For a long-range attacker, he muses a one-on-one confrontation like this is the worst possible scenario. As the two antagonists face off, Kyuchiro turns his attention to Eliza Wisperda, who stands silently nearby. He looks at her intently and asks, "So what will you do?" Her eyes snap wide with decision. In a swift, deliberate motion, she lifts the hem of her long maid's dress, planting her feet firmly on the ground. From beneath her skirt, she produces two massive, ornate battle axes, their heavy forms materializing in her hands with menacing purpose. Without a moment of hesitation, she lunges, spinning into a devastating attack. The twin axes become a blur of steel, aimed directly at Kyuchiro. As the axes descend, Eliza declares that this is only natural. Activating time acceleration, Kyuchiro just barely raises his sword to block the crushing blow, grimacing as he thinks to himself that, of course, this is how it would be. He stares in disbelief at the woman attacking him. Eliza, her expression unreadable, calmly asks why he isn't scolding her, addressing him formally as Master Kyuchiro. She continues, acknowledging that he has every right to condemn her for her actions. The force of her blow sends a shockwave through the ground, the grinding of steel on steel echoing as he strains to hold his ground against her overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, observing the sudden betrayal, Ono Haruka addresses James Sealard. She points out that Eliza hasn't technically broken any rules, as her own life or death is irrelevant to their match, and asserts that Eliza will not kill them. He smirks, confirming her assessment. The only restriction placed upon Eliza, he clarifies, was a single one. She is not to kill. This implies, he notes, that anything short of that is fair game. A wild, mocking laugh erupts from him. He calls it a twisted game of words, but adds that for someone like him, once known by players as the scheming, handsome Tanuki, such a maneuver is second nature. Back in the fray, Kyuchiro pushes back, a grim resolve settling on his face. He remarks that he had just finished one task and was getting bored anyway. If she needs an opponent, he declares, he will be the one to face her. With a sharp cry, he leaps forward, his blade meeting her twin axes in a violent explosion of sparks and force, fully engaging his treacherous attendant in combat. Kyuchiro's mind races as he analyzes the woman before him, Eliza Wisperda, and her contract spirit. He recalls from his knowledge of the future that, unlike James Sealard, Eliza is a character who never joins the party in any route of the original story. He recognizes her as the small girl from before, realizing with a start that in the game's grand route, she is fated to die as mere fodder for a mid-boss at the age of 26. His internal assessment continues. Her role is a close-quarters tank. Her contracted spirit is adamant, a high-ranking sub-god class entity. He identifies her primary ability as solidification of existence, a powerful fusion of physical power, spiritual power, and conceptual reinforcement. A metallic maid, he concludes. The pieces click into place. Her power grants her a toughness worthy of the name, Kongu, an armor specialized for physical strength, further enhanced by the conceptual power of indestructibility, which provides immense resistance to all physical attributes. That, he realizes, is why his sword X-axe cracked. A crucial detail becomes clear. While she wields her twin great axes, which are softer than her own body, she is not fighting seriously. She is deliberately holding back. As their weapons clash again in a shower of sparks, he understands that continuing this exchange of blows is a far softer and lighter tactic than attempting to strike Eliza's invulnerable body directly. Her gaze is sharp and focused. She knows that even for him, injuring her in this state would be a formidable challenge. He sees the crack on his blade widen. His sword, built for cutting, would be destroyed by a single solid hit. For that very reason, he resolves that he must be the one to suppress her. Her voice cuts through his concentration, asking if he is interested in them. He looks up, demanding to know how serious she is. He admits he's aware of the attention he's drawing, but insists he hasn't done anything to warrant a sparring match with the head of one of the 5 great clans and her secretary. Eliza's calm reply implies it's only a matter of time. From a distance, James Sealard and his masked subordinate observe the duel. With another clash, realization strikes him. He is keeping up with Eliza without using time acceleration. This means his delay formula is working, and he senses she has noticed the subtle discrepancy. Consequently, her attacks are no longer wide, powerful swings, but have become more precise. He glares at Eliza, his sword visibly cracking under the strain, and demands to know her and her associate's true objective. In response, Eliza stands her ground, calmly stating that her purpose is to assess his capabilities. Taking this as his final answer, he roars that talk is useless and lunges forward. His blade shatters completely upon impact with her impenetrable defense, the metal disintegrating into fragments. Meanwhile, the observers analyze the fight. The masked woman notes that something has slowed Eliza's movements and suggests crippling Quirce. James Sealard dismisses this, wishing to talk more, and remarks that even he would be too focused to notice them in this situation. Back in the duel, Eliza asks what the 3 conditions he mentioned were. He reveals his conditions for victory. First, to be in a position hidden from Sealard's view. Second, to trap Eliza within a 5-meter radius. And third, to reduce her speed to prevent escape. Eliza looks on, confused by his declaration. With a fierce grin, he declares that since all conditions have been met, it is his win. The declaration triggers a violent reaction. A glowing cross sigil manifests on Eliza's chest, and the conceptual armor that made her indestructible begins to crack and shatter around her. As her defenses crumble, he closes the distance in an instant, catching the stunned Eliza as her weapon clatters to the ground. Holding her steady, he explains that their personalities are opposites. While she is forthright with her abilities, he is the type who prefers to keep his own cards hidden until the last possible moment. Kneeling, Eliza concedes that she had completely misjudged him, admitting he is many times stronger than she had assumed. She adds that, above all, the matchup of their abilities was advantageous for him, a point with which he agrees. He smirks, looking down at where his opponent vanished, telling her to continue watching from the real world, as things would not be boring. In response, Eliza Whisperda's fading form acknowledges his victory, her voice soft as she addresses him as Master Quirce, before completely dematerializing. As she vanishes, a formal declaration echoes in the empty space around him. You pass. Returned to the physical world, he reflects on how he barely managed to prevent an intrusion. He considers himself lucky. His opponent's specialization in defense, lack of regeneration, and normal human vitality made her the perfect target to secure a win. His thoughts drift to a more formidable foe. He reasons that, just as with Eliza, if the right conditions were met, it might not be impossible to aim for a one-shot victory against a man like Sealard. Meanwhile, watching from afar, James Sealard grins. He remarks that breaking into that fight would be too difficult, and that he's only prepared to act as a human shield. With a burst of energy from his feet, he shouts, "Let's go, Haruka!" He and Ono Haruka launch themselves from their vantage point, soaring through the air toward a chaotic battle raging below. They plummet into the fray, surrounded by brilliant flashes of light and explosive energy. Haruka lets out a startled cry as they descend into the maelstrom. Haruka complains they could have just flown away, but Sealard passionately declares that retreating is tasteless. He proclaims that as pioneers, they must show the way with courageous advancement, finding life in the midst of death. He invites the strong enemy to a dance, and invigorated, Haruka agrees, addressing him as Mr. A colossal wave of destructive power erupts from the battlefield. Watching from the sidelines, Quirce is left utterly stunned, sweating as he realizes the scale of the fight is so immense that there is absolutely no place for him in it. He analyzed the unfolding chaos. Ono Haruka's strategy was a wide formation exerting horizontal pressure, but James Sealard countered it, using jet propulsion for high-speed, three-dimensional maneuvers. While Haruka seemed to have the advantage in a direct sword fight, Sealard was clearly compensating with superior experience and tactics. Quirce then had a startling realization. Sealard was originally a rearguard fighter. In the midst of this tactical ballet, Haruka's voice rang out with excitement, exclaiming how thrilling the fight against Sealard was. With a confident smirk, Sealard replied that her praise was an honor. Their exchange of words was fleeting as they once again launched themselves at each other, a whirlwind of motion and clashing energy. A sly grin crossed Sealard's face as he unleashed a powerful, swirling attack. Haruka met it head-on, her own power flaring to neutralize the assault. The attack, however, ensnared another combatant. A young warrior with spiky hair found himself caught, crying out in disbelief that he was being outmaneuvered by a relative newcomer. Despite his predicament, he shouted with conviction, "Well done. The future of Uka is bright." From a distance, Haruka observed the warrior being flung away into the clouds. She noted that he had managed to escape. A look of surprise crossed her face as she realized the game was over, and she had been the one to win. Her victory fell hollow as she surveyed the battlefield below. An endless expanse of glowing swords jutted from the ground like a forest of steel. A sense of unease crept over her as she murmured, "Isn't this bad?" Elsewhere, the spiky-haired warrior landed, his body reeling from the conflicting sensations. He noted that the frost-covered earth was chilling even to his spirit power-enhanced body, while his upper half felt as if it were on fire. Beside him, Quirce could only stare, recognizing the immense and contradictory forces at play. He began, unable to finish. The source of this phenomenon was James Sealard. He hovered in the sky, a living paradox caught between tranquility and passion. His legs were encased in jagged ice that sprouted from the ground, while his torso and arms were engulfed in searing flames. With a challenging gaze, he asked, "Well then, what will you do now?" James Sealard has unleashed one of his ultimate techniques, Kaumai Kori Appassionati. It is an unavoidable, wide-area attack that fills the very space with annihilation energy. In the world of dungeon magia, it was known by another name, the space between calm and passion. Kyuchira is caught directly within its field of effect. A horrifying realization strikes Kyuchira. The true menace of this ability is its indiscriminate nature, designed to engulf even its caster. He understands it's a self-destructive gambit. He confronts Sealard, who calmly admits that even with the high heat resistance of his contracted spirit, Maxwell, he won't escape unharmed. Kyuchira recalls Sealard shrugging off his own leg jet propulsion, but this attack is on another level. Still, he senses an opening, believing they have the advantage. His mind races. If they can defeat Sealard before the annihilation energy completely saturates the dimension, they might just survive. He finds himself in a desolate, barren space, the pocket dimension created by the technique. He wonders how the caster could be fine, but then dismisses the thought. Sealard's uncharacteristic weakness is a front. He must have a way to see this through to completion. As he processes this, he sees that Ono Haruka has also been pulled into this dimension. The ground around them begins to fracture and erupt with jagged energy. She glances around, her expression one of pure confusion as the world warps around her. Her attention snaps toward an explosion behind her. Startled, she calls out Kyuchira's name, her voice laced with alarm. The dimension erupts into a chaotic storm of light and razor-sharp energy constructs. Amidst the violent chaos, James Sealard floats serenely above. Below, a new combatant, a young warrior with spiky hair, charges forward, brandishing a massive weapon as he lunges into the fray. The Uka warrior charged forward, only for James Sealard to unleash a demon-breaking revelation from below. Beams of light erupted from the ground, a technique identified as the Rainbow Spear, engulfing the charging warrior. Thrown back by the force of the blast, he expressed his shock that Sealard could time an attack so precisely within the accelerated dimension. Sealard noted that the 9 blades of his Rainbow Spear dissolve anything they touch, as the warrior narrowly evaded the full force of the attack, along with Ono Haruka. As the others dodged the deadly light, Kyuchira saw his opening. With a fierce expression, he roared a command for an unseen force to strike Sealard. In response, heavy chains burst forth from the ether, wrapping tightly around James Sealard. This was another revelation. The chains of the prison gate, composed of invisible and imperceptible bonds. The Uka warrior landed, confirming Sealard's capture. He then turned to Kyuchira, questioning why he was hesitating to deliver the final blow. Kyuchira, however, addressed the bound Sealard with a confident smirk. He stated his certainty that Sealard possessed a revival-type revelation, one that would allow him to convert his own existence into thermal energy upon physical death in order to be reborn. He continued, explaining that he would wait for Ono Haruka, whose sword could sever such energy, to deal the final blow. For now, the chains were temporarily, but completely nullifying Sealard's spiritual power. Sealard, with his eyes closed, simply acknowledged the sound logic. With Sealard neutralized, Kyuchira turned his attention back to the Uka warrior. He declared that before the lady arrived, it was time for them to have a rematch. Before he could act, a piercing beam of light descended from above, striking the immobilized James Sealard directly. The Uka warrior could only stare in shock at the sudden turn of events. Kyuchira instantly recognized the attack as the Rainbow Spear. He reeled, realizing Sealard must have left the attack on standby overhead after it was dodged, either for a surprise attack or as a self-destruct. He wondered if Sealard had foreseen this entire outcome, but a final thought from the dying man revealed that even he had not predicted everything. He remained on his knees, the aftershock of Sealard's self-destruction still fresh. From nearby, Ono Haruka's voice cut through the haze. She explained that she knew he possessed a hidden trump card, something connected to the Eclipse Grim Reaper he had defeated. His stated plan to use her as the key to victory had seemed insufficient, and she had deduced there must be more to his strategy. Her words were confirmed by a blinding light from above. Kyuchira looked up in shock as James Sealard's voice echoed, explaining that he had calculated this outcome in reverse. He had anticipated Kyuchira's information on the Grim Reaper on the most troublesome scenarios, and had prepared an insurance policy accordingly. "Come now, boy," he taunted. As the light coalesced, Sealard stood reborn, wreathed in the spectral form of a magnificent, fiery phoenix. He declared this to be the start of round 2, revealing the name of his ultimate ability, the revelation of rebirth, Phoenix reincarnation story. In response to the overwhelming display, Kyuchira immediately deployed a defensive measure, activating his 4-dimensional defense as a powerful barrier erupted around him. Within the shimmering, multi-layered shield, he came to a swift realization. His own capabilities were now completely exposed to his opponent. He knew that while in this state, he was impervious to all damage. However, the trade-off was absolute. He was also incapable of taking any action himself. His mind raced, dissecting his opponent's power. The Phoenix reincarnation story was triggered by death, but its effect was a one-time affair. More precisely, it was set with a considerably long reactivation time, rendering it usable only once in a single engagement. He lamented the failure of his initial, much simpler strategy. The plan had been to keep Sealard restrained, wait for Haruka's arrival, and have her use her sword, Sukyu, to sever the very energy of the Phoenix reincarnation story before it could activate. That would have been the most straightforward path to victory. But even with that plan foiled, a new path became clear. Now that Sealard had used his revival trump card, he was vulnerable. All they had to do was defeat him one more time, and their victory would be absolute. He then considered Sealard's perspective. His opponent's objective was to complete the technique known as between calm and passion. To do so, Sealard would use a barrage of spiritual attacks to keep him silenced and trapped within his defense, all while gradually increasing the distance to safely finish the casting. He remained sealed within his defensive shell, enduring a ceaseless barrage from outside. The space around him fractured with the force of the impacts, a storm of light and energy. As the assault continued, a new voice cut through the chaos. Ono Haruka had arrived on the battlefield, her gaze fixed on James Sealard. She declared that he had taken far too long. Her presence was a sudden, defiant anchor in the swirling storm of battle, her long hair flowing wildly as she stood her ground. From within his sanctuary, Kyuchira watched her. Though the sound of her voice couldn't penetrate his defense, he understood her words perfectly just by the movement of her lips. A silent conversation passed between them. She offered an apology for her delay, but he quickly dismissed it, reassuring her that she had made it just in time. A shared understanding solidified. They would do this together. With their pact sealed, Kyuchira's fist met hers in a gesture of solidarity. His expression hardened with resolve as he declared their shared purpose. They would fight together.